Chapter 51. Larvitar Egg. Cain looked at the hole, momentarily stunned. How can there be a cave in a place like this? And it looks like it's been here a long time. The cave showed signs of having been dug, yet parts appeared natural. Clearly, it had originally been a natural cave that some Pokémon had expanded. The claw marks on the dugout sections were already somewhat faded. Based on Cain's knowledge, it was clear that these marks could not have been made by a Geodude or a Graveler. Slowpoke, sense if there's any Pokémon inside, Cain instructed his Slowpoke. Tilda Slowpoke slightly closed its eyes, and a subtle psychic wave began to spread from its body. A few moments later, Slowpoke shook its head toward Cain, indicating it didn't sense any Pokémon presence. Seeing Slowpoke's confirmation, Cain relaxed a bit. He took a flashlight from his rocket belt and turned it on, illuminating the cave. The end of it was out of sight. After a brief hesitation, he decided to move forward. The space was relatively tight, so Murkrow perched on top of Slowpoke, who used its psychic power to stay close to Cain. After walking for several minutes, Cain noticed the cave expanding. He quickened his pace slightly, and finally, after 5 minutes, he reached the end. The end of the cave was a spacious area, but aside from rocks, there was nothing else. How strange, could it just be an empty cave? Cain murmured to himself while examining the area. Tilda. At that moment, Slowpoke gently tugged on Cain's leg, indicating a direction within the cave with a soft grunt. Cain's heart quickened as he followed the direction Slowpoke was pointing to. On the dark cave wall, there was a stalagmite as thick as a person, stretching from top to bottom. At the tip of the stalagmite, a drop of thick, milky liquid hung, full and rounded, yet not falling, clinging to the tip of the rock. A soft, comforting aroma emanated from that drop of milky liquid, spreading less than a meter before dispersing into the air. It was no wonder Cain hadn't detected it initially. This is geocentric cleansing milk? Cain exclaimed in surprise. Geocentric cleansing milk is one of the natural wonders of the Pokémon world, formed by an accumulation of minerals in nature. It's filled with energy and minerals. Consuming it can strengthen a Pokémon's body and increase its physical defense. When mixed with other ingredients to create Pokéblocks, its effects are even greater. Even humans can consume geocentric cleansing milk. Not only does it prevent diseases and improve immunity, but it also extends life and strengthens the body. Within Team Rocket, geocentric cleansing milk can be exchanged as well, but due to its extreme rarity and powerful effects, as soon as it appears, it's quickly acquired by various factions, being an incredibly sought-after item. Cain recalled that in his past life, when a batch of geocentric cleansing milk appeared on the exchange list, it sold out in less than a minute, even at a price of 1,000 points per drop. Due to its life-extending properties, it's highly sought after by great families and powerful organizations. Unless in extreme need of money, no one would be willing to sell it. Geocentric cleansing milk takes months to form a single drop. It's a shame there's so little of it, Cain sighed again. Without needing further instruction, Slowpoke looked at the ground, and its eyes began to glow blue. A rock the size of a pot lid was lifted by its psychic power. Immediately, a strong, pleasant aroma filled the air, and just inhaling it, Cain felt his entire body relax. Underneath the rock, there was a pool of geocentric cleansing milk. The drop that had been hanging from the stalagmite finally fell, merging smoothly into the milk pool. The impact of the drop created tiny ripples on the surface, but it didn't splash at all. Cain watched in amazement, unable to believe so much geocentric cleansing milk had accumulated here. Looking at the milky liquid emitting a faint glow, he couldn't help but swallow hard. In the silence of the cave, the sound of his gulp was extremely clear. Finally regaining his composure, Cain took out several flasks and containers from his belt. Slowpoke cleaned them carefully, and Murkrow dried them with a gust, making sure not a single drop of water remained. Then, Cain used a spoon, usually for preparing Pokéblocks, to carefully scoop up the geocentric cleansing milk and fill the containers. However, to Cain's surprise, as he filled one of the flasks, he discovered a Pokémon egg inside the pool of geocentric cleansing milk. A Pokémon egg had been kept in this geocentric cleansing milk, which had likely accumulated over many years. Immediately, Cain remembered the claw marks at the cave's entrance and in various parts of the interior. Could it be that a Pokémon placed this egg here? Cain thought to himself. With how much time has passed, this egg is probably already dead. Even seeing the egg's shell, not even the system could scan its status. Without rushing, Cain continued filling the flasks with geocentric cleansing milk. As the containers filled, the milk pool's level dropped, finally revealing the entire egg. The system activated in Cain's mind, and the complete data on this egg, which had been here for an indeterminate time, appeared before him. Pokémon. Larvitar Egg form. Cannot be incubated. Blue. Gender? Male. Level 1. Type. Rock and ground. Ability. Guts. Held item. Essence of geocentric cleansing milk. Egg moves. Dragon Dance, Outrage, Ancient Power, Stealth Rock. Basic moves. Bite, Leer. Learned moves. None. TM moves. None. Cain looked at the egg in disbelief, letting the spoon in his hand drop to the ground. He would never have imagined that the egg inside the geocentric cleansing milk was a Larvitar egg. This also explained the claw marks at the entrance and the cave's size. Additionally, looking at Larvitar's inherited moves, which included Dragon Dance and Outrage, two incredibly powerful moves, he could imagine how strong and talented its parents must have been. A blue-ranked and quasi-legendary Pokémon, with proper training, reaching the quasi-elite level was almost inevitable. In his past life, thanks to the advantage of the system, Cain had also owned a quasi-legendary Pokémon, though it wasn't a Larvitar. It was because of that Pokémon that Cain was able to reach the threshold of a quasi-elite trainer's strength. What does it mean that it cannot be incubated? Cain noticed that after the egg's description, the words "cannot be incubated" appeared. Since he had access to the system, this was the first time he had seen such an annotation. If the egg were dead, it being unincubatable would make sense. But just by looking at it, the egg seemed full of life, which made the situation even more puzzling. Cain gently lifted the egg from the geocentric cleansing milk and placed it on a cloth on the ground. The egg, which radiated a soft glow, looked almost identical to the geocentric cleansing milk. Murkrow and Slowpoke moved closer. As Pokémon, their sensitivity was even greater. They could clearly sense the life within the egg but also notice something unusual, as if a sadness emanated from it. Slowpoke gently brought its round pink head close to the egg. Cain observed Slowpoke's gesture and didn't stop it, understanding what his Pokémon wanted to do. Slowpoke rested its head on the egg and, with one of its front paws, pulled Cain, signaling him to place his hand on its back, while also indicating to Murkrow to do the same. Without hesitation, Cain placed his hand gently on Slowpoke's back. In that instant, the scenery before them changed. End of chapter. Chapter 52. A Mother's Love. The dark cave from before had disappeared, and now Cain, Slowpoke, and Murkrow were in a meadow under a sunny sky. The place was full of flowers, birdsong, and a scene so pleasant that it was truly comforting. Suddenly, an enormous creature covered in light green armor appeared in the meadow. Everything changed. The pleasant scene vanished, and a sky filled with yellow sand began to spread everywhere, flying with the wind, gradually covering all the trees and grass. Roar! With a roar from that creature, the entire meadow finally turned into a desert. The creature, with spikes on its back and green armor, was none other than the final evolved form of Larvitar, Johto's pseudo-legendary, Tyranitar. Also known as the Tyrant of the Desert. After arriving here, Tyranitar turned the entire meadow into a desert and then found a relatively comfortable spot to sit. It sat, and who knows how many days and nights passed. During that time, Tyranitar did not move from its place. Its originally violent nature had calmed down, becoming very quiet. However, while Tyranitar remained sitting, an unexpected group of intruders arrived in that desert. It was a group of Houndours, about a dozen of them. When they saw Tyranitar, they did not hesitate at all and attacked immediately, as if they had already planned it. Tyranitar, who had been sitting in the desert for almost a month without eating or drinking, was at its weakest. But when faced with the attack of the Houndoom pack, it showed no hesitation or fear and stood up to face them. A pseudo-legendary is worthy of its title. Despite not having eaten or drunk for so long, it was able to easily repel the Houndooms that charged at her. However, when Tyranitar stood up, Cain saw that the spot where it had been sitting all this time had left a deep pit, and in the pit, there was a Pokémon egg radiating a soft yellow light, identical to the egg they had found earlier in the geocentric cleansing milk. It turned out that Tyranitar had been sitting there for so long to give birth to that Pokémon egg, to give birth to her own child. The weakness after giving birth, along with a month without food, had left Tyranitar at her weakest since she evolved from Larvitar. That group of Houndooms had probably carefully planned the timing, intending to bring down the pseudo-legendary in that place. However, Tyranitar's strength far exceeded their expectations, especially now that she was in the desert. This was her domain. After a day and night of combat, the battered Tyranitar finally buried all the Houndooms in the desert forever. However, due to the intensity of the battle, Tyranitar had not been able to constantly care for her child. When she returned to the pit where she had been sitting for a month, she became enraged, desperate, lost, and also sad. Because her child, who had not yet been born, had been affected by the shockwaves of the battle, and a crack had appeared in the egg. As a mother, Tyranitar could clearly feel the life fading inside the Pokémon egg. Tyranitar knelt before the egg, with tears falling from her seemingly fierce eyes. Another day passed this way. When Tyranitar stood up again, the sadness in her eyes was undeniable. Regardless of her wounds, she gently picked up the Pokémon egg and began a journey to save her child. Cain and his group's gazes moved along with Tyranitar. It's unknown how much time passed, but Tyranitar's body weakened more and more, though she never let go of her child. As a pseudo-legendary who had fought around the world, she couldn't protect her own child, and in her eyes, a deep sense of guilt and self-condemnation could be seen. When the scene changed again, Cain recognized the place. They were in the familiar stone forest and also in the narrow passage known as One-Line Sky. Tyranitar walked with staggering steps, but the presence of a pseudo-legendary remained intact, and no Pokémon dared appear to obstruct her path. When Tyranitar reached One-Line Sky, her eyes, which had lost their brightness before, began to light up, and a glimpse of joy could even be seen on her face. She walked directly into One-Line Sky, and halfway through, she stopped in front of a cave in the mountainside. As a rock and dark-type pseudo-legendary, Tyranitar had a much higher sensitivity to rocks than Geodude and Onix, Pokémon whose bodies are strong but whose minds are simple. She perceived a faint fluctuation coming from the cave, telling her that inside might be something she needed. But the cave was too small for her to enter. So, with one hand protecting the Pokémon egg and the other frantically starting to dig into the rock wall, the hard rock wall crumbled under Tyranitar's sharp claws as if it were tofu, easily creating a space large enough for her to pass through. The interior of the cave was the same as the place where Cain stood now, practically unchanged. Tyranitar, with her sharp perception, walked directly toward the geocentric cleansing milk well. At that time, the geocentric cleansing milk had not yet been covered by the rock. Seeing the geocentric cleansing milk, Tyranitar became excited. As a rock-type Pokémon, she understood the energy and mystical powers contained in the geocentric cleansing milk. With trembling hands, she carefully took out the Pokémon egg she was carrying. After so much time, the appearance of the Larvitar egg had worsened considerably. The shell that had once been crystalline and translucent was now very opaque, and the smooth surface had become quite rough. Tyranitar looked at the Pokémon egg deeply, with a gaze full of emotions that Cain, who had never had children, could not fully understand, but he grasped one thing: a mother's love. Tyranitar carefully placed the Pokémon egg into the well. Perhaps it was fate, as the geocentric cleansing milk completely covered the Pokémon egg, leaving not a single space. Seeing her child's fading life finally stop flowing away, Tyranitar could finally relax. But she also relaxed her tired body. The weakness after childbirth, the intense subsequent battle, the trauma of seeing her child almost die, and then the long journey made it so that, even though she was a pseudo-legendary, her body could no longer keep going. Clenching her teeth, with her last strength, she covered the geocentric cleansing milk well with rocks and then collapsed heavily to the ground. With an expression of relief, the light in her eyes began to fade. In fact, given the magic of the geocentric cleansing milk, if Tyranitar had drunk a little, she could have fully recovered from her injuries, and as a rock-type Pokémon, the geocentric cleansing milk could have had a highly beneficial effect on her, even increasing her power to another level. But she did not hesitate for a moment, not even considering it, because she knew that if her child was not completely submerged in the geocentric cleansing milk, the crack in the egg could not stop the loss of life. As a great mother, she preferred to give up her own life to give her child a chance to live. Tyranitar, born of rock, nourished by rock, over time her body also turned into a pile of rocks, accompanying her child, waiting for the day they would be reborn. The light changed, and Cain slowly opened his eyes. Slowpoke had mentally connected with Tyranitar's lingering obsession in the Pokémon egg, allowing them to see the entire story. Cain looked at the Larvitar egg with a complex expression, feeling the weight of maternal love. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had also witnessed everything, had tears shining in their eyes, but thanks to their strength, they had not yet fallen. End of chapter. Chapter 53. The mission location. He crouched down, placing his hand on a nearby rock. He felt a cold sensation spread from his palm, but for some reason, it brought a sense of relief. Shaking his head, he tried to clear that feeling from his mind and carefully lifted the Larvitar egg. As he suspected, there was a small crack on the surface. Now, the crack was firmly sealed, thanks to the cleansing geocentric milk that had condensed over it, repairing the egg with nature's power. Additionally, the geocentric cleansing milk, known for its life-extending properties, had restored the life energy that Larvitar had lost. Feeling the vitality radiating from the egg, Cain reflected, a great mother, a great nature. By a series of coincidences, Cain had found this Larvitar egg. Perhaps it was meant to be. The layer of geocentric cleansing milk had allowed the egg's vitality to recover. If it could hatch, Larvitar would surely show extraordinary talent for the rock type. However, blessings can sometimes be a double-edged sword. The energy contained in the geocentric cleansing milk was so powerful that, after enveloping the egg for so many years, it had fused with the shell. This made hatching nearly impossible. So, according to the system's reading, this valuable pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg had become an egg full of life but unable to hatch. With mixed feelings, Cain handed the egg to Slowpoke, asking it to carefully hold it with its psychic power. Though it was a shame the egg couldn't hatch, Cain would still try to find an alternative method to make it happen. He gathered all the geocentric cleansing milk. Whether he sold it at the Team Rocket Exchange Center or traded it with other organizations or individuals, Cain could obtain a large amount of materials. With these resources, training his Pokémon would be much easier. It was a beneficial cycle. As the most important resource he had found so far, he couldn't afford to waste even a drop. He gathered all the geocentric cleansing milk from the small pool, filling 10 glass bottles. He even used bottles originally intended for water to hold the geocentric cleansing milk. If Cain decided to turn these 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk into points, he could earn nearly 1,000,000 points. However, he couldn't do that. Sometimes, having too many resources can be dangerous if others find out. In this situation, he needed to be discreet. Of course, exchanging a small amount for resources wouldn't be a problem. This would solve Cain's major concern about how to train his future Pokémon. From now on, any Pokémon that met his criteria could be captured. He would first gather his main 6 for the team. However, that didn't mean he would catch just any Pokémon. Only those with good natures and that met his requirements would be considered. He stored the 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk in his belt and sighed in relief. The journey to complete this mission had been worth it, if only for the cleansing milk. Geocentric cleansing milk is not just a medicine. If a ground or rock-type Pokémon uses it as a catalyst, its power could increase tremendously, Cain thought. He was considering capturing a ground or rock-type Pokémon. Better to finish the mission first. If I find one, I'll consider it, but it's not a priority. He restrained himself from immediately searching for a rock-type Pokémon with excellent potential. In this area, the dominant rock-type Pokémon were Geodude and Onix, but neither was on Cain's list of preferred Pokémon. Therefore, unless he found one with great potential, he wouldn't consider them. In fact, deep down, Cain harbored a small hope. If Larvitar could hatch, nothing would be better to take advantage of the geocentric cleansing milk than a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Cain pulled a small egg incubator from his belt. It was something he had prepared in advance for cases like when he found the Beedrill egg. It turned out to be perfect for this Larvitar egg. Although it couldn't hatch now, that didn't mean it couldn't in the future. If he found a way to remove the geocentric cleansing milk fused with the shell without harming the Pokémon inside, or if he weakened the shell, maybe it could hatch. Pokémon eggs can't be stored in storage, so Slowpoke would have a new task from now on, holding the egg incubator with its psychic power. This would also serve as good training for its psychic ability. When Cain returned to the entrance of the crevice, he understood why, despite the abundance of mineral resources in the area, the rocks contained so little energy. This had prevented Geodude from reaching high levels. It turned out that at the heart of this rocky formation, the geocentric cleansing milk had been accumulating, absorbing minerals and nutrients from the surrounding soil and rocks. This also explained why Onix had reached level 30 and why it was always seen basking in that spot. It was the area closest to the geocentric cleansing milk, so the rocks there contained more minerals than elsewhere. Onix had obtained enough energy to grow. Onix had developed the habit of staying there because it found that the rocks in that area accelerated its growth. This might be another example of nature's law of opposites. In extremely cold places, the warmest objects can be found, and in places blessed by light, the greatest darkness can arise. Thus, in a rocky forest with few minerals, geocentric cleansing milk, rich in minerals, had emerged. That's the wonder of nature, and Pokémon are just one part of that wonder. Once we pass through this crevice, we'll reach the location, said Cain, finally recovering from the influence of Tyranitar's motherly love, ready to continue his mission alongside Murkrow and Slowpoke. Although the geocentric cleansing milk had been a great find, he wasn't willing to give up the mission, especially since the reward points were related to his entry into the Shadow Unit. After nearly 5 days of travel, upon passing through the crevice, he finally reached the spot marked on the map as the mission site. Seeing that the mission location was another cave, Cain couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I'm destined to explore every cave on the trial island, huh? Though he joked a bit, he wasted no time. After coming this far, he wouldn't abandon the mission over a simple cave. For instance, when Cain and his team entered the cave, the slight noise they made caused a great stir among the Zubat resting on the cave's ceiling. Fortunately, Zubat is a poison-type Pokémon, weak to Slowpoke's Psychic-type moves. After a quick cleanup thanks to the psychic energy, the cave fell silent, except for the Zubat bodies lying on the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Telepathy. The slippery ground, covered in moss, made every step produce a squeak, and one had to pay close attention to force and angle to avoid falling. Yadden! Suddenly, Slowpoke let out a cry, its eyes lighting up with a blue glow, clearly preparing to attack. Hearing Slowpoke's cry, Cain felt a slight discomfort. Everything was too quiet. This place wasn't like Tyranitar's cave, which was cold and dry, an environment few Pokémon enjoy. This cave was cold and damp, a favorable habitat for many Pokémon. However, as they ventured deeper into the cave, aside from a group of Zubat at the entrance, they hadn't encountered any other Pokémon. Perhaps thanks to Slowpoke's warning, a spherical Pokémon began to slowly appear. A purple gas spread in the air, surrounding a black sphere in the center. Its eyes took up half its body, and below them was a large mouth with 2 prominent fangs. The Pokémon that appeared was a Gastly, a ghost and poison-type Pokémon known for its mischievous nature and love of pranks. Slowpoke had detected Gastly's presence. Being a psychic-type Pokémon, it was naturally sensitive to ghostly energies. When Gastly appeared to scare them, Slowpoke had already warned them. Caw! Murkrow flapped its wings, dispersing some of the purple gas surrounding Gastly, positioning itself in front of Cain. As a Dark-type Pokémon, Murkrow had a natural advantage against Ghost types, so it showed no fear, even when faced with a sudden Gastly. Cake. Gastly smiled broadly and, with an exaggerated laugh, made a mocking face. "Wow, this Gastly is quite cheeky," Cain remarked with a slight smile. "Slowpoke, catch it." It was only a level 16 Gastly, and its potential wasn't high. It wouldn't be a challenge for Slowpoke. An invisible hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Gastly. "Got it!" Gastly was startled. Its body, made entirely of gas, was usually untouchable by other Pokémon, except for its fellow ghosts. However, this invisible force made it feel very uncomfortable, like water meeting fire, causing a sharp pain. "Cake!" Gastly let out a sharp cry. "Cake! Cake!" As Gastly's cry intensified, more and more Gastly began to appear around it, their large eyes glaring at them with hostility. However, the energy emanating from Slowpoke and Murkrow stopped them from attacking. As the number of Gastly increased, Cain's smile widened. "Amazing, it seems we've walked into a ghost nest." Cain wasn't worried about the number of Gastly. With Psychic-type Slowpoke and Dark-type Murkrow protecting him, plus the move Teleport, his safety was guaranteed. Core! Yadin! Faced with so many Gastly, Murkrow and Slowpoke showed no fear, and with a cry, they released their energy. Despite its cute appearance, Slowpoke had an imposing presence when angered, especially in front of Ghost-type Pokémon, against whom it had a natural advantage. The front rows of Gastly immediately halted, sensing a deadly threat emanating from Murkrow and Slowpoke. Just as both sides were about to clash, an opening appeared in the midst of the Gastly crowd, and a Gastly that looked different from the others slowly floated forward. With its arrival, the cries of the other Gastly began to calm down. "Young human, greetings!" Suddenly, an old voice echoed in Cain's mind. Hearing the voice in his mind, Cain was slightly surprised. Looking at the Gastly in front of him, he saw its eyes emitting a soft black glow. "Telepathy! Is it you who's speaking?" Cain asked, though he already suspected it. The Gastly nodded, and the old voice echoed again in Cain's mind. "Human, your companions are very strong. If we fight, it won't benefit either of us." The old Gastly spoke fluently, with no difficulties communicating with Cain. Cain nodded, discreetly activating his system to scan this Gastly's data. Pokémon. Gastly, yellow. Gender? Male. Level 28. Type: Ghost plus Poison. Ability: Levitate. Held item: None. Egg moves: Scary Face, Disable. Basic moves: Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback. Learned moves: Astonish, Psywave, Smog, Foul Play. TM moves: None. Level 28 and still in Gastly form. Seems like this is an old one refusing to die, Cain thought while reviewing the data. Without showing his thoughts, Cain said, "I need to find something inside this cave. Once I have it, I'll leave." Facing such an ancient Pokémon, Cain decided to be straightforward and express his purpose. "If you agree to help us with a task, we can let you pass and even help you find what you're looking for." "Don't worry, it's a simple task," said the old Gastly bluntly, proposing his condition. Cain felt tempted. In such a dark place, he didn't know how large the cave was. If he searched on his own, it could take a long time. Without showing any emotion, Cain coldly replied, "I'm going in regardless. You can't stop me." The old Gastly was taken aback, calculating the consequences of a battle with Cain. After a moment of silence, the old voice echoed once more in Cain's mind. "We can offer you a substantial reward." As a Gastly who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, it had dealt with humans before. It knew humans were greedy, but with the right reward, they would do anything. That's not enough. But Cain wasn't playing by the rules. Just when Gastly was about to reveal his offer, Cain interrupted him, saying it wasn't enough. The old Gastly felt a tinge of frustration. Noticing Gastly's expression, Cain smiled and pointed at Slowpoke. Teach it how to use telepathy. Gastly was surprised. He thought Cain would ask for something outrageous, but instead, he made such a simple request. Telepathy was extremely difficult for most Pokémon to learn, even for him, who had mastered it after centuries of accumulating mental power. However, in this world, Psychic-type Pokémon had a special affinity for mental abilities. As one of the most intelligent species in the Pokémon world, they often possess telepathic skills comparable to those of humans. Gastly had already noticed that Cain's Slowpoke was a Psychic-type Pokémon and perceived that its psychic power was considerable, though he couldn't understand why it didn't know telepathy. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Gengar. In fact, Cain had always had this doubt. Given Slowpoke's psychic ability, mastering telepathy should be something easy to achieve. However, Slowpoke had been unable to learn it, and Cain had found no solution. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a Gastly who knew how to use telepathy, which would allow it to teach Slowpoke how to master this skill. All right. This time, Gastly showed no reluctance. Teaching telepathy to a Pokémon that should already know it wasn't complicated, nor was it difficult. After agreeing, Gastly felt relieved to see that Cain wasn't making more demands. It feared that Cain might ask for something excessive. Even though it thought that if its entire tribe joined forces, they could still defeat Cain and his team, the cost would be too high. Besides, it needed Cain's help with a task they couldn't perform themselves. Gathering its words, Gastly explained, "I have lived here for many years and haven't seen many humans. However, not long ago, someone arrived here." Recalling its vast memory, the old Gastly continued, that human was very powerful, much stronger than you. Gastly looked at Cain, who showed no reaction. At that time, I only dared to observe him from afar, not daring to get close. But I could feel that, in reality, he knew I was there. Speaking about that person's strength, Gastly couldn't help but tremble. He left an object in the center of our old dwelling and then disappeared. At first, we thought everything was over, but it wasn't. That object began to absorb the ghost-type energy that was here. Taking a deep breath, Gastly continued, the longer it stayed, the faster it absorbed the energy. Soon, the ghost energy that filled this cave was completely absorbed, and we had to retreat to the outskirts of the cave. Although Gastly couldn't express many facial emotions, Cain felt its helplessness and asked, "Why didn't you destroy that object or remove it from there?" "That's precisely what we want your help to do." "We can't get close to that object, but you can," replied Gastly in a resigned voice that Cain clearly heard. "If all of you can't remove it, what makes you think I can?" Cain responded. The old Gastly showed an obviously frustrated expression and, after a moment of silence, said, "Come with me. When you see it, you'll understand." After saying this, it turned and motioned for Cain to follow. The Gastly around them began to disperse, leaving enough space for Cain to pass. Although the Gastly made faces and tried to scare them as they passed, they didn't dare touch Cain. With an impassive expression, Cain followed the old Gastly, while Murkrow and Slowpoke stayed close, watching the surrounding Gastly to prevent any suspicious moves. The old Gastly didn't stop their behavior, as it knew that these gestures were part of the Gastless nature and couldn't be corrected. It continued guiding Cain deeper into the cave. The cave was truly complex. In comparison, Tyranitar's cave seemed like child's play. After passing through several forks, turning here and there, they finally arrived at a larger cavern. This cavern wasn't completely dark, some unknown objects emitted a faint glow on the walls and floor. As they got closer, Cain realized they were glowing mosses. The old Gastly stopped at the entrance to the cavern. With its voice in Cain's mind, the old Gastly said, "This is it. This was our home, but now, due to that object, we don't dare get close." Following the direction indicated by the old Gastly, Cain saw, under the dim light, that in the center of the cavern was an elevated stone with a Pokeball resting on it. Cain was surprised to see it. He had already suspected the identity of the person who had been there, and if he wasn't mistaken, it had to be Umbra, the deputy head of the Team Rocket Shadow unit. With his power and presence, it was no wonder the Gastly didn't dare approach. But why leave a Pokeball here? Perhaps the mission's objective is this Pokeball, Cain thought. Since the old Gastly didn't dare approach, Cain decided to move forward on his own. Murkrow and Slowpoke followed closely, always alert to the surroundings, ready to react to anything. Why did Cain trust the old Gastly's words so much? Part of the reason was that Pokémon tend to be simpler in their thoughts than humans. If they like something, they show it; if they don't, they show that too. They don't tend to hide or disguise their feelings. Although the old Gastly had learned some human customs due to its long life, it still had the natural habits of a Pokémon, especially when it didn't even realize those habits. Another reason was Cain's confidence in his own power. With Slowpoke and its teleport move, he could quickly escape if necessary. As for the reward promised by the old Gastly, Cain didn't give it much importance. He didn't expect to find anything valuable in such a desolate place. With this mindset, Cain approached the stone column. When the Pokeball entered the system's scan range, it activated. Inside the Pokeball, which bore the Team Rocket emblem, a Pokémon flickered. Pokémon. Gengar, light blue. Gender? Male. Level. 48. Type. Ghost plus poison. Ability. Cursed body. Held item. None. Egg moves. Scary face, fire punch, astonish, taunt. Basic moves. Hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, shadow ball, dream eater, dark pulse. Learned moves. Snatch, foul play, Giga drain. TM moves. Rest, protect, sleep talk, toxic, hidden power, water, thunderbolt. Cain was surprised to see this Jangar's characteristics. Is this Umbra's Pokémon? Cain murmured. After seeing Jangar's wide range of moves, he couldn't help but think so. Just the learned and taught moves represented a huge investment of resources. Moreover, with Team Rocket's immense wealth, only Umbra could possess such a Pokémon on the entire island. Since this was a mission assigned by Umbra, Cain was almost certain that this was Umbra's Gengar. With this thought, Cain felt more at ease. As an elite-level trainer, this Gengar clearly wasn't part of Umbra's main team, probably just part of his second team. In Team Rocket's ranking, light blue is considered an elite quality. Among trainers, a Pokémon with elite qualities is already considered exceptional. End of chapter. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Stone Pillar. A Pokémon's innate quality varies, and this translates into different talents. While it may not be evident at lower levels, as they level up, these differences become clearer. A Pokémon with high innate quality is superior in all aspects, learning, battling, and synchronization with its trainer, compared to a Pokémon of lower quality. In essence, a Pokémon's innate quality almost always determines its maximum potential. Returning to the main point, if this Gengar was placed here, then what Gastly said makes sense. Since it was stationed in this spot, it has been absorbing the ghost-type energy that inhabits the area. This was likely the main reason Umbra left Gengar here. Gastly mentioned that this cave was originally brimming with ghost-type energy, enough to sustain the entire colony. Even some Gastly with good innate quality could evolve into Haunter. However, since Jangar's arrival, the energy in the cave began to decrease drastically. So much so that even those who had already evolved into Haunter reverted back to their former Gastly form, which is extremely harmful to a Pokémon. Gengar, being the final evolutionary stage of Gastly and Haunter, naturally exerts great pressure on them. And moreover, this isn't just any Gengar; with such high innate quality, the Gastly, most of whom are of red quality, stand no chance of resisting its influence. To avoid being absorbed by Gengar, the Gastly were forced to move to the outer areas of the cave. Even though the energy is much scarcer there, it's still something. Cain carefully picked up the Pokeball marked with the R from his belt. The Pokeball switch was already locked, obviously to prevent Gengar from coming out on its own and absorbing the surrounding energy. As soon as he lifted the Pokeball, a thread of black mist began to float from the base of the pillar. Is this such dense ghost-type energy? Cain observed the mist with curiosity. As if confirming what Cain had said, the black mist was instantly absorbed by the Pokeball. Through the partially visible parts of the Pokeball, Gengar could be seen comfortably resting inside while absorbing the Ghost-type energy. In Cain's system data, there was a small but noticeable improvement in Gengar's attributes, though it wasn't very significant. Did Umbra leave Gengar here to increase its level? Or perhaps to heal some injury? These were the only reasons Cain could imagine for Umbra leaving Gengar in this place. He didn't believe Umbra had left Gengar there just to test it. However, this wasn't something Cain needed to consider. His mission was simply to take the Pokeball back. Now, Cain wondered if he should try digging around the stone pillar to see what was producing such dense ghost-type energy. But after thinking it over, he decided not to. First, because this place wasn't like Tyranitar's cave, where there were no other Pokémon to oppose his actions. The Gastly at the entrance were carefully watching Cain, worried that he might do something to affect their home. If Cain tried to remove the pillar, the first to oppose him would be the Gastly. This pillar was their main source of sustenance. If it were destroyed, many Gastly would die, and those who survived would lose any chance of growth. Additionally, Cain suspected that if Umbra, an elite-level trainer, hadn't touched the pillar, there was surely a good reason for it. If a trainer of his level had decided not to act, Cain also thought it best not to get involved. In the end, Cain decided to leave the pillar alone, hoping that perhaps in the future he could return and discover more. He placed Gengar's Pokeball back on his belt. Seeing Cain put away the Pokeball, the Gastly, who had been holding back, slowly approached, deeply inhaling the ghost-type energy that had begun to disperse into the air. This restored some of their vitality. Meanwhile, Slowpoke, who had been by Cain's side the entire time, frowned. Since Cain had picked up Gengar's Pokeball and the energy began to expand, Slowpoke had felt uncomfortable, as if it were being enveloped by an increasing heat that was slowly melting it. "Thank you, young human," said the old Gastly sincerely. Cain noticed Slowpoke's discomfort and suggested they continue the conversation outside. The old Gastly also noticed Slowpoke's unease and followed them to the exit. Once outside, Slowpoke finally relaxed, leaving behind the oppressive sensation it had experienced inside the cave. "Young human, now that you've fulfilled what we asked of you, tell me, what is it that you're looking for?" asked the old Gastly, with a somewhat anxious tone. Cain had a curious expression. At first, he didn't know that the old Gastly's request coincided with what he had already intended to do. But now that he had completed the task, the old Gastly was asking him what he was seeking. "Well, have you seen any stone about the size of a palm that contains a great amount of energy? It doesn't matter what type of energy, whether fire, water, electric, anything will do," Cain said after thinking about it. He decided to take advantage of the situation and ask for something else. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Dusk Stone. To be honest, Cain didn't really want to take advantage of the Gastly. After all, although they appeared cunning and terrifying, after a brief period of interaction, he discovered that Gastly were not very different from other Pokémon. They were also a simple and honest species, although their appearance might not seem so benevolent. What Cain mentioned was, in fact, the Evolution Stone. Whether or not the Gastly had seen it before, he was only going to mention it once. Being able to obtain the mission item smoothly and teach Slowpoke the telepathy skill had already fulfilled his goal. What surprised Cain was that after he finished speaking, the old Gastly, with a strange expression, pulled out 2 black stones from a corner of the cave, floated over to Cain, and said, Are you talking about these stones?" Cain watched as the Gastly used gases to form 2 virtual hands in the air, holding 2 black stones in its gaseous hands, stones known as Dusk stones. Cain couldn't help but be speechless. He had only spoken without much intention, and didn't expect the Gastly to actually pull out evolution stones, much less 2 at once. The first to react upon seeing the 2 Dusk stones in the Gastly's hands was Murkrow, who made a slight sound and then tugged on Cain's pant leg with its claw. Murkrow stared at the 2 Dusk stones, and though it didn't know why, a deep desire arose within, telling it that it must obtain those 2 strange stones. Those stones could make it much stronger, to the point where it would experience a qualitative change. Although it didn't know why it had that thought, Murkrow tugged at Cain's pant leg again, signaling that it needed those stones. Cain looked at Murkrow, knelt down, and gently stroked its feathers, softly saying, "Murkrow, I know, but don't rush. It's not time for you to use these stones yet." Hearing Cain's voice, Murkrow also calmed down. Although the thought persisted in its mind, it knew Cain wouldn't hurt it. All it had to do was follow Cain's instructions. Cain also understood why Murkrow was so excited. It was a kind of instinct in its blood. With a Dusk stone, it could evolve into Honchkrow, and its power would increase tremendously. But according to Cain's plan, Murkrow was still far from meeting the conditions necessary for evolution. Evolving now would be a total waste of its exceptional talent and potential. Originally, Cain had no intention of coveting the Gastless evolution stones, but he didn't expect the old Gastly to be so direct. He barely mentioned the stones, and Gastly actually pulled out 2 Dusk stones. Oh, right. Cain had a small idea and quietly activated the system in his mind. The quality of the 2 Dusk stones was scanned and revealed. Dusk stone, mid-level. A magical stone that allows specific Pokémon to evolve. It is black as night and can slightly enhance the Pokémon's potential. Dusk stone, initial level. A magical stone that allows specific Pokémon to evolve. It is black as night. It enables the Pokémon to evolve, but does not optimize its potential. As I thought, just like in my past life, even evolution stones have different qualities that affect their effects. A mid-level evolution stone can slightly enhance a Pokémon's potential. If Murkrow uses a mid-level evolution stone, its potential might increase even more after evolving. Reaching dark green quality wouldn't be impossible. Cain reflected silently. So what if it were a higher-level evolution stone? Cain couldn't help but think of the possibility. Although the chances of finding a high-level evolution stone were very low, Murkrow wasn't at the point where it needed to evolve yet. It could wait, right? Without rejecting the offer, Cain silently stowed the 2 evolution stones into his Team Rocket belt and said, "Thank you. It's only fair. You help us, and we help you. Besides, these 2 stones are of no use to us. We only kept them because they contain too much power, otherwise, we wouldn't have found what you were looking for so quickly." The old Gastly explained. Cain nodded slightly. In fact, Dusk stones are only effective for Pokémon that need an evolution stone to evolve, and they serve no special purpose for the Gastly. After finishing, the old Gastly's eyes filled with dark energy. A visible gas began to spread from its body towards Slowpoke. Caw! Seeing what the old Gastly was doing, Murkrow was alarmed and prepared to attack. After all, Slowpoke was its companion, and Murkrow wouldn't allow anyone to hurt it. Cain raised a hand to stop the tense Murkrow, who was ready to attack, and observed the old Gastly, narrowing his eyes. Although he didn't know what Gastly was doing, he suspected it had to do with telepathy, and besides, Slowpoke wasn't showing any signs of resistance. They didn't have to wait long. The dark gas disappeared from Slowpoke's body and slowly returned to Gastly. "All done, I've taught him telepathy." The old Gastly's voice echoed in Cain's mind again. Just as he had suspected, it was teaching Slowpoke how to use telepathy. His talent is very high, he just needed a guide. The old Gastly continued, "I can sense great power within him, but he hasn't fully mastered it. You'll need to guide him well, human." Cain nodded. He knew Slowpoke had immense talent, but didn't expect it hadn't yet reached its limit. "Master." Suddenly, a voice like that of a child appeared in Cain's mind. Cain looked at Slowpoke in surprise, whose eyes emitted a faint blue glow. Evidently, that was its voice. "Is that you, Slowpoke?" Cain asked. Slowpoke nodded, but didn't use telepathy again. It seemed it wasn't yet used to the ability, and being naturally shy, wasn't very talkative. Cain patted Slowpoke's soft pale pink head and smiled encouragingly, saying, "Don't worry, we'll take it slow. You'll learn how to use it eventually." "Ham." Slowpoke's voice echoed again. Judging by human standards, Slowpoke was probably like an adorable child. Murkrow also heard Slowpoke's voice in its mind. As Pokémon, they didn't need mental communication, but it found it quite interesting. Murkrow flew around Slowpoke a few times, curious that its companion had learned such a fun ability, making Slowpoke feel a little embarrassed. Telepathy is a very special ability. It doesn't mean you can learn another species' language, but rather it's a form of mental communication. The voice you hear is just a mental simulation, not actual verbal communication. With that, Cain's journey was nearly complete. He was very satisfied with the results, the most valuable being the acquisition of the Larvitar Egg. Although it was said that it couldn't hatch, as long as the egg wasn't dead, there must be a way to hatch it, he just needed to find it. The second major achievement was obtaining the 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk, which were an enormous fortune. If elite trainers knew about it, they might be tempted to act. After that, the 2 Dusk stones were an unexpected reward. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Reward, Gastly. Following the old Gastly, Cain and his team slowly walked out of the cave, which was as complex as a labyrinth. The Gastly they encountered along the way no longer looked at them with hostility, on the contrary, there seemed to be a sense of familiarity. Even Slowpoke began to feel sympathy for them. Upon reaching the entrance of a new cave, the old Gastly stopped. Inside, there were many Gastly gathered together. Cain looked at the old Gastly curiously. By now, they should be guiding them out of the cave, but instead, they had been led to another area. However, it didn't seem like the Gastly were going to attack them, as there was no need to. If they did try, the Gastly surely knew it would be a fight ending in losses for both sides. Before Cain could ask, the old Gastly spoke. "I mentioned before that if you helped us with something, we would give you a reward." Saying this, it floated further inside, gesturing for Cain and his team to follow. As they entered, the Gastly in the cave curiously watched them, gradually surrounding them. Seeing the Gastless behavior, Cain frowned. Although he didn't know what the old Gastly was planning, being surrounded as if they were animals on display made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Here are all our companions willing to join you. You can choose one of them to become your Pokémon," the old Gastly finally said, revealing what the reward was. Cain was left speechless. It turned out the reward the old Gastly had mentioned for completing the task was letting Cain choose a Gastly. For the old Gastly, allowing Cain to take a Gastly was beneficial for both parties. When the old Gastly was young, it had ventured into the human world and had been a companion to a person. However, at that time, human living conditions were difficult, and due to many lurking crises, that person didn't survive long, dying in an accident. Afterward, the old Gastly returned to the place where it was born. For the old Gastly, who had visited the human world, humans were not a mystery. In those days, humans and Pokémon helped each other, and that's how they managed to survive under harsh living conditions. Typically, wild Pokémon that received help from humans grew at an astonishing rate, much faster than they would have on their own in the wild. The old Gastly knew that while life here was carefree, it also meant there wouldn't be any special growth. It was difficult for any Gastly to become particularly strong, and even evolving into Haunter was a challenge, let alone reaching Gengar. Allowing a Gastly to follow a human was an idea the old Gastly had had since seeing the Gengar that ruled over the area where they lived. Then Cain arrived, and since Cain left a good impression on him, the old Gastly decided to let Cain choose a Gastly as his Pokémon. The Gastly present had been curious when they saw Cain and his team, as it was the first time they had seen a human. These Gastly were relatively young and had grown up hearing the old Gastler stories, so upon hearing about the human world, they felt a certain fascination. Seeing a human for the first time, their curiosity was hard to contain. Cain's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He never imagined, nor did it even cross his mind, that the old Gastly would allow him to choose a Gastly as his Pokémon. Gastly was a Pokémon that Cain had always liked, both when he played video games on Earth and in his previous life as a member of Team Rocket. Although it was a ghost and not particularly pretty, that didn't diminish Cain's enthusiasm for Gastly, or more precisely, for its final evolved form, Gengar. First, Gengar has very high base stat values in special attack and speed, which perfectly aligns with Cain's growth direction and battle style requirements. Additionally, Gengar is a ghost and poison-type Pokémon with a highly versatile battle style. Often, with the right strategy, it's possible to defeat stronger opponents. The most important thing is that Gengar is a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. Upon Mega Evolving, it becomes a special attack cannon, with terrifying output power. For now, Slowpoke is the main one responsible for Cain's personal security, but when he enters the human world, there will be places where openly carrying Pokémon won't be allowed. In the event of a surprise attack, there might not even be time to throw a Pokeball. However, if Cain had a Gastly, it could hide in his shadow and always be ready to protect him, capable of facing any unexpected situation. When the old Gastly mentioned that Cain could choose a Gastly, it was as if he had read Cain's mind. Ever since he entered this cave and encountered the Gastly, Cain had been tempted to capture one with good potential for his team. But as more and more Gastly appeared, Cain suppressed the idea, as capturing one and leaving the cave without issue would be extremely difficult. Moreover, a Gastly captured under such circumstances would be very difficult to train and might even become uncontrollable. However, the old Gastly's reward hit the mark, and Cain decided that if among all those Gastly there was one with the potential he was looking for, he would capture it and take it with him. Of course, if there wasn't a Gastly that met his requirements, he'd rather not take one at all, as he didn't want to waste resources training a mediocre Pokémon. Cain follows an elite training philosophy, and his standards for Pokémon are high. Since his resources are not abundant, he prefers to train fewer Pokémon but ensure each one is capable of performing excellently. Even so, Cain felt he was taking advantage of the Gastly, and seeing them so happy made him feel a little uncomfortable, the first time since his rebirth that a Pokémon had made him feel this way. Cain nodded toward the old Gastly, who returned his nod with a curious look. For others, selecting a Pokémon with good potential from hundreds of Gastly might be extremely difficult, but for Cain, who had a system, it was nothing more than scanning several times. As his eye scanned the place, multiple data screens appeared before him. Most of the Gastly had red potential, some orange, and only one or two had pale yellow, all with lower potential than the old Gastly. Cain's frown deepened. If all the Gastly in this community had this level of potential, it wasn't worth capturing one to train, as it would be a waste of resources. Seeing Cain frown, the old Gastly asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you found a suitable one?" With so many Gastly there, the fact that Cain hadn't found one that interested him surprised the old Gastly a bit, though that wasn't the whole group, it represented nearly half. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Gastly's capture. Upon hearing this, Cain nodded, not wanting to insist further. He was about to turn around and leave with Murkrow and Slowpoke, as he wasn't really forcing the situation, so he didn't feel any disappointment. There was no Gastly here that met his requirements, but he knew he would find one somewhere else eventually. Seeing Cain's actions, the old Gastly hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a firm decision and approached one of the nearby Gastly, speaking a few words to it. "Wait a moment, there are a few more that haven't arrived yet," said the old Gastly, stopping Cain, who was about to leave. Cain was surprised but nodded. After waiting for a moment, a Gastly arrived with a few other Gastly into the cave. Seeing the new Gastly arrive, Cain's eyes lit up. Just by looking at them superficially, he could already tell they were different from the previous ones. First, their attitude was more lively, their eyes had more brightness, the purple gas surrounding them was denser, and their smiles couldn't hide their enthusiasm. A spark flashed in Cain's eyes, and the system began showing him the information about these Gastly. Yellow, yellow, dark yellow, yellow, light green, dark green, Cain murmured in his mind as each data card appeared for the Gastly, becoming more and more surprised until he finally saw the card for the last Gastly, which turned out to be dark green. Pokémon. Gastly, dark green. Gender? Male. Level 10. Type: Ghost plus Poison. Ability: Levitate. Held item: None. Egg moves: Fire Punch, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves: Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look. Learned moves: Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Skill Swap, Snore. TM moves. None. The old Gastly, seeing that Cain had fixed his gaze on a specific Gastly, sighed and said, "It seems you can judge the quality of Pokémon. This Gastly is the most talented in our tribe and has been our main focus for training. Originally, we wanted it to grow here and become the tribe's leader when I'm no longer around." Cain was surprised, not because the old Gastly could see that he could evaluate Pokémon, but because of what he said about this Gastly. Although its level wasn't very high, it had learned many advanced moves, which was the result of extraordinary talent and dedicated training. The Gastly Cain had been watching also noticed his gaze and curiously looked him in the eyes. It was the first time it had seen a human. It had a great desire to explore the human world that the old leader often spoke about. When it learned that a human had arrived in their territory, it was excited and wanted to meet him immediately. But the old leader had stopped it at first, though for some unknown reason, they finally brought it here, and it was able to see the human it had longed to meet. It's decided, it'll be him. I believe he has great potential. With that, Cain approached the highest quality Gastly without hesitation. The old Gastly smiled sadly but didn't stop him. Since he had decided to allow these exceptional Gastly to be presented, he knew he wouldn't interfere with Cain's choice. He just didn't expect Cain to have such a good eye and pick the most talented one right away. "Very well," said the old Gastly with resignation, though he felt his heart break. Cain walked up to the Gastly and smiled, asking, "Would you like to come with me and explore the vast and colorful outside world?" KK tilde. Hearing Cain's proposal, the Gastly was momentarily stunned. It looked at the leader, and seeing no opposition, it nodded excitedly. Cain smiled even more widely. He took a super ball from his Team Rocket belt and said to Gastly, "If you agree, enter here." Murkrow and Slowpoke were also watching the Gastly, excited. They knew they would soon have a new companion, which made them genuinely happy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Gastly slowly approached the super ball Cain held, gently touched the button in the center, and was absorbed in a beam of red light. Click! With a crisp sound, Gastly was captured without offering any resistance. Cain smiled with satisfaction. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to capture such a high-quality Gastly, which had clearly been trained with great care. He was more than pleased. At the same time, a weight was lifted from his shoulders. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry so much about being ambushed. The old Gastly watched nostalgically as the most talented Gastly in their tribe was captured by Cain. Though it pained him, he had already made the decision and wouldn't change it for the sake of the tribe, even though there was no turning back now. Cain released the newly captured Gastly and said, "Welcome to the team. Gastly, I hope we can work well together." Craw tilde? Yadden tilde. Murkrow and Slowpoke also joined in the welcome with smiles. Cake tilde? The Gastly, who seemed very active and energetic, began circling around Cain, Murkrow, and Slowpoke, clearly happy with its new situation. Though it seemed younger than Murkrow and Slowpoke, its attitude was more immature, which made Cain smile. Perhaps this would add some energy to the team in the future. The old Gastly sighed in resignation, though he tried to maintain a facade of magnanimity, while enduring the pain in his heart. Seeing how happy Gastly was gave him a bit of relief. After capturing Gastly, the old Gastly finally led Cain and his Pokémon toward the entrance of the cold, damp cave. Seeing the sunlight again, feeling its warmth on his skin, brought a deep sense of relief. After all, anyone who spends a long time in a damp, dark underground world, surrounded by ghosts, would feel uncomfortable. Cain stretched, hearing his joints crack, and prepared to say goodbye to the old Gastly. When he looked back, he saw that the old Gastly had stayed far inside the cave, avoiding the sunlight. Though it wasn't afraid of the light, as a ghost, it clearly didn't like it. Gastly also seemed uncomfortable with the sun, though it showed no signs of physical discomfort. "Gastly, you'd better hide in my shadow for now," Cain said with a smile. Though he had just captured it, Cain already fully trusted Gastly. Gastly nodded, knowing the shadow was much more comfortable than being in the sun. Besides, after living in a cave, there wasn't much difference between being in a shadow, though it was smaller, but for him, that was enough. Cain didn't put Gastly in a Pokeball, considering that one of its main functions would be to protect him at all times. So he decided it was better for Gastly to get used to it from the start. He gave a small wave to the old Gastly, signaling that he was leaving. After all, he planned to return sooner or later. The mysterious stone pillar in the cave alone was enough reason to come back. Besides, now that he was taking Gastly with him, he would surely return one day to show off his achievements. That day, he would surprise everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 60. The Divine Move, Teleport. As Cain and the others walked away, the old Gastly remained at the entrance of the cave for a long time. In the end, as if sighing, he returned to the cave alone, his silhouette reflecting an inexplicable melancholy. Shortly after, in a place where the old Gastly couldn't see them, Cain and his team were standing under a tree, all looking at Slowpoke. Cain gently patted Slowpoke's back and, with a smile, said, "Slowpoke, use teleport to take us back. Don't push yourself too hard, go as far as you can and conserve your energy." That's right, Cain had no intention of retracing their steps. It was at least a 3-day journey back to the Team Rocket base from here, something they couldn't cover all at once. Luckily, Cain had already accounted for Slowpoke's use of teleport, or he wouldn't have been so calm and relaxed while training as they advanced. There's no doubt that teleport is a god-tier move for survival in the wild. Slowpoke's telepathy was not yet fully developed, so he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, enveloping Cain and the others in his psychic power, even covering Gastly, who was in Cain's shadow, with his energy. Gastly began to take form in Cain's shadow, curiosity in his eyes. It was the first time he'd been pulled directly out of a shadow. Ignoring Gastly's curious gaze, Slowpoke focused on locking in the coordinates. Teleporting so many beings over a long distance all at once was quite a burden for him at this point. As his psychic power intensified, Slowpoke's eyes shone brighter. With a flash of his energy, the entire group disappeared from the spot. Apart from a single leaf that slowly fell, there was no trace left of Cain and his companions. Boom! In a part of the forest on Test Island, Cain and his team suddenly appeared, having just arrived via teleport. Cain shook his head slightly. The sudden shift in space left him a little dizzy, though his resilience had greatly improved. However, for Pokémon like Murkrow and Gastly, it had no effect at all. Plop! With a light thud, Slowpoke, a bit exhausted, couldn't maintain his floating position and fell to the ground, showing signs of fatigue. Luckily, Cain had warned him at the start, so it wasn't severe, just mental exhaustion. Slowpoke, start meditating, meaning, use calm mind. Recover since you've pushed yourself quite a bit. Cain was serious. Although he wasn't entirely sure where they were, seeing how tired Slowpoke was, they must be very far from the Gastly cave. Slowpoke nodded, using the last of his psychic power to return the egg incubator to Cain before lying down on the ground. A mysterious psychic wave enveloped him as he began to meditate. Without worrying about their location or potential dangers, Slowpoke started meditating, trusting his trainer. Murkrow, Gastly, keep watch over the area. If anything approaches, attack immediately, Cain ordered firmly. Caw! Cake. Murkrow and Gastly nodded, fully aware of the importance of their teammates' safety. Even Gastly, who had just joined, was putting in his best effort on watch duty. Gastly, go scout around using the shadows. Don't engage in fights, just check for any powerful Pokémon, Cain told Gastly. Not knowing where they were, sending Gastly to scout was a necessary measure. Hee. Gastly nodded. Although he was very curious about the outside world, he knew that the safety of his teammates was the most important thing right now. He slowly disappeared into the shadows of the trees, going to explore. In a forest filled with shadows, he had the freedom to move as he pleased. Meanwhile, Cain sat down next to Slowpoke, unconcerned about the dirt on the ground, and examined the incubator he held. Inside was the Larvitar Egg. The incubator's indicators showed everything was in perfect condition, with some values even above average, but the hatching time was still unknown. Now, with the incubator technology confirming that the Larvitar Egg wasn't ready to hatch, Cain felt a bit frustrated. How can I get you to hatch? It's such a headache, Cain muttered to the egg in his hand. Time passed quickly, and when the sun started to set, Gastly returned. Using the forms created by his gas, Gastly communicated to Cain the information about the Pokémon and special areas he had found. With Gastly's description, Cain finally understood where they were. So, we're already in Scyther territory. No wonder Slowpoke is so exhausted, Cain thought. They were actually on the outskirts of Scyther territory. Just a little further and they would have left the territory of these Pokémon. It wasn't surprising they hadn't encountered any powerful Pokémon in all that time. The Scyther, known for their love of combat, were rarely challenged by other Pokémon because regardless of the outcome, another Scyther would always appear to fight. If they won, a stronger Scyther would challenge them. If they lost, a weaker one would come to fight them until they were completely worn out. This constant battle frenzy would make any wild Pokémon tremble just thinking about it. However, for Cain, this meant he could relax. If Scyther was the strongest Pokémon in the area, he was confident enough to leave without much trouble. Moreover, the base wasn't far. If they hurried, they could reach it in a day. Of course, if Slowpoke used Teleport again after resting, they would get there even faster. Finally, when the sun was just brushing the tops of the trees, Slowpoke recovered. Although each use of Teleport drained much of his psychic energy, the benefits were huge. For example, the first time he used it, he could only teleport a few kilometers before exhausting himself, but this time he had covered more than 100 kilometers, a growth nearly tenfold. The most important thing was that this time, after using Teleport, he still had energy left to deal with any unexpected situations. Of course, he wouldn't always grow so dramatically, but his understanding of the move Teleport had definitely improved considerably. When Slowpoke opened his eyes again, the brightness and vitality in them made it clear that he had gained a lot this time. Slowpoke, how do you feel now? Cain was the first to notice Slowpoke's recovery, and seeing his renewed energy, he felt relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Using Teleport again. Master, I'm fine, I feel great now. Slowpoke's eyes gleamed with a blue light, and a telepathic voice echoed directly in Cain's mind. Hearing the youthful voice of Slowpoke, Cain couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed like Slowpoke was truly in good shape. Not only did he show no signs of weakness, but even his previously inconsistent telepathy now seemed to flow much more smoothly. Cain reached out and stroked Slowpoke's pink head, smiling, "Next time, don't push yourself too hard, listen to what I say." Yadong Slowpoke, enjoying the pat on his head, made a sound of contentment. Then, his eyes sparkled again, and in Cain's mind, he said, "Master, I'm fully recovered now. I can use Teleport once more, and it won't be like last time." Oh. Cain's eyes lit up, clearly surprised by Slowpoke's words. If they could teleport again, they would be very close to the base. However, Teleport only allows movement to places that have already been visited, so the closest location to the base where Slowpoke could teleport them would be the area around the waterfall they had been at before. Calculating the distance, it certainly wasn't far, especially compared to the distance they had covered this time. Cain was confident that once Slowpoke was fully recovered, teleporting that short distance wouldn't be difficult for him. So he didn't stop him and nodded with a smile. "All right, let's do it again, and then we'll prepare dinner." After speaking, he signaled to Murkrow, who had been keeping watch in the tree. Once Murkrow swooped down, Cain said, "Murkrow, Slowpoke has recovered, and we're going to use Teleport again. Gastly, come out too." Since finishing his exploration of the surroundings, Gastly had been hiding in Cain's shadow, a place he found very comfortable. Gastly slowly floated out of the shadow, circling around Slowpoke, curious about his special abilities. Yadong Slowpoke made a sound, connecting telepathically with Gastly. It was clear that, as one of the older members of the team, Slowpoke felt a certain responsibility toward the younger, newer companion. "All right, Gastly, don't bother Slowpoke." "Slowpoke, go ahead," Cain said with a smile after watching Gastly play around for a bit. Gastly, being the newest member of the team, was clearly a bit immature. He may have lived for quite some time, but in terms of a gastless age, he was still a child, and with his mischievous nature, he hadn't yet started serious training, so Cain allowed him a bit more freedom. Upon hearing Cain, Gastly obediently floated to his side, as if to say, "Look, I'm being good." After Gastly moved aside, Slowpoke began using Teleport again. Clearly, he had gained more experience, as the activation time for the move was shorter, and his energy control was much more precise. When they opened their eyes again, they were in another forest. Looking around, Cain tried to recall where they were. Compared to their quick passage through Scyther territory, where they hadn't paid much attention to the surroundings, Cain remembered this place very clearly. This was where Cain and Murkrow had been chased by a pack of Raticates, which had led Cain to meet Slowpoke at that fateful crossroads. Murkrow also clearly recognized the place, descending from the sky and pointing out some remnants on the ground to Cain. I know, that's where the Raticates were chasing us, and we built those barricades to stop them." Cain smiled, patting Murkrow's wing as he spoke. "Kak." Hearing this, Gastly became intrigued and started asking Murkrow questions. As the oldest member of the team, and thus the veteran, Murkrow began recounting to Gastly the circumstances they had faced and how he fought his way through the Raticates, defeating many of them. Cain smiled and shook his head. Gastly's arrival had clearly made his Pokémon more lively. Murkrow, being Cain's first Pokémon, had always carried the most pressure, being a reliable and battle-hungry companion, though he didn't speak much. Slowpoke, as the second to join, was relatively shy but steady. When it was just the two of them, they often exchanged only a few words before everything fell silent. But Gastly, with his mischievous and playful nature, had become a mediator between Murkrow and Slowpoke, causing both Pokémon, who normally didn't talk much, to start communicating more freely. Although Cain didn't want to interrupt their rare communication, the sun was about to set, and if they didn't light a fire soon, it would be harder to move around at night. "All right, stop for a moment. Murkrow, go hunt some rabbits or wild pheasants. Gastly, gather some firewood. Slowpoke, use your psychic power to set up the tent." Cain interrupted their conversation and assigned the tasks. Murkrow and the others stopped chatting immediately. They didn't show any complaints at Cain's orders and quickly set out to complete their tasks. That night, they sat around the fire. Murkrow, satisfied after the meal, lay on the ground unwilling to move, and Slowpoke, too, didn't want to do anything after eating. Only Gastly remained full of energy and very active. As a ghost-type Pokémon, he didn't need to eat, though he could consume energy Pokeblocks. However, Cain had not yet prepared specific Pokeblocks for Gastly, so his meal for the day consisted of residual energy from the beasts Murkrow had hunted. During the meal, seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke eating so enthusiastically, Gastly became curious, wondering what was so special about the food that his older teammates enjoyed it so much. However, after trying once to put food in his mouth only for it to fall to the ground immediately, Gastly decided not to insist. After resting for a bit following dinner, Cain said, "All right, we've rested enough. Before bed, let's do some exercises to digest the food." At these words, Murkrow and Slowpoke automatically stood up, accustomed to waiting for Cain's training plan. Gastly, though not knowing what to do, imitated the others and stood still. Murkrow, 50 uses of Dark Pulse and 100 of Wing Attack, targeting that big tree. Cain pointed to a large tree, assigning Murkrow's night training. Slowpoke, continue training your psychic power. Today you need to lift 5 rocks, 500 times. As Slowpoke's psychic power was increasing rapidly, Cain immediately raised the requirements of his training. "As for you, Gastly." Cain paused for a moment to think. "Today you'll just do sprints. Use your speed to run back and forth between those 2 trees. Let's do 2,000 representatives first. I want to see what your stamina is like." End of chapter. Chapter 62. Gastly's Growth Direction. Gastly was participating in training for the first time, so Cain couldn't precisely estimate the right amount of training for him. Thus, he assigned a quantity that he deemed reasonable. After that, Gastly went off to train on his own. The first move Murkrow trained was Dark Pulse, focusing on concentrating Dark-type energy into a single point to maximize the attack's damage. Then, he practiced Wing Attack, which is currently Murkrow's most powerful Flying-type move. Part of the move's damage comes from concentrating flying energy into the wings to increase their power, while another part relies on physical strength and the impact of the flapping. As for Slowpoke, being a water and psychic-type Pokémon, although he has decent aquatic talent, his psychic talent is much greater. That's why Cain has always focused on training his psychic power. With enough development in this aspect, and complementing it with water-type moves, Slowpoke would become a kind of mobile cannon, capable of controlling and attacking, in addition to having good defense and endurance. Gastly, being a ghost and poison-type Pokémon, although he has a high special attack value, his strategy shouldn't be based on quick battles, but rather on wars of attrition. By using the persistence of the ghost type and the continuous damage of the poison type, the longer the battle lasts, the greater the damage he inflicts on the opponent. Of course, he first has to survive the opponent's attacks. Although Gastly has high special attack and speed stats, his endurance is very low. If he faces a Pokémon that counters him, he could be defeated in a single hit. Therefore, the main thing for Gastly is to survive in battle, and then attack. The longer he survives, the more damage he will cause. In addition to his special attack, Gastly shouldn't waste his talent in speed. The more speed he has, the longer he will survive. Moreover, Gastly can learn a variety of control moves and techniques that irritate the opponent, further increasing his ability to prolong the battle. In Cain's strategy, if Gastly masters the moves Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Rest, and Sleep Talk, along with the poison-type move Toxic, his strategy will be complete. He could even wear down higher-level Pokémon over time. Thus, Gastly is, in fact, the main offensive Pokémon in Cain's team. Murkrow isn't built for long battles, and Slowpoke is too slow, making him easy to counter, but these problems don't apply to Gastly. If we consider Gastly's future evolution into Gengar, and if he manages to obtain a compatible Mega Stone, then battles against higher-level or higher-quality opponents will be possible. When Cain appeared once again at the entrance to Team Rocket's base, a day had passed. From Raticate's territory to the Team Rocket base, it took a full day to arrive. Of course, not all the time was spent traveling, most of the time was spent training the Pokémon's moves and leveling them up. The one who progressed the most was Gastly, who originally had the lowest level. With the help of Murkrow and Slowpoke, Gastly, who fought against higher-level Pokémon, quickly increased his level. In just one day, he went from level 10 to level 14. Thanks to the intense battles and the influence of Murkrow and Slowpoke, Gastly, who was already restless, became a fervent fighter, eager to battle any Pokémon. This passion was what allowed him to level up 4 times in just one day. Slowpoke and Murkrow also leveled up, reaching levels 22 and 20 respectively. The main reason was that Gastly caused many problems. He encountered powerful Pokémon and provoked them, and when they attacked him, he sought out Murkrow and Slowpoke for revenge, which naturally resulted in their levels increasing. After a full day of battles, they finally returned. Slowpoke, it's not convenient for you to be here. Rest a bit in your Pokeball, Cain said, taking out Slowpoke's Super Ball. Being a shiny Pokémon, even though he's pink, he's still very eye-catching. Anyone could notice him immediately, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, Cain decided to store him. Of course, Cain wasn't worried about other trainers, but about some Team Rocket members on the island. They are the ones who have truly survived fire and blood, and if the reward is big enough, they might take the risk. Figures like Viper and Umbra might not be interested, but their stronger subordinates could be unpredictable. Cain handed the incubator with the Larvitar Egg to Gastly, to keep it in his shadow, and then, along with Murkrow, confidently entered Team Rocket's base. The long, familiar hallway no longer caused him the same oppression as before. They say that when your power increases, your perspective on the world changes. This perfectly describes Cain's situation. He now has 2 level 20 Pokémon with great aptitude, in addition to Gastly, who, although he is level 14, has outstanding talent. He also possesses treasures like the geocentric purifying milk and the Dusk stone. He has both Pokémon and resources, so he no longer sees the world from the perspective of a mere apprentice. The pressure of Team Rocket no longer weighs on him as much. With an entirely different attitude from when he first revived, Cain exited the long hallway of the base. Unlike his first return, when everything was desolate, this time the Team Rocket Plaza was bustling with people in a hurry. Not only trainers but also Team Rocket soldiers seemed to be busy with something, going back and forth. When Cain entered the base, several observers disappeared from the plaza. Although he didn't pay much attention, at least 3 or 4 people saw him. Interesting, it seems the base has gotten more complicated. Cain smiled. Thanks to these informants, in no time, the news of Cain's return to the base spread among the strong trainers. A group quickly emerged from the dormitory area and, led by their captain, headed straight for the plaza. Each was accompanied by at least one Pokémon, and the leader had 2. They all displayed various emotions, nervousness, excitement, fear, but they moved as quickly as possible, afraid to miss something. When the leader reached the plaza and saw Cain in the center, he ran even faster, followed closely by the others, whose expressions grew increasingly complex. "Mr. Cain, you've returned." The leader was the trainer Cain had spared in the wild, Sky, to whom he had given the coughing that belonged to Shorosh. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Rewards and Punishments. At this moment, beside Sky was an Ekans that originally belonged to him, and a coughing that clearly showed an expression of fear. He quickly walked towards Cain and knelt down on one knee. Behind him, about 20 people followed and also knelt down on one knee, shouting loudly, "Sir Cain!" This unified shout echoed throughout the plaza, attracting the attention of those busy with their tasks. Seeing that the figure standing was Cain and that those kneeling were Sky and his group, everyone showed a look of understanding. Cain slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing at Sky, who was kneeling respectfully on the ground, and the 20 people behind him. Some of these people were familiar to Cain. They used to be loners with considerable strength. The system scanned the information of these people's Pokémon, and Cain took a quick look. He noticed that the average level of their Pokémon had reached level 17, and their aptitudes were quite decent. Although 2 of them had Pokémon with orange aptitude, their level was relatively high. Cain nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. He realized that he needed to reassess Sky's ability to handle tasks, as in just a few days, he had managed to gather considerable strength. Moreover, Sky had managed to tame Shorosh coughing, not only fully controlling it but also raising its level. "Stand up," Cain said after a moment of silence, in a calm tone. With Cain's words, Sky slowly stood up, then bowed and stood beside Cain, doing his best to keep his height below Cain's. Ekans and coughing showed expressions of fear as they closely followed Sky. In particular, coughing, upon looking at Cain and Murkrow, immediately averted his gaze, and his expression of fear intensified. The 20 men who had knelt behind Sky also hastily stood up. They kept their heads down, not daring to speak, watching Cain from the corner of their eyes, who was now their true leader. Some, clearly more nervous, discreetly wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Seeing that Cain showed no displeasure, they breathed a sigh of relief. "You've done well, Sky," Cain said with a smile after looking at Sky respectfully. "It's my duty, and it's all thanks to your reputation and this." Coughing, Sky responded, hesitating a little when mentioning coughing. He was considering whether or not to mention certain matters. Although he had gathered so many people in such a short time, he had used some less than honorable methods. Among the 20 people, some had been recruited by Shorosh during his time, and Sky had gathered them under Fox's command. Another part were loners who, for various reasons, decided that being a lone wolf was no longer a good option. Due to Cain's reputation and strength, they joined voluntarily. This group was the least afraid of Cain and had the fewest concerns about what Cain might do to them. However, the last group, which was clearly more nervous, was the most crucial. They were people Sky had forced to join through threats and promises, using Cain's actions and Shorosh coughing as proof. This last part was the main reason these individuals had reluctantly accepted. This group was the most afraid of Cain. Because, according to Sky's descriptions, Cain had been presented as a powerful, ruthless killer. In addition to the threats, there were also promises. Shorosh coughing was the best proof. Cain had rewarded Sky with this Pokémon, elevating Sky from being an individual of mid to high strength to one of the few at the top among the apprentices. This fact was what made Sky speak hesitantly. Although he hadn't spent much time interacting with Cain, what little he knew of him was learned after being defeated. Therefore, he wasn't sure how Cain would react to this situation. Hearing the hesitation in Sky's voice, Cain stared at him intensely for a moment, which made Sky, who had been calm, begin to feel uncomfortable. Sweat started to appear on his forehead. Only then did Cain look away. "I said you did well. I only care about the results, not the process," Cain said in a slightly more severe tone. Seeming to understand Sky's concerns, Cain, although not very interested in the details, felt the need to give him a subtle warning not to forget who was the boss. "Yes, yes," Sky responded as his already hunched posture bent even further. He didn't dare wipe the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. As for the 20 people standing beside him, they didn't dare breathe too loudly. They had clearly felt a strong aura of violence emanating from Cain, accompanied by a trace of murderous intent. They were awed by Cain's presence while adjusting their mental attitude. Cain was quite satisfied with the situation. Although he didn't know what method Sky had used to gather so many people, as he had said before, he only cared about the results, not the process. He had enough confidence to believe that he could control them. Besides, this was nothing more than a side move for him. The final outcome wouldn't have a major impact on his current situation. However, since it was already considered that he had a faction, it was necessary to make a gesture. "If you do a good job, there will be rewards. Give me your identity card later, and I'll transfer 1,000 points to you as a reward." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was 1,000 points. Most of those present had never seen so many points. For some, 1,000 points was an unreachable number, as even now, some didn't have 100 points on their cards. "And you, Fox, you've also done well. I'll reward you with 200 points, Cain continued. Rewards and punishments, that's the way to manage subordinates. Fox, visibly excited, couldn't believe he had also earned a reward in points. So far, after completing so many missions, he had barely accumulated just over 100 points. Now, in one go, he had received double his total. How could he not be happy? Everyone present turned their gaze to Fox, with varying expressions of envy and jealousy. At the same time, in their hearts, they firmly decided to do something that would please Cain, so they could also earn rewards in points. As for Sky, who received 1,000 points, everyone felt envy. However, they understood that there was a great difference in strength, and he was the person closest to Cain, practically his right-hand man. But for Fox, the envy was pure. After all, they were all pawns, and the only difference was that Fox had been recruited a little earlier, but had already received a reward of 200 points. Especially those who considered themselves stronger than Fox, they were the most jealous. It's only when people's positions and abilities are similar that comparisons become more apparent. Cain noticed their expressions and said, "As long as you behave well, there will be rewards. Then you can choose between points, Pokémon, items, whatever you want." Upon hearing these words, everyone was filled with excitement, eager to prove their loyalty immediately and complete tasks to earn all the rewards. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Xander's confusion. There's no need to mention the usefulness of points. They are the common currency within Team Rocket, far more practical than the League's currency. As for Pokémon, Sky, who is now Cain's administrator, holds his position today because he received a coughing as a reward from Cain. They believe that if they had such an excellent Pokémon, they too could take Sky's place. Items cover a broad range, from various berries and potions to rare moves and exotic treasures. Regarding Cain's promises, since Sky received 1,000 points, no one doubted the truth of his words. Thus, Cain has formed his own small faction on the Trial Island, or rather, a large faction among the participants. This is a characteristic style of Team Rocket. Under Giovanni, there are many factions, with smaller factions within the larger ones, competing and growing together. Giovanni transformed Team Rocket from a third-rate gang into the colossus that can now rival the league, and the factional rivalries have been a major reason for that. As long as the balance between factions is maintained, this vast power can be effectively managed. Moreover, Giovanni is an extremely confident person with a charisma that makes his subordinates compete only with each other, without any hint of rebellion. Of course, Giovanni's immense strength and the control of his powerful trump card, Mutuo, are also key factors. After teaching them a lesson and offering rewards and temptations, Cain had likewise ensured that this group would follow him without question. As long as his power was strong enough, all the small plots would be easily dealt with. "Let's go and prepare for when the trial begins," Cain said. "Yes, Lord Cain, we now have our own meeting place. The brothers in the dormitories have built a large hall as our base," Sky responded, bowing. "Oh." Cain's eyes lit up. Sky's ability to get things done was truly commendable. With Cain leading and Sky guiding them, the group headed toward the dormitories. "By the way, why are there so many people in the plaza? What are they doing?" As they walked, Cain suddenly recalled that the plaza, which was usually empty, was now filled with participants and Team Rocket soldiers bustling about. "This is because..." Sky hurriedly began to answer, but was interrupted midway. "This is because the trial rules have changed." Sky, who was about to get angry at being interrupted, immediately shut his mouth upon seeing who had approached. The person who interrupted Sky was Xander, who walked up with a group of people. With his white Team Rocket uniform, short light brown hair, and sharp eyes, Xander stared intensely at Cain. Xander stopped in front of Cain and continued, "The attack trial is just one part. If someone ranked lower believes they are stronger, they can challenge those ranked above them. If they win, they take their place. If they lose, they drop 10 ranks. Life or death won't be considered." When he mentioned life or death won't be considered, an intense murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xander viewed Cain as his only rival and didn't hide his desire to kill him. Cain merely smiled, paying no attention to Xander's murderous intent. At this point, unless Xander had a fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't be a match for Cain. "So, do you want to face me now?" Cain asked. Xander came with such momentum that even Sky thought he had come to fight, though Cain didn't think so. His words were just a joke. Cain knew a bit about Xander. Though he was someone who easily showed his emotions and had a strong desire to compete, he wasn't foolish. If they fought here, wouldn't it turn into a group battle? In that case, it would be hard to predict who would win, as in such chaotic situations, unexpected events were more likely to occur. HMPH. Xander let out a cold snort. What irritated him the most about Cain was his carefree attitude. "Don't think you're already number one. If you want me to challenge you, you'll have to be number one first." "Perhaps it'll be you challenging me." Cain smiled and replied, "Oh? Then I'll look forward to it." Cain's smile instantly ignited the anger in Xander's heart. Every time Xander approached with great momentum, he was met with Cain's indifference, like hitting empty air, which frustrated him deeply. "Move!" Seeing that Xander wasn't speaking or moving, just standing there with a red face, blocking his path, Cain spoke. Xander's face alternated between green and red, and his fists cracked. If it weren't for the trial happening today, he wouldn't have held back. A glance at the icons next to Xander said it all. The snake was coiled, its cold, narrow eyes fixed on Cain, awaiting Xander's command. However, while Xander had an icons, Cain had a Murkrow. Murkrow was also watching icons closely, ready to take it down at any moment. Murkrow was confident that if icons attacked, he would react faster and stop it. Unable to find words, Xander let out a roar of rage and stormed off with his icons and his followers. He realized that every time he confronted Cain, he only ended up humiliating himself. Cain completely ignored him, while he, time and again, desperately approached. As they left, Xander's face was grim, and none of his subordinates dared to speak. Xander, normally arrogant, had once again lost to Cain, and they didn't dare make a sound for fear of becoming the target of his wrath. Though Xander had to think twice before acting against Cain, he wouldn't be as lenient with them. Besides, they hoped Xander would lead them out of Trial Island. With his brother's power, they could have a good start in Team Rocket. But what they didn't know was that Xander had no intention of relying on his brother. He wanted to prove his worth on his own, and even if he left Trial Island, he would continue to depend on his own strength. Watching Xander's figure fade into the distance, Cain couldn't help but laugh. In truth, he didn't dislike Xander, although he was arrogant and extremely proud. As Cain always said, an honest villain is always better than a hypocrite. Of course, if Xander decided to be his enemy, Cain wouldn't show mercy. The distance from the plaza to the dormitory was just over 1,000 meters, but for the 20 people who had just joined, it felt like an entire day. The pressure of being around the number one was overwhelming. Moreover, they had encountered Xander along the way, and for a moment, they thought there would be a fight. They were even considering whether they should get involved if one broke out. Fortunately, it was just a scare. When they arrived at the hall Sky had mentioned, Cain was a little surprised. Although it was made of wood and looked rather rustic, its size exceeded Cain's expectations. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Completing the mission. Upon entering, the hall was quite spacious. In the center, an elevated platform had been built, and atop it, there was an imposing chair. Without hesitation, Cain headed directly for the chair and sat down. Murkrow, who followed him, flew to the top of the backrest, looking down at those present from above. Cain observed the 2 rows of people standing before him and couldn't help but feel surprised. No wonder so many people crave power and occupying a high position from which they can look down on others. The view from that position can indeed be addictive. Even in his previous life, Cain never had the opportunity to take a place like this, observing his subordinates. This was the first time he had experienced something like that. Sky was at the front of the group and stepped forward to speak. Lord Cain, we are now 25 people in total. Including you, we are 26. The average of our positions is around the 40th rank, and some are among the top 10 to 20. Here, we can consider ourselves a considerable force. Cain nodded without saying anything, signaling for Sky to continue. Additionally, with you being in first place, no one dares to confront us. Although it's been a short time, in these 2 days, we have gathered a total of 237 points, all of which are on my identification card, Sky continued. On this trial island, there's an unwritten rule: joining a faction grants you protection, but you must surrender 20% of your points as payment for that protection. Keep those points with you. If someone makes a contribution, you can reward them directly. For Cain, that amount of points was insignificant. He had recently given away 1,000 points without blinking an eye. This test group that Cain had formed only had some utility on the island. Outside of the island, in Team Rocket, this group would be nothing more than a small team within the organization. However, those who survived the trials would have more potential than regular members of Team Rocket. Cain formed this group primarily to have some followers he could recruit once he was established in Team Rocket. After hearing Sky's report, Cain dismissed the meeting. He wasn't the type of person who enjoyed walking around with a group of people following him. Both in his previous life and in this one, he had always preferred to be alone. Being with his Pokémon is the only thing that truly allows him to relax. He left the group's management to Sky, as Cain preferred to act as an absentee leader. However, Cain was surprised by Sky's talent and management skills. If Sky remained loyal, he could become Cain's first true subordinate in Team Rocket. I hope you don't disappoint me, Sky, Cain murmured as he left the hall with Murkrow. Due to Viper's changes to the trial rules, the test had been rescheduled for the afternoon. At the Team Rocket base, many training activities couldn't be done publicly, and Slowpoke also had to remain inside its Pokeball, as it wasn't suitable to appear publicly here. As for Gastly, Cain preferred to keep it as an ace up his sleeve, so he wouldn't let it appear in public either. Since the test hadn't started yet, Cain decided to visit the exchange center to submit Umbra's mission. Unlike his previous visits, this time the exchange center was crowded. The testers, who had adapted to the environment and the way of life on the trial island, had finally learned how to earn points and exchange them for various items. However, not everyone was as lucky as Cain. After completing a mission, most only earned a few points. The missions with higher rewards were usually too difficult or had already been taken by others. Once they understood how valuable points were, the testers began using them very cautiously. When Cain entered the exchange center, he didn't attract much attention. Since the test would begin in the afternoon, everyone was busy exchanging items to enhance their strength at the last minute. Except for one person, who immediately noticed Cain's presence when he entered. Standing in a corner of the counter, that familiar exchange center employee raised his hand to signal Cain to come over. When Cain reached his side, the exchange center employee smiled and said, "I didn't expect you'd return safely. That important person told me that if you returned, you should go directly to see him." Cain nodded without saying anything, surprised by Umbra's instructions. He was nothing more than an insignificant tester, yet the sub-commander of Team Umbra, an elite-level expert, had given specific instructions about his return. In a secluded corner, that exchange center employee once again opened the secret door for Cain. Cain walked through the dark hallway with a different feeling than the first time. The first time, he was filled with nervousness and confusing thoughts, but this time, he was much calmer. After 2 encounters with Umbra, Cain understood that as long as he had courage, Umbra wouldn't attack him. Besides, Umbra had even given him a badge as a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. The place was the same, the familiar room, with the bookshelf and the desk he knew. The difference was that this time, Umbra wasn't hidden under his mysterious black cloak. He was sitting calmly at the desk, reading a book. This was the first time Cain had seen Umbra's true appearance. He had light brown hair, and probably due to a lack of sun exposure, his skin was quite pale. His facial features were very defined, with a Western touch but also the delicacy of an Eastern person. One of his hands had only 2 fingers, while the other was perfectly intact, with long, slender fingers like those of a woman. Dressed in simple black clothes, Umbra had a vigorous and determined appearance. Noticing someone had entered, Umbra looked up and, this time, didn't leave Cain waiting. He smiled and said, "You've returned." It seemed he wasn't surprised Cain had come back successfully. Cain nodded and slowly walked towards the desk, where he placed the Pokeball containing Gengar, respectfully setting it on the desk. Upon seeing the Pokeball that Cain had brought, Umbra's expression became complex. Umbra picked up the Pokeball from the desk and, through the transparent window of the Pokeball, saw the Gengar inside. Gengar, who usually seemed to be lazily resting inside the Pokeball, immediately stood up upon seeing Umbra, showing an expression of longing. "You've been through a lot, Gengar." Umbra, with a complex expression, murmured these words to the Gengar inside the Pokeball before attaching it to the hook on his belt. Then he looked up at Cain, who remained respectfully standing to the side, and nodded. "You did well. When you leave, find the person who brought you here to redeem 10,000 points." For someone at his level, 10,000 points were nothing, something insignificant that didn't catch his attention. Understood, Cain responded without adding more words. Cain's discretion always pleased Umbra. He knew when to speak and when to remain silent, avoiding unnecessary problems. But even though Cain didn't ask, Umbra himself seemed interested in talking, and with a smile, he asked, "Aren't you curious why I left Gengar there?" End of chapter. Chapter 66. Choice. Cain did not expect Umbra to ask such a question. In his impression, Umbra had always been a very efficient person who never wasted time on unnecessary small talk. Has he changed his attitude today? Cain thought silently. Without showing any emotion on his face, he nodded honestly and replied, "I am curious, but if you don't mention it, I won't ask." Cain had always maintained sufficient respect for Umbra, not because he was a high-ranking official in Team Rocket or the sub-leader of the Shadow Unit, but because of his elite-level strength. The strong are always respected by others, and Cain firmly believed in the idea that only the strongest survive and rule. So, since Umbra was a true elite-level trainer, he gave him the necessary respect. Hearing Cain's words, Umbra was surprised for a moment but then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really are something." From the first time he saw him, Umbra had said several times that Cain was something, although Cain wasn't entirely sure what exactly that meant. The first time, he understood. The second time, he reflected and understood again. But when Umbra repeated it for the third and fourth time, Cain started realizing that something Umbra was referring to wasn't as simple as he thought. After laughing, Umbra's smile gradually faded, and he said, "In a battle, to protect me, he was severely injured. I knew that in the trial island, there was a place where his wounds could heal quickly, and it was the same place you went to, the one inhabited by Gastly." His gaze began to cloud slightly, as if he was remembering something. "It was the first time I discovered that place on the trial island. Oh, by the way, I was one of the first to have participated in the trials of Team Rocket on this island." Cain was surprised to hear that. Umbra was one of the first on Trial Island? Umbra, as if reading his mind, continued, "Just as you imagine. Back then, the Trial Island had just been discovered, and out of the first participants, only 2 of us survived. I'm one of them, and you may meet the other one someday." Although Umbra didn't mention who the other survivor was, Cain had an idea. It was probably the other sub-leader of the Shadow Unit, Tenebris. "Let's go back to that place where the Gastly gather. You must have noticed the stone pillar emitting ghost energy continuously, right?" Umbra shifted the topic from his past memories. "The water there is deep, and you're not ready to explore it now. Fortunately, you didn't try to investigate too much, or you might not be here today," Umbra continued, talking to himself. "You just need to know that few people are aware of that place, and you should make sure to keep your mouth shut. When your power is enough, you'll understand it for yourself." Cain's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he returned to his usual expression and nodded, saying, "Understood." Cain had no intention of investigating that pillar for now, especially since someone as powerful as Umbra had decided to preserve it instead of destroying it, which suggested it was a rather special place. Umbra shook his head. Although Cain seemed respectful and his response was quick, Umbra could catch a fleeting expression in his eyes. Without dwelling too much on that, Umbra continued, "You've passed my first test, which means you now have the right to know who I really am within Team Rocket." Cain's heart raced. He already knew Umbra's true identity, but he couldn't prove it. After all, in Team Rocket, if you didn't have enough power, you wouldn't even have the right to know of Umbra's existence. "Show me the medal I gave you last time," Umbra instructed, referring to the black cloud-shaped medal he had given him before. Cain took it from his Team Rocket belt and handed it over. Umbra took it and rubbed the surface with a finger before continuing, "This medal represents the most mysterious department in Team Rocket, a medal for a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. From the moment you accepted this medal, the test began for you. The task you completed for me was the first step of this test." Without pausing, Umbra continued to explain, "My name is Umbra, as you already know. I'm the sub-leader of the Shadow Unit. If you manage to complete all the tasks I assign you, you'll be able to join us. Although I can't tell you now what benefits or responsibilities you'll have, I can assure you that many people in Team Rocket would do anything to join us, though most don't even know we exist. Now you have a choice: continue with the missions until you join us, or quit and keep proving yourself on the trial island, starting as a grunt or a captain, slowly climbing up the ranks." Umbra presented Cain with a rather unbalanced choice. Cain had already made his decision a long time ago. Joining Umbra didn't conflict with his goal of rising within Team Rocket. In fact, with Umbra's help, it would be much easier. But to avoid appearing too eager, Cain tilted his head and pretended to think. Umbra didn't suspect anything. After all, the information about the Shadow Unit was so secret that he couldn't reveal too much. He could only rely on Cain's intuition to choose. "I choose to continue with the missions." After a brief pause, Cain said with determination. There was nothing to doubt, he had already made his decision a long time ago. Hearing Cain's response, Umbra smiled. "In the future, you'll be glad you made this decision." Cain nodded without adding anything. Some things can't be said, but he knew his decision was the right one. At that moment, a buzzing sound, BZZ, 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 was approaching, growing louder and echoing in the room. Cain recognized that sound and was somewhat surprised. A Beedrill slowly appeared from a corner, flying toward Umbra and rubbing its arms affectionately against his. Cain's expression of surprise turned into understanding. if he wasn't mistaken. That's right, this little guy hatched from the Pokémon egg I got from you, Umbra smiled, confirming Cain's suspicions. So it was true. Cain understood but then showed confusion again. Although bug-type Pokémon have a short growth cycle, the time between hatching and evolving in just a week was still extremely short. Umbra stroked Beedrill's triangular head, and noticing Cain's confusion, he said, "This little guy has quite a bit of talent, and he's been training hard every day. Today he just evolved into a Beedrill." End of chapter. Chapter 67. The possibility of temporarily leaving the island. Pokémon. Beedrill, dark green. Gender? Female. Level: 11. Type: Bug plus Poison. Ability: Sniper. Held item: None. Egg moves: Bug Bite, Focus Energy. Basic moves: Twine Needle, Fury Attack. Learned moves: Laser Focus. TM moves: Protect, Toxic, Hidden Power, Fire. Upon seeing the datasheet of this Beedrill, Cain was truly surprised, not only by its growth speed but also by its quality. Originally, the Beedrill should have been of green quality, but now it had reached dark green, just a step away from light blue quality. Umbra truly lived up to being an elite-level trainer and one of the faction leaders within Team Rocket, with countless resources at his disposal, managing to raise Beedrill's quality by 1 grade. Although this small advancement may seem insignificant, if developed properly, its combat power could increase by at least 1 level in the future. In addition to Umbra's intensive training, with all the moves he had taught it, even a blue-quality Pokémon could have a chance of being defeated. What also surprised Cain was Beedrill's ability. Generally, Beedrill has the ability Swarm, which increases the power of bug-type moves when its health is low, a decent ability. However, Beedrill also has a hidden ability Sniper, which increases the power of critical hits. Normally, critical hit power is increased by 1.5x, but for a Pokémon with the Sniper ability, the increase is 2.25x. This is a 0.75x power boost, which could result in an instant defeat if a critical hit is achieved. So, Sniper is really powerful. If Cain had known from the start that Beedrill had this ability, he probably would have decided to keep it. However, the chance of a hidden ability appearing is extremely low, so Umbra was incredibly lucky to hatch a Beedrill with the Sniper ability. Perhaps that's why he decided to invest so many resources to raise its quality by a grade. After overcoming his surprise, Cain quickly suppressed any expression on his face. Although this Beedrill was very impressive, he didn't regret his decision. Umbra observed the changes in Cain's expression, noting that aside from his initial surprise, he didn't show any other emotion, silently nodding. This trial is quite special, so you should no longer hide your power, strive to show all your talent. I can't tell you exactly why this trial is special, but I can assure you that showing your talent won't put you in the crosshairs of people with ill intentions. Umbra's eyes became serious, and immediately, the imposing presence of an elite-level trainer emanated from him invisibly. Team Rocket, as a dark organization, had eliminated many talents before, and Umbra knew well what Cain was concerned about, but this trial was different. Hearing Umbra, Cain's eyes widened in surprise. This trial is special? Why didn't I feel that way in my past life? Haven't you noticed? The quality of the participants in this trial is quite good, and most importantly, many of them received high-quality Pokémon. Do you think they all have a brother like Xander who gives them decent Pokémon? Hearing this, Cain's eyes narrowed sharply, he was just now realizing it. It's true, why would they give green-quality Pokémon to participants if they were meant to be mere pawns? Wouldn't it be a huge waste if they died in the trial? Why didn't I notice this in my past life? Was it because my results were so poor that I wasn't entitled to notice? I know your Murkrow has good quality, and that you carried extra weight during the last trial. Although hiding your power isn't a bad strategy, I want to tell you that if you really want to rise within Team Rocket, this trial is a great opportunity. This time, it's different. Umbra said the last words almost one by one, without revealing why this trial was different, but Cain could sense the seriousness in his tone. Cain became thoughtful. If Umbra said so, then this trial must be truly special. Of course, he wouldn't be naive enough to think that simply standing out in the trial would guarantee him a high rank in the future within Team Rocket. If he really did what Umbra said and didn't hide his power during the trial, it might facilitate his future development, but it would be like dancing on a razor's edge, without any disguise. He couldn't take Umbra's words at face value, but they definitely changed his future plans. Next, Umbra said something that almost made Cain jump out of his chair. The little one in your shadow is also a Pokémon with great talent, you're really lucky. Saying this, Umbra gave Cain a meaningful look at the shadow behind him. Suddenly, cold sweat began to break out as he instinctively reached for the Team Rocket belt, seeing that there was nothing in the shadow. But the problem was, there wasn't just one Pokémon in his shadow. Facing Umbra, who was one step ahead, might be pointless, but Cain was still prepared to fight. Seeing Cain's alert attitude, Umbra smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not going to take advantage of someone like you. Your Pokémon belong to you, I'm not going to steal them. If I wanted to attack you, why would I have chatted with you for so long? Besides, even if you release another Pokémon, what good would it do? This was the pride and confidence of an elite-level trainer. Umbra didn't believe that someone like Cain could escape his hands, even if Cain's Pokémon were of high quality. Umbra interpreted Cain's exaggerated reaction as fear of having his Pokémon stolen, which was common in Team Rocket. Letting go of the belt, Cain knew his reaction had been excessive. But one thing was certain, with his current power, even if he released all three of his Pokémon, he wouldn't stand a chance against Umbra. Even the Gengar he had brought couldn't be handled by Murkrow and the others. Seeing Cain gradually relax, Umbra let Beedrill go play, resting both hands on the table and leaning slightly forward. In short, make sure to give your best in this trial. If you manage to meet my expectations, I might allow you to temporarily leave the trial island. After all, you have no rivals here anymore. Umbra said something else that surprised Cain. If he could really leave the trial island early, the benefits to him would be immense. Looking at Umbra with a serious expression, Cain wrestled internally, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of leaving early and nodded. I understand, Lord Umbra. Hearing Cain's affirmative response, Umbra slowly leaned back and smiled. Of course, only if you satisfy me. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Movement Planning. As he left the dark office, Cain noticed a bit of sweat on his back. Cain was slightly surprised that Umbra could see Gastly in his shadow, but he accepted it, though he felt it had been somewhat reckless. Fortunately, even though he had overreacted, Umbra only thought Cain feared he would steal his Pokémon. Cain patted his somewhat stiff cheeks and exhaled deeply, trying to regain his usual mental state, which wasn't an easy task. When someone becomes absorbed in a thought, getting out of it is only possible by thinking about something else. Murkrow has already learned the moves needed for daily needs, but Slowpoke and Gastly have not yet learned moves through TMs. Cain plans to improve both of them this time. First, there are 2 Protect TMs, which are essential. This will consume all of the 10,000 mission points earned on this occasion. However, these are necessary expenses, so Cain does not regret it. Gastly, who acts as his closest guardian, must learn the Protect move, as it will not only allow him to block some moves in battle but will also be a great help for self-protection. So, for Gastly, the Protect move is indispensable. For Slowpoke, Protect is also very necessary. Whether to use it in battle or before using the teleport move to escape, he can first block a high damage move with Protect, which is very practical. In addition to the 2 Protect TMs necessary as survival moves, Cain also simulated Gastly and Slowpoke's future battles. Gastly focuses on a combination of Hypnosis plus Rest plus Sleep Talk plus Toxic as his main combat method. Fortunately, Gastly has already learned Rest and Hypnosis, so he only needs to learn Sleep Talk and Toxic to establish his basic combat style. However, the current points are not enough, so it is impossible to redeem both Sleep Talk and Toxic at once, as they are highly valuable moves. If he had to choose between the two, Cain would lean more towards Sleep Talk because, for the Poison-type Gastly, who is not yet fully developed, Toxic would not be as effective at this time. Cain plans to develop Gastly's Poison-type moves over time and then combine them with other Poison-type moves so he can better manage this type's energy. Therefore, Sleep Talk is a move that needs to be redeemed, which requires an additional 7,000 points. These are the resources Gastly needs, while for Slowpoke, Cain plans to have him learn Hidden Power. Slowpoke, as a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon, can face many types of Pokémon, but he is also vulnerable to several types. He takes double damage from Bug, Ghost, Grass, Electric, and Dark types, a total of 5 types, which means he has many disadvantages in battle. If Slowpoke can obtain a suitable type for the Hidden Power move, this could help offset his disadvantage against certain Pokémon types. Yes, it's a matter of luck. The type given by the Hidden Power move depends entirely on the Pokémon itself, so it's a move that depends on chance. Although Hidden Power is quite a common move, the high demand for it makes it costly, also requiring 7,000 points for its redemption. After the first redemption, Cain had 7,400 points remaining. After rewarding Sky and Fox, he was left with 6,200 points. Adding the 10,000 points earned from this mission, Cain had a total of 16,200 points. However, to redeem 2 Protect TMs, plus a Sleep Talk move and a Hidden Power move, a total of 24,000 points is needed. Therefore, Cain does not have enough points and will have to exchange other items for points to obtain everything he has planned. Thinking quickly, Cain had already calculated everything as he left through the secret door. He approached the redemption employee he knew and took out his points card, saying, "Here are 6,200 points, plus the 10,000 points that gentleman just gave me. There should be a total of 16,200 points on the card." The redemption employee took Cain's points card and waited for his next words. The 10,000 points Umbra gave Cain were already prepared. After Cain completed Umbra's mission, the employee had already guessed what might come next, but being a small pawn, it's better not to know too much. So now he just wanted to fulfill this task quietly and decided to remain silent about everything Cain did. Cain paused and finally decided to pull a jet black stone the size of a palm from the waist of his Team Rocket uniform. After thinking it over, he decided to redeem an initial level Dusk stone for points. Because both the mid-level Dusk stone and the geocentric cleansing milk are priceless treasures on the market. Exchanging them for points at Team Rocket's redemption prices would be a waste. Instead, the initial level Dusk stone, though valuable, is just an ordinary evolutionary stone that can be easily obtained if one has the money. So Cain decided to redeem the initial level Dusk stone for points. According to Team Rocket's redemption list, the initial level Dusk stone is worth 50,000 points, but if redeemed for points, a 30% discount applies, so Cain would only receive 35,000 points. Cain silently complained about Team Rocket's redemption system. With this discount alone, it's easy to see how many benefits Team Rocket gets each year from this redemption system. It's no wonder they've grown so quickly. Exchange this Dusk stone for points, please. The redemption employee was amazed to see the Dusk stone in Cain's hands, although he was accustomed to Cain's good fortune. He really is lucky, leaving no room for other participants to thrive. It's important to note that even people like Xander, who have skills and connections, if they don't excessively use their resources, have barely accumulated a few thousand points, not even reaching 10,000. But seeing Cain, with his previous 20,000 points, the 10,000 points from Umbra's mission, and now this Dusk stone, he has accumulated a total of 65,000 points. The employee almost wanted to ask who the real novice was here. With a somewhat stiff smile, the employee nodded mechanically and took the Dusk stone from Cain's hands. This is an initial level Dusk stone, which can be exchanged for 35,000 points. Luckily, it was an initial level Dusk stone. The employee feared that if Cain pulled out a higher level one, he might have exhausted all the resources of the trial island at once. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Hidden Power. Cain already had a clear idea about the exchange prices. Give me 2 Protect TMs, 1 Sleep Talk, and, better make it 3 Hidden Power TMs. What Cain was initially going to say changed slightly at the end. Since he had enough points, why not give each of his 3 Pokémon a Hidden Power TM? Even if the resulting type of energy wasn't particularly useful, it didn't matter. But what if it turned out to be just what they needed? What if the type they awaken could cover their Pokémon's weaknesses? This would depend on luck. Although the exchange attendant tried to remain professional, he couldn't help but flinch upon hearing Cain spend points so freely. Here is your ID card, you still have 13,200 points. These are the TMs you've exchanged. The attendant took the TMs from a secure cabinet, handed them to Cain, and then deducted the points from his card before returning to his work, not wanting to face the shock that Cain's actions caused him again. After all, in his 2 years in Team Rocket, though he had always worked in administrative roles, he was still a team member. However, he hadn't earned as many points as Cain in all that time, and he feared that continuing to watch might make him envious. Cain glanced at the attendant, who looked a little odd, but didn't give it much thought. He stored the TMs in his storage belt and headed to a training room. Although there were TM learning devices in the exchange room, Cain didn't want to reveal all his resources. This was his first time entering a training room, a space that Team Rocket had divided into small chambers. In addition to being able to use the learning devices, there were many training tools and some practice dummies. The use of these rooms wasn't very common, most of them were empty. Under the curious gaze of the staff, Cain paid 100 points to access the largest training room. Gastly, check for any cameras here. Once inside the room and with the door locked, Cain gave the order. A shadow emerged from Cain's and Gastly began exploring every corner of the place, from the walls to the ceiling. After a thorough inspection, Gastly confirmed that there were no surveillance devices. With security assured, Cain also released Slowpoke. Having been confined in his Pokeball for so long, Slowpoke was not very comfortable. Once free, he couldn't stop yawning. For an active Slowpoke like him, it had been an uncomfortable experience. Slowpoke, hang in there a bit longer. We'll be done soon. Cain patted Slowpoke's rounded head in apology. Slowpoke quickly shook his head, indicating he wasn't complaining, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. Upon seeing Slowpoke, Murkrow flew down and began chatting with him. After a moment of relaxation, Cain interrupted their play. They were always under intense training, so moments of leisure like this were very rare. Come on, learn these moves first. Cain waved the TMs in front of them. One by one, the Pokémon returned to their Pokeballs, and Cain placed them in the learning devices to transfer the TM moves to each of them. TMs only ensure that Pokémon can learn the move, but not that they can use it skillfully. After learning the move, a lot of training will be needed to perfect it. Cain didn't pay much attention to the Protect and Sleep Talk moves, especially the former, which can be used once learned and doesn't have many ways to improve, only gradual mastery in combat. Sleep Talk was chosen specifically for Gastly, and he'll be able to train this move when he battles in the future. What interested Cain the most was the type given by the Hidden Power move that each Pokémon would awaken after learning it. The first to try out Hidden Power was Murkrow, Cain's first Pokémon, who always set an example for the others. Murkrow closed his eyes and began to channel the move according to the method of the move that had been transferred to his mind. Since it was his first time doing it, Murkrow took longer than usual, needing a full 3 minutes to finally release the move successfully. Small electric sparks could be seen around Murkrow, which gradually concentrated into a yellow energy sphere. Occasionally, yellow electric sparks protruded from the sphere. As the electrical energy became more concentrated, the sphere grew more solid. What were initially yellow sparks began to turn into faint blue lightning bolts. When the blue bolts surrounded the sphere in greater numbers, Murkrow lost control. He hurled the yellow energy sphere charged with electricity toward the target at the center of the room, exploding upon impact, forming a small explosion ring accompanied by a loud crash. Small yellow and blue lightning bolts dispersed from the center of the explosion, disappearing into the air as they reached the edges of the room. The Hidden Power move works like this: it gathers the awakened type's energy into a sphere, which is then thrown at the opponent, dealing damage to a single target and to those within the explosion area. It's worth noting that Team Rocket's training room was extremely well equipped. Despite the explosion, it only left a few black marks on the floor and caused no other damage. Moreover, the loud noise did not attract any staff members, demonstrating that the room's soundproofing was also excellent. Suddenly, Cain thought that having access to a training room like this was very useful. Returning to Murkrow's move, it seemed he had awakened the electric type in his hidden power. The appearance was similar to the Electro Ball move, though the electric energy wasn't as concentrated as in that move. Although visually similar, the two moves functioned differently. Cain was quite satisfied that Murkrow had awakened the electric type. Although it didn't cover any of his weaknesses, it did expand his offensive capability. For instance, he would no longer have issues when facing water-type Pokémon. Murkrow, being a flying and dark type, might struggle in certain battlefields, like lakes or aquatic terrain, especially against water-type Pokémon. Although it wouldn't be easy for him to be defeated, it also wouldn't be easy to defeat his opponent. But with this new electric type, Murkrow could cover those weaknesses. Additionally, in battles against other flying-type Pokémon, the hidden power move could give Murkrow a significant advantage, solidifying his dominance in the skies. This initial success delighted Cain, who patted Murkrow's feathers as a reward. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Sleep Talk. After testing Murkrow's hidden power type, it was time for the second team member, Slowpoke. Like Murkrow, Slowpoke also took 3 minutes to successfully use the hidden power move for the first time. Unlike the yellow, electrically charged energy sphere Murkrow used, the energy sphere Slowpoke created was red and emitted an intense heat. Upon seeing Slowpoke's hidden power, Cain immediately knew it was fire type. Compared to Murkrow's electric type, Slowpoke's fire type hidden power was simply perfect. Not only did it enhance Slowpoke's offensive capabilities, but it also compensated for some of its weaknesses. Indeed, this fire-type hidden power is, at least for now, the most suitable for Slowpoke. Slowpoke is a water and psychic-type Pokémon, making it vulnerable to bug, ghost, grass, electric, and dark types. However, thanks to this fire-type hidden power, Slowpoke will no longer be as vulnerable against bug and grass-type Pokémon. Though it can't completely eliminate the disadvantage against bug and grass types, it at least gives Slowpoke an effective attack method, preventing it from being just an easy target. The fire-type hidden power is also effective against steel and ice types, meaning Cain won't have trouble facing those Pokémon in the future, thus enhancing the team's versatility. However, it's foreseeable that in future battles, Cain will avoid having Slowpoke face electric and dark-type Pokémon directly, as these two types are extremely dangerous for Slowpoke. Gastly's hidden power came as a surprise to Cain. It turned out to be grass type. Although the nature of hidden power is unrelated to a Pokémon's type, Cain didn't expect it to be grass. Among the 18 existing types, grass is the most vulnerable, being weak against 5 different types. However, it also has several types it can counter. Even though Gastly is an intangible being, it is vulnerable to ground-type moves. With this grass-type hidden power, Gastly now has the ability to defend against ground-type Pokémon. Combining this power with its hypnosis and other moves to buy time, the grass-type hidden power increases its offensive capabilities. After verifying the nature of his 3 Pokémon's hidden power, Cain was quite satisfied with the results. Besides Murkrow, Slowpoke and Gastly had mitigated some of their weaknesses thanks to hidden power. And since each had a hidden power of a different type, the entire team's offensive capacity was greatly expanded, allowing Cain to devise more effective strategies against Pokémon outside their usual strengths. Since they had finished assessing hidden power, Cain decided not to waste the rental time for the room and began training in this safe environment without worrying about revealing their abilities. Cain set up a training plan for his Pokémon. First, Murkrow and Slowpoke focused on perfecting the hidden power move they had just learned. Gastly, on the other hand, underwent specialized training under Cain's supervision. Since Gastly had been captured recently, Cain had only had the chance to measure its stamina and energy during prior training sessions and a few battles against low-level Pokémon. However, Cain was already quite familiar with Gastly's characteristics. The immediate goal was not to perfect the newly acquired hidden power, but to learn to master the Sleep Talk move. Sleep Talk allows the Pokémon to use any of its known moves while asleep, but Cain had seen a powerful Gengar in his past life that could select a specific move to use while sleeping. Although Cain didn't know how it had been trained, the fact that it was possible meant that the Sleep Talk move could be controlled. Therefore, Gastly's first training objective was to attempt to select a specific move while using Sleep Talk. At first, Cain didn't have overly high expectations. He didn't demand that Gastly use a specific move, just that it could select one at random within a set range. So, in the training room, Murkrow and Slowpoke practiced hidden power by attacking targets in the room while trying to dodge the random moves Gastly would unleash while sleeping. Initially, Gastly's moves were disordered and unpredictable, but Cain gradually adjusted the environment and conditions under which Gastly used Sleep Talk. Eventually, Gastly managed to restrict the selection to 5 moves. This progress was a significant breakthrough, confirming Cain's hypothesis that, with special methods, Sleep Talk could be controlled to select specific moves. If Cain could fully implement this plan, both Gastly and Gengar in the future would see a significant increase in their combat power. However, fully mastering Sleep Talk would be extremely difficult. Cain began speculating on what could motivate a Pokémon to use the Sleep Talk move. Could it be related to the dream scenario? Gastly's first test was unsuccessful, leading Cain to conclude it wasn't due to dream scenes, as it was impossible for a meaningful dream to form in such a short time. The first attempt had failed. Then, Cain wondered if the trainer's voice could influence the use of the Sleep Talk move. On the second attempt, Cain tried giving commands while Gastly used Sleep Talk. Although Gastly could execute the move, there was no control over which move was selected. The second attempt also failed. Cain's final hypothesis was that before sleeping, Gastly should mentally rehearse the move it wanted to use. Although concentrating was difficult and random thoughts often arose, this time, the direction was correct. Before using Sleep Talk, Gastly focused on remembering the hidden power move. Upon sleeping and using Sleep Talk, the hidden power move appeared much more frequently. Cain was pleased with this confirmation. Though challenging, at least he had found a direction to work towards, hadn't he? Excited by this discovery, Cain even speculated about the idea of using telepathy to strengthen Gastly's conscious focus when using Sleep Talk. This was another training direction worth exploring. End of chapter. Chapter 71. The 4 Factions. When Cain appeared again in the central plaza of the base, he was only accompanied by Murkrow. Slowpoke had returned to his Pokeball, while Gastly had hidden in Cain's shadow. Because the third trial was about to begin, the plaza was gradually filling with more people. In the previously empty plaza, besides the large test stone that still stood in the center of the elevated stage, there was now a smooth battle area next to it, marked with some lines. This would likely be the place where the losers would have to challenge each other after the trial. The terrain was quite simple. They had only pulled out the weeds and leveled the ground. But for a battle, this was more than enough. People gradually gathered in the plaza. Now, almost all the participants belonged to a small faction. Cain positioned himself in the west corner of the plaza. It wasn't long before Sky arrived with his group. Seeing that Cain was already there, they quickly ran over to him. "Mr. Cain!" With a series of respectful greetings, they all lined up behind Cain, forming one of the few factions in the plaza. Cain only nodded slightly and then closed his eyes to rest. The plaza was now clearly divided. Cain's faction consisted of about 20 people, located in the west corner. Xander had the largest group, with approximately 40 people in the east, watching Cain from afar. Then there was Jasmine, who in the last trial had ranked just behind Cain and Xander. She was accompanied by about 20 people in the north, most of whom were girls. The few boys in her group seemed of little importance and were scolded by the girls. Around 30 individuals stood in the south, forming a group of loners who had temporarily banded together. They all kept their distance from each other, without interacting. They had probably grouped together to avoid being harassed by the 3 larger factions. Amid scattered murmurs, Viper appeared with his group, though Umbra was not with him. Following an almost unchanging process, they began the simplest yet most effective test, the attack power trial. This time, Team Rocket, to avoid a repeat of the previous trial where no one wanted to go first, decided to follow the order of the identification numbers. Although there were 300 numbers in total, the process was quick since many of the numbers no longer existed. This also allowed for effective tracking of those eliminated and the strength of those remaining. Murkrow stood calmly beside Cain, ignoring the furtive glances of greed, envy, and fear surrounding him. He entertained himself by preening his feathers. To Murkrow, this trial was incredibly boring. Hitting a hard, foul-smelling rock with all his strength, what was the point? It only measured a Pokémon's attack power, not its overall combat capability. He had observed all the Pokémon present and, besides the dead-eyed snake in front of him, the large Zubat from the north, and the long-haired dog from the south, he saw no one worthy of his attention. If it weren't for the immense pressure he felt from the people in the stands, Murkrow would likely have convinced Cain to skip this boring trial. It was a waste of time, training more would be better. Cain, who knew Murkrow's character well, smiled and said, "Hold on a bit longer. After this trial, we probably won't have to do such boring things anymore. And who knows, maybe you'll have some battles today." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance toward Xander and his Ekans on the opposite side. Noticing Cain's gaze, Xander also looked in his direction. When their eyes met, Xander smirked, as if to say, "Just wait and see," before turning away with a slight grunt. Cain's words lifted Murkrow's spirits. Following his gaze, he spotted the Ekans he was so interested in and began to get excited, raising his wings. But just as he was about to take flight, he remembered where he was and reluctantly lowered his wings. Cain was accustomed to Murkrow's combative nature, but today it seemed that his desire for a fight would be fulfilled. Not only Xander, but also Jasmine, the trainer of the large Zubat from the north, and Alec, the strongest among the loners from the south, occasionally cast glances in his direction. These glances carried a mix of emotions, excitement, envy, desire, and an insatiable thirst for battle. A smile slowly formed on Cain's lips, his eyes reflecting his growing interest. This trial is quite intriguing. I wonder what deeper purpose lies behind Viper's modification of the rules, Cain thought silently. He was sure Umbra had influenced the rule changes, perhaps even led them. Though Umbra wasn't present in the plaza, Cain constantly felt the presence of someone powerful watching him, especially focused on him. After all, if he wanted to meet the requirements to leave the trial island, he needed to crush everyone present with overwhelming force. That was the true test of strength. Not only did he have to lead in the attack power trial, but he also needed to dominate in battle. Of course, as Umbra had mentioned, this trial was different from the previous ones. There was no need to hide the participants' talent, and the best way to assess talent was through real combat. In a life-or-death arena, facing opponents of similar strength, no one would hide their true power if their life was on the line. After all, what good would hiding your strength do if you didn't preserve your life? Furthermore, some of the participants with good instincts, or those with hidden connections, had also sensed that this trial was different. That's why all those who were confident in themselves had set their sights on Cain as their primary target. This was exactly what he needed to satisfy Murkrow's desire for battle and fulfill Umbra's intention to test Cain's capability. Cain hoped that this battle would clearly establish his influence among the participants, subjecting everyone to his will. Interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Terrifying Power. This time, everything was arranged smoothly. Under the call of the chief examiner, everyone obediently walked toward the test stone to conduct the test. They had already gone through 2 rounds of tests, so the participants were quite familiar with how to achieve a high attack value. The results showed that everyone had improved noticeably. Although the increase wasn't as large as in the second test, under the threat of life and death, the improvement was considerable. Especially for those who were at the bottom, they trained desperately during this week to avoid being in the last place, as being last meant death. Number 46, Attack Value, 198. Next. Number 54, Attack Value, 178. Next. Number 58, Attack Value. As the examiner announced the numbers and attack values one by one, some were satisfied with their results and smiled, while others, worried, could not hide their anxiety. However, they didn't fall into despair, as they still had the option to challenge in the last opportunity to fight until the end. Each test was like a filtering process, eliminating the weak and letting the strongest shine. If you had talent, you wouldn't go unnoticed. Ekans, use bite. Boom. Number 99, attack value, 337. It wasn't long before it was Xander and his Ekans' turn. This time, the attack value reached 337 points, being the first to surpass 300 points up to that moment. Amidst exclamations of amazement, Xander, with a proud expression, stepped down from the stage with his Ekans. Since Cain surpassed him in the last test, Xander had intensified his training, and his Ekans, with its great pride, was also very unsatisfied with being overtaken by Murkrow. Moreover, with the training methods that Xander obtained from his brother for Ekans, the improvements over the week were remarkable. Surrounded by his followers, Xander returned to his original position. After glancing at Cain, his expression softened. Although he was proud, he wasn't foolish. It was clear that the attack value test wasn't the main point, the focus was on the challenges that would come after. No matter how well you did now, if you couldn't win in the battle, it was all in vain. Cain also had to admit that, with limited resources, Xander had trained his Ekans almost to perfection. If it weren't for Cain having lived a previous life, Xander probably would have achieved first place overwhelmingly. Xander's result stirred a wave of excitement, and the following participants gave their all. Number 134, attack value, 308. This was the second participant to surpass 300 points after Xander. Her Pokémon was a large Zubat, the same girl who took third place in the last test, Jasmine, with the number 134. In his past life, Cain didn't have many memories of her. Even after joining Team Rocket, he had no contact with her. She was a very mysterious person. As a girl who had managed to keep third place in an environment as cruel as the Trial Island, under the pressure of Cain and Xander, it hadn't been easy. Additionally, she had managed to gather a group of people to compete with Xander, without him being able to do anything about it. This person is not simple, Cain thought silently. Number 156, attack value, 330. The strongest loner, Alec, the first participant to evolve his Pokémon, his Poochyena, which evolved into Mightyena, using this advantage to surpass Jasmine and take second place, right behind Xander. Since Umbra mentioned that this test was different, Cain had noticed more and more strange things. So many Pokémon with excellent potential, some of which could even attract the attention of Team Rocket captains or officers, were handed over to these participants just like that. Xander's Ekans, Jasmine's giant Zubat, all were high-potential Pokémon, and even Alec's Mightyena had outstanding potential. Furthermore, among so many Kanto Pokémon, a Pokémon from Hoenn suddenly appeared. Isn't that strange? Thinking about it carefully is terrifying. This test definitely has something odd. In his past life, where survival was already a challenge, Cain hadn't thought much about this, but now, repeating it, he realizes how strange it all is. Number 234, prepare for the test. The examiner's voice interrupted Cain's thoughts. Finally, it was his turn for the test. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Cain approached the stage with Murkrow. Those who had already been humiliated by Cain dared not mock him this time. And with the way he eliminated Shorosh, recruited Sky, and distributed Shorosh's coughing, Cain had built the image of a ruthless and cunning character in the minds of all participants. For the first time, Jasmine and Alec fixed their gaze on the stage. As someone who had surpassed everyone, Cain left a deep mark in their minds. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Increase speed and use Wing Attack. Ignoring all the looks, Cain calmly gave his command. Murkrow flew into the sky, increasing its speed with Tailwind. Upon reaching the peak, it dove down, the sound of its flight resonating throughout the square. The people below watched Cain's sequence of actions in astonishment. Although they already knew that Cain had a special trick for Murkrow's attack, this time the trick was more striking, showing an all-out attack stance, in stark contrast to the previous times when it seemed carefree. He didn't make them wait long. Murkrow, diving at high speed, struck with its wings filled with flying energy, emitting a faint white light, crashing against the test stone with a roar that made the ground seem to tremble. Although the test stone was extremely hard, made with high Team Rocket technology and almost indestructible, it felt as though it was about to break. Perhaps because of the loud commotion, after the attack, the square fell into complete silence. All eyes, after a brief blink, fixed incredulously on the white letters on the black stone. Attack value, 458. In the square, those closely watching the test stone were speechless, faces filled with disbelief. They were prepared for Cain to take first place again, but they didn't expect his attack value to reach 458 points. The result far exceeded their expectations. Cain not only secured first place but left Xander behind by 121 points. It's important to remember that some participants with the worst results can't even reach an attack value of 121. Today's result was a true overwhelming victory. Only one word can describe the impression Cain left on everyone's hearts. Terrifying. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Xander challenges Cain. This kid. Viper, seated in the stands, was taken aback for a moment before letting out a chuckle and cursing softly. I don't know what Umbra told him, but this time he really didn't hold back at all, he murmured with a slight smile after looking again at the large white numbers on the test stone to make sure there was no mistake. As the head instructor of Team Rocket who had been on the trial island for a long time, he was the one who best understood the level Cain had reached with this result. Without exaggeration, it could be said that Cain's result was among the most outstanding of all trial participants over the years. Ahem. Seeing that the examiner was unresponsive, Viper gave a soft cough, snapping everyone out of their astonishment. Hearing the cough, the examiner on stage shuddered and quickly announced, N number 234, attack of 458 points. Hiss! With murmurs of awe, the entire field erupted into chaos. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! There was no other word that could describe what they were feeling at that moment. Cain had completely consolidated his position as number one in this test, surpassing everyone by an overwhelming margin. Below the stage, Jasmine's mouth slightly opened, her beautiful face turned somewhat rigid, and her eyes fixed on Cain and Murkrow on stage with a mixture of shock and admiration. After a while, her chest rose and fell slightly as she murmured to herself, is this his true strength? Is this the change the master spoke of? Xander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only muttered to himself, last time he already surpassed me, but this time he's that far ahead. What kind of monster is he? In just 1 week, to go from an attack value of over 200 points to over 400 points, he really is a mysterious character. This test is getting more and more interesting, said Alec, who was standing among the crowd, with an apparently calm voice. However, the hand that slightly trembled as he stroked Mighty Ina revealed that his mind was not as calm as it seemed. Is this Cain's true strength? Shorosh didn't die in vain, staring at the score on the test stone. Sky, Cain's main subordinate, murmured to himself in disbelief. Sky had thought that even if Cain managed to be number one, it would be by a small margin, just like last time when he barely surpassed Xander. But he hadn't expected Cain's true strength to be so impressive. Although some were still astonished, their glances at Cain reflected complex thoughts, and it was unclear what they were planning. After the examiner recorded the result, Cain stepped down from the stage with Murkrow, returning to his original place. As a leader, Cain was already surrounded by his followers, and after this result, they drew even closer. They felt fortunate to follow someone so strong, thinking that he would face fewer problems on the trial island and that, in Team Rocket, their status would rise if they followed his steps. After Cain, there were no more surprising results, except that Sky, with the help of his recently captured Coughing, managed a score of 288, which drew a bit of attention. Using the coughing that previously belonged to Shorosh, Sky achieved an attack of 288 points, which surprised Cain. After all, coughing wasn't known for its direct attack, and the fact that it had improved so quickly after being captured showed that Sky had talent as a trainer. Shortly afterward, everyone finished their tests. Although the final result surprised some, the positions didn't change much. Cain, with an attack value of 458 points, crushed everyone and reclaimed first place. The rankings were as follows. First place, Cain and Murkrow with 458 points. Second place, Xander and Ekans with 337 points. Third place, Alec and Mightyena with 330 points. Fourth place, Jasmine and Zubat with 308 points. Fifth place, Sky and Coughing with 288 points. The main positions didn't change, except that Sky replaced Shorosh in 5th place, and Alec rose to 3rd place thanks to his Poochyena evolving into Mightyena. There were no major surprises. However, recalling Umbra's words, Cain noticed a few special people. Although their scores weren't high and they were ranked around 10th place, it seemed they were hiding something, maybe their true strength or some other secret. Ahem! The examiner's cough on stage refocused everyone's attention. The basic test has ended. According to the new rules, if anyone is unsatisfied with their result, they can challenge any participant up to 10 positions above. Each person has only one opportunity to challenge. If the challenge is successful, they will take the defeated opponent's place. If they fail, their position will drop 10 places. In this challenge, life or death is not taken into account, the examiner announced, firmly looking at everyone. If the attack test only evaluated the Pokémon strength, this unrestricted battle tested the trainer's abilities to manage battles, give orders, and train their Pokémon. After all, a Pokémon's strength doesn't solely depend on the trainer's commands. Moreover, since this challenge was life or death, every challenger was a mortal enemy to the challenged. If they failed, the result could be fatal. Listening to the examiner, the field filled with a slight tension. Some hesitated, even among those who wanted to challenge their positions. Despite their dissatisfaction with their results, the possibility of a deadly duel made them waver. Facing death was terrifying, and although some felt confident before, they couldn't avoid feeling fear now. Cain, standing beside the stage, observed the participants, finally resting his gaze on Xander and smiling. At that moment, Xander was also looking at Cain. He had been thinking about this moment, but Cain's result made him hesitate. However, when he saw Cain's gaze upon him, he finally made his decision. HMPH. A bunch of trash. I'll go first. I challenge number 1, Cain. Xander clenched his fists, raised his head, and announced his challenge to the examiner. End of chapter. Chapter 74. The challenge, 1. I challenge, the first place, Cain. After making a firm decision, Xander didn't hesitate any longer and walked decisively toward the challenge area, bringing his Ekans with him. Upon hearing Xander's words and seeing his actions, all eyes in the venue instantly focused on him. This feeling of being the center of everyone's attention gave Xander more confidence, and his expression became even more determined and haughty. Watching Xander walk toward the battlefield, the Team Rocket examiner frowned and looked toward Viper in the stands. Xander's identity was no longer a secret at Team Rocket's base. If anything happened to him, even Viper would struggle to face the wrath of Xander's brother, so the examiner could only wait for Viper's decision. Viper displayed a serious expression. Though he understood Xander's decision, he also knew that with everything in Cain's favor, Xander couldn't accept being increasingly outdone by him. Xander's pride wouldn't allow him to be pushed aside without taking action. Viper gave a slight nod, indicating to the examiner that the challenge could proceed. With Viper's approval, the Team Rocket examiner sighed slightly. If the conditions permitted, he wouldn't want to be involved in this fight, but now, as the examiner, he had no other choice. Xander stopped on one side of the battlefield and laughed loudly. Cain! What are you waiting for? Let me see how strong you really are. I hope you're not just all show. Cain stretched lazily, twisting his neck as he smiled silently. Xander's challenge wasn't a surprise to Cain. In fact, when he had fixed his gaze on Xander earlier, he had partly done it to provoke him and ensure that he would decide to challenge him. If everything went well, Cain would soon leave the island, and as the leader of the faction he had just consolidated, he needed to leave a strong enough impression. ID number 234, Cain, number 2, Xander with ID number 99, has challenged you. Do you accept the challenge? Asked the Teen Rocket Examiner from his position as judge. Cain's smile grew wider, and his Murkrow, standing by his side, also locked eyes with his trainer. As Cain's Pokémon, Murkrow had long been eager to teach Xander a lesson for his arrogant attitude. It had also wanted to face Xander's Ekans for quite some time. I accept, Cain said calmly as he advanced to the other side of the battlefield under everyone's watchful eyes. Finally, the expected outcome arrived. The examiner sighed, resigned to seeing the two people he least wanted to see face each other standing on the battlefield. He knew Xander's identity well, and he had also heard from Viper about what had happened with Cain and Umbra. Cain was someone chosen by a very powerful superior, and compared to him, Xander's brother was nothing more than a joke. This challenge is a death match. Each participant may only use one Pokémon, and there are no additional battle rules. The challenge ends when one side surrenders or dies. Now, let the challenge begin. At the examiner's words, the first challenge of the test finally began. Instantly, a tense atmosphere filled the place. Ekans, use Glare, Xander shouted, initiating the battle. Ekans' move, Glare, used the patterns on its belly to intimidate its opponent, serving as its first attack. Murkrow, take flight, use Tailwind, and avoid looking at it. Cain quickly issued a precise order as well. Core. Murkrow soared into the air, surrounded by a faint white current that minimized air resistance. In the blink of an eye, it became a black shadow disappearing into the sky. Screech. Ekans. Frustrated by the failure of his first strategy, Xander frowned and ordered a second attack. Will you Screech too, Murkrow? Cain countered. Both Pokémon turned into sound generators, one on the ground and one in the air. The formless sound waves spread, causing discomfort to everyone present, both humans and Pokémon. Ekans, unable to fly, was at a disadvantage against the sky-soaring Murkrow. Although both attacks lowered the opponent's defense, Cain still controlled the flow of battle. Cain, are you going to keep your Pokémon in the air the whole time? If you do, I'll truly despise you, Xander shouted, frustrated by the situation. Cain sneered in disdain. Idiot, your taunt is pathetic. But you've convinced me. Murkrow, get close and use Wing Attack. Xander's comment had achieved its purpose, making Cain go on the offensive. Though it seemed like Cain was letting himself be influenced, in reality, Cain had merely decided it was time to attack. Xander smiled grimly. Although he'd been insulted by Cain, he had achieved his goal, getting Murkrow close enough for Ekans to strike. Ekans, don't dodge. Use Wrap and then bite. The greatest advantage of snakes lies in their venomous fangs and muscular body. These moves would maximize Ekans' potential. Murkrow, dark as night, shot toward Ekans like a black lightning bolt, its wings glowing with a white radiance. Ekans, patiently waiting, braced for impact. Boom! The impact was explosive, raising a cloud of dust. Murkrow's wings, charged with flying-type energy, struck Ekans hard. Char! Even though it was prepared to endure the hit and counterattack, Ekans hadn't anticipated the strength of Murkrow's attack. It let out a cry of pain. Ekans' defensive reflex, in response to the pain, prevented it from immediately counterattacking. Murkrow, following Cain's training, didn't hesitate to quickly retreat. Ekans' attempts to use Wrap and Bite met only empty air. Xander couldn't believe it, his face darkened. Quick, use Acid! Fortunately, Xander reacted in time, and Ekans' eyes widened with fury as it shot a ball of purple acid, striking Murkrow as it retreated. Hiss! the acid began to corrode Murkrow's feathers, reducing its defense. After the first exchange, both Pokémon separated, observing each other from a distance. With just one encounter, they had each gained a sense of the other's power, which only fueled their fighting spirit even more. Both of them shared a warrior's nature. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Challenge 2. Xander clenched his teeth as he watched Cain, who remained calm on the other side of the plaza. The frustration in his heart was palpable. Ekans was clearly at a disadvantage against the agile Murkrow. Moreover, Murkrow's high attack power left Xander unsure if Ekans could hold out to the end if they continued exchanging blows. Ekans was breathing heavily. Murkrow's last attack had been truly difficult to endure. On the other hand, Murkrow flew in the air, its battle thirst evident in its eyes. Although it had been hit by Ekans' acid move, for someone used to fighting in the wild, that was just a minor wound. The power difference between the two Pokémon was clear. "Xander, give up. You can't beat me," Cain said calmly, looking at Xander, whose face had turned pale. Honestly, if he could persuade Xander to surrender, Cain would rather not continue fighting, as Xander's brother was a high-ranking officer in Team Rocket, which made Cain somewhat cautious. However, if the battle continued, Cain wasn't sure he could keep it under control. Since this was a deathmatch, Cain would show no mercy. If it ended with Ekans dead, he would have made a complete enemy of Xander. If they became enemies, even with a brother who was an officer in Team Rocket, Cain wouldn't hesitate to finish him off to eliminate any future threat. As for that officer, whom he had never met, Cain, with his accumulated experience and system support, was confident he could surpass him and end this rivalry. That was his absolute confidence. But he needed time to grow. Cain's words, which sounded like an attempt to show mercy, came off as extremely offensive in Xander's ears. What Cain said struck deep at Xander's pride. It seemed he had made a firm decision when suddenly Xander slightly waved his hand over his Team Rocket belt, and a dark purple sphere appeared in his hand. Cain frowned as he saw Xander's movement, sensing a bad omen. Xander clenched his teeth tightly, his expression turning sinister. "You force me. Prepare to die, you bastard." With that, he threw the dark purple sphere toward Ekans, who, recognizing what it was, swallowed it immediately. From the stands, Viper, who was watching Xander throw the object, slightly frowned but said nothing. With his experience, Viper knew exactly what that object was. That purple sphere was listed in the Team Rocket Exchange catalog, priced at 5,000 points. It could rapidly boost a Pokémon's poison-type energy, multiplying the poison energy within it by 5. However, such a powerful effect also came with great side effects. The Pokémon that consumed this pill would be in a weakened state for a week. Xander obviously wanted to take this chance to finish off Cain once and for all. If he succeeded, no one could surpass him in the test, even if he was weakened for a week. He was confident he could recover. This pill had been given to Xander by his brother before coming to the island as a last resort for special situations. He hadn't expected to use it against Cain. Ekans. After consuming the purple pill, Ekans felt a surge of energy in its body, even exceeding its limits, causing its body to expand slightly. A faint purple mist began to surround it. Hiss! The purple mist around Ekans began to corrode the ground, leaving it full of pits and cracks. These changes happened in an instant, before Cain could prepare. "Ekans, use Poison Sting," Xander ordered with a twisted expression. Dozens of purple needles shot out of Ekans' mouth, filled with poison and with increased speed, aimed at Murkrow. "Murkrow, use Gust to deflect those needles." Although he didn't know what Xander had given Ekans, Cain could see from the purple mist and poisonous needles that Ekans had been enhanced with poison-type energy. Following Cain's command, Murkrow concentrated its flying energy and created a small tornado to deflect the needles. However, the venom-laden needles pierced through the tornado, only slightly weakened by the wind, and continued their path toward Murkrow. With astonishing speed, the venomous needle struck Murkrow, enveloping it in a purple cloud. It was poisoned. "That's an extremely strong poison." Cain frowned, seeing Murkrow had been poisoned, surprised by Xander's hidden card. He hadn't expected Xander to have something like that, showing that his brother held considerable power. Ha ha ha. Now your Murkrow is poisoned. You have no choice but to finish this quickly. Xander laughed maniacally, seeing the poison take effect. With Murkrow poisoned, Cain could no longer afford to prolong the battle to wear down Ekans. Murkrow, use Tailwind and attack with Wing Attack. Let's end this quickly. Evaluating the situation, Cain decided to strike directly. He needed to end the battle quickly. Core. Though Murkrow felt weakened from the poison, it obeyed Cain's command, darting like a black lightning bolt toward Ekans. Murkrow's Wing Attack was now its strongest move, perfect for a quick strike strategy. Ekans used Scary Face and then Poison Fang. Xander, not hiding his murderous intent, commanded Ekans to use its most powerful poison-type move. Murkrow closed in, but its speed dropped slightly due to Ekans' Scary Face move. Even so, it didn't hesitate and readied its wings to strike. However, the poison's effects kicked in at that moment, and along with the speed reduction from Scary Face, although Murkrow managed to hit Ekans, it was also struck by Ekans' poisoned fangs. Hiss! Core! Both Pokémon backed away after the clash, but this time, the result was different. Ekans had taken the attack, but Murkrow had also been poisoned again, with the purple mist around it growing even denser. The poison was building up in Murkrow. The battle was tipping in Xander's favor, and Cain and Murkrow were at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. Today you'll die. Xander grew more confident after seeing Poison Fang's effect. If he could kill Cain here, what did it matter if he was weak for a week? No one in the audience would dare to challenge him. But what Xander didn't expect was that, at that moment, Cain smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 76. Challenge 3. Xander saw Cain smile and was astonished. In a situation like this, how could he still be smiling? The others present also noticed Cain's smile and immediately felt somewhat uneasy. They hadn't expected Cain, who was at a disadvantage, to be smiling at that moment. Was this a show of disdain towards Xander? However, they only saw Cain reach for his Team Rocket belt, producing a small remote control and a pale yellow pill in his hand. Everyone's gaze overlooked the remote and focused on the pill in his hand. It was just a common detox medicine, something that could be directly exchanged from the Team Rocket rewards list for barely 10 points. Although its effect was decent, it clearly couldn't eliminate the lethal poison affecting Murkrow at that moment. Ha ha ha. Cain, are you joking? Do you think that trash detox medicine can neutralize Ekans' poison? Xander laughed heartily. He thought Cain had some strategy, but he hadn't expected it to be just a common detox medicine. This type of medicine, though effective, could only slightly alleviate the poison in Murkrow's body. Cain's smile widened even more. Excited, Murkrow. Cain ignored Xander's words and asked with a smile. Core. Noticing the remote in Cain's hand, Murkrow cried out excitedly. Since the last battle, Cain hadn't released Murkrow from its burden, and now that he had, Murkrow felt even more confident about the upcoming fight. Sky also frowned, concerned about Cain's unfavorable situation. If Cain lost, he probably wouldn't have a bright future either, and he clearly didn't quite understand what Cain was doing. Look at the remote in his hand. That's the important part. It seems to be a custom remote for Team Rocket's load. With a shout of surprise, the other object in Cain's hand was finally revealed. Apparently, this person hadn't spent a short time exploring the Team Rocket rewards list. Suddenly, all eyes focused on the remote in Cain's other hand, showing expressions of astonishment. That Murkrow, which was already so fast, was carrying a load? That Murkrow, which already had such powerful attacks, was carrying a load? And in a life-or-death duel like this, Cain had been holding back his strength. Questions and exclamations arose in everyone's minds. Cain, paying no attention to the surprised looks of the others, lightly pressed the remote with his long fingers and tossed the detox medicine toward Murkrow with his other hand. Core! Murkrow, immediately feeling its body lighten, cried out in excitement. In the instant before the detox medicine fell to the ground, Murkrow swooped down and swallowed it in one gulp. Although the poison in its body hadn't been eliminated, the medicine helped suppress it a little. "Do you think that will be enough to defeat me?" "Keep dreaming. Ekans, use Poison Sting again and show him your toxicity." Xander reacted quickly, ordering Ekans to attack again. "Murkrow, dodge! Get close and use Wing Attack." Murkrow flew sideways, dodging the poisonous stingers flying toward it, and accelerated again, heading toward Ekans. With Murkrow's clearly increased speed, long-range attacks like Poison Sting had no chance of reaching it. "You're asking for death." Ekans, use Scary Face and Poison Fang. Although Murkrow had dodged the Poison Sting, Xander was unfazed and issued another order. Based on what had happened before, Ekans and Murkrow would clash again, and at that point, the poisoned Murkrow would gradually lose its ability to resist. Cain smiled faintly. Did they really think the load training was in vain? Murkrow, under the effects of the Scary Face move, struck Ekans with force. Ekans, whose venomous energy was enhanced by a purple pill, had a significantly reduced sense of pain. Although Murkrow's hit was strong, it didn't hurt as much as the first time. Ekans was about to use Poison Fang on Murkrow again. Bang! However, this time it was destined to fail. Just as Ekans' fangs were about to bite Murkrow, the latter accelerated and dodged Ekans' attack in time. "Murkrow, don't stop. Continuous Wing Attack. Take advantage of the weakness." "Ekans, hang on a bit longer, use Scary Face and Poison Fang." Xander shouted, gritting his teeth. Murkrow's speed increase had left him with no options, and he could only hope Scary Face would slow Murkrow down again. Fortunately, this time the Scary Face effect took hold, and Murkrow's speed was reduced once more. "Murkrow, use Protect." But just as Xander was feeling triumphant, and Ekans' poisonous fangs were about to bite Murkrow, Cain's cold voice echoed like a sword piercing his heart. A green shield surrounded Murkrow, blocking Ekans' poisonous fangs. "Protect!" The survival move Cain had made Murkrow learn first. At the most critical moment, it was used successfully. Murkrow's wings moved again, as if they were sharp blades, and struck Ekans with force, who watched in horror. Bang! This time, Murkrow hit Ekans with all its might, sending it flying toward a corner of the field, where it was completely incapacitated from further fighting. The sound-based defense-lowering attack, along with the consecutive wing attack moves, had finally knocked Ekans out. It couldn't be denied that Xander's Ekans was truly strong. Of course, that purple pill also played an important role. Xander was paralyzed in shock, and so was everyone else. They hadn't expected the outcome to turn out like this, with the situation taking an unexpected turn. "Murkrow, kill him!" But Cain's cold, emotionless voice sounded again, making everyone shudder as they watched Cain give a death order. Didn't they know Xander's brother was a Team Rocket officer? Was Cain really going to be so ruthless? For Cain, the moment Xander gave the kill order, their enmity could no longer be resolved. If someone wants to kill me, they have to be prepared to be killed. Hearing Cain's order, Xander's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing Murkrow flying toward Ekans, Xander quickly ran, shouting, "Stop!" The Team Rocket examiner also quickly shouted, "Stop immediately!" He really didn't want to intervene at that moment, but due to Xander's special situation, he had no choice but to speak. But Cain acted as if he heard nothing and showed no intention of stopping Murkrow. "Stop, kid! He can't die yet." To everyone's surprise, the person who spoke this time was Instructor Viper, the highest authority figure on the trial island. However, he couldn't hide the tone of resignation in his voice. Instructor Viper had ordered Cain to stop the attack. "Stop, Murkrow!" Cain, frowning, ordered Murkrow to stop with resignation. He could ignore everyone else present, but he couldn't ignore Instructor Viper's words. Because otherwise, he might die. Since Instructor Viper didn't want Xander to die, Cain spared his life. However, although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't escape punishment. End of chapter. Chapter 77. Destroy one of his eyes. Destroy one of his eyes, Murkrow. Murkrow, who had paused mid-flight, moved even faster now. Before Xander could reach them, Murkrow fiercely pecked at Eakin's eye. When it rose back into the air, a bloody eyeball was dangling from its beak. Eakins! Xander shouted, stumbling as he ran toward his Pokémon. Murkrow didn't hesitate at all and swallowed the bloody eye in one gulp. In the face of this scene, no one dared to say a word. Even Viper silently approved of Cain's behavior, as he himself had set the rules of a death match, though he was now contradicting himself. Cain turned his gaze toward Viper, meeting his stare without hesitation, a questioning seriousness in his eyes. He didn't believe it was only because of Xander's brother. Although Xander's brother was an officer in Team Rocket, that only placed him in the mid-tier. Viper, as one of the senior leaders of Team Rocket, was on a completely different level. Viper frowned under Cain's intense gaze, but he didn't become angry, knowing there were reasons he couldn't reveal. "He's still useful," was all Viper said, in a tone that left no room for argument. As one of the main instructors of Team Rocket, offering Cain even a brief explanation was a concession, a courtesy out of respect for his friend Umbra. Otherwise, anyone else who dared to look at him like that would have died many times over. Cain understood that it was time to let this go. Though Viper hadn't given him a full explanation, there wasn't much he could do but accept the situation. However, Cain understood the hidden meaning behind Viper's words. This test wasn't like the others. Murkrow, although unsatisfied, returned to Cain's side. Just when it was about to finish off Eakins, it was stopped, which left it frustrated. However, at least it had managed to blind that annoying snake, which provided some consolation. Cain petted Murkrow's feathers to calm its agitation, taking several antidote potions from his belt and administering them one by one. He couldn't deny that, after ingesting the purple pill, Eakin's venom strength had significantly increased. Murkrow didn't manage to purge the poison entirely until it had consumed 5 antidotes. Xander, stumbling, finally reached Eakin's, pulling out vials and potions from his belt and pouring them desperately into his Pokémon's mouth while using healing sprays to stop the bleeding from the damaged eye. The burning pain from the disinfectant made Eakin's, even while unconscious, tremble uncontrollably. If it had only been an ordinary Pokémon who lost the ability to battle, it could have recovered quickly with proper treatment, but Eakin's case was different. After ingesting the purple pill, Eakin's body sensitivity had decreased, and its loss of combat ability was a form of self-preservation. The purple pill's side effects were severe. If Eakin's didn't recover soon, it might experience a drop in level, or worse, its inherent quality, forever losing the ability to keep up with Murkrow. Moreover, the damage Murkrow had inflicted on Eakin's by blinding it in one eye reduced its combat ability by at least 20%. Cain decided not to continue with his intent to kill Xander and Eakin's. Though Xander had clearly shown intent to kill him, Cain didn't view him as a serious threat. He simply had the habit of eliminating any potential risk. At this point, Cain already had the capability to dominate Xander, and in the future, the gap between them would only widen. Besides, it was clear that the purple pill wasn't easy to assimilate. Although Eakin's had lost its ability to fight, Xander acted as though he were in an emergency, administering a huge amount of medicine. Under the reverent gazes of everyone in the square, Cain finally walked away from the battlefield with Murkrow. Once Cain left, the examiner formally announced, "Challenge over. The challenger has failed, his ranking drops by 10 positions." After controlling Eakin's injuries, Xander silently returned it to its Pokeball, lowered his head, and left the battlefield, heading straight to the accommodations without stopping in the square. This time, Xander had truly learned his lesson. If it hadn't been for Viper's intervention, he would likely have lost his life. This experience was a lesson he would not forget: there is always someone stronger. Sky watched as Cain approached. Before, he had harbored some doubts, but now those doubts completely vanished. When Cain reached first place on the leaderboard with 458 attack points, Sky was already impressed, but he hadn't expected that was not Murkrow's full power. It was only when Xander exhausted all his options that Murkrow showed its true strength, dominating with its speed and power. Moreover, Sky knew that Cain didn't only have Murkrow, he also possessed a Slowpoke just as strong. Considering Murkrow's strength and Cain's overall power, Sky realized he could no longer afford any doubts. Finally, Sky accepted reality. If Cain was so strong and had so much potential, then following him with loyalty wasn't such a hard choice to make. In the end, it was Cain's command that fully convinced Sky, who was now resolved to never betray Cain unless something entirely unexpected happened. Sky had been impressed by Cain's strength and tactics. "Mr. Cain, do you need any healing potions? We still have some in stock." Sky quickly approached Cain, and his attitude was no longer as reserved as before. His tone was respectful, stemming from genuine admiration. Cain looked at Sky in surprise, noting a change in him. He seemed to have understood something. Cain shook his head to indicate he didn't need anything. After clearing out the poison, Murkrow's condition was quite good, so it didn't make sense to waste healing potions. The 20 or so followers standing behind Cain were visibly excited. Having such a powerful leader made them feel lucky to have joined him. After Cain and Xander's challenge, others began taking turns challenging their opponents. However, compared to the intense battle between Cain and Xander, the other challenges seemed simpler and less meaningful. Though these were also death matches, except for those with deep grudges, a true fight to the death was rare. Everyone on the trial island knew that if you couldn't win a fight, it was best to surrender to avoid more serious consequences. After all, only the top 10 places received rewards, and the positions after that held little importance. However, there was an exception: the fight for last place. That was the most intense battle in the trial. Everyone knew that being last meant elimination, and elimination meant death. So, if they were already doomed, why not fight to the end? Thus, after the first person in last place successfully challenged someone, those who remained in last place continued to challenge frantically. Over time, the death toll increased. The challenge trial continued until dusk, ending amidst gasps of amazement. In total, 5 people died during the challenges, and though 3 survived, their Pokémon weren't treated in time and also perished. In these circumstances, although the surviving trainers wouldn't die immediately, their fate was sealed for the next trial. The new rules established by Viper had quickly brought this trial to a bloodier level of combat. End of chapter. Chapter 78. The 3 executives of Team Rocket. A massive cargo ship sailed across the vast ocean, with a thick column of white smoke rising from its tall smokestack, giving it the appearance of solitary smoke in a desert. At the ship's bow, a young man with black hair and clothing leaned against the railing, tilting his body slightly forward, his hair freely waving in the sea breeze. The humid air provided a feeling of great comfort. Beside the young man, perched on the railing, was a crow-like Pokémon, completely black, with sharp eyes gazing intently at the horizon. This young man and his Pokémon were none other than Cain and Murkrow. After the last trial, Cain's results had left Umbra quite satisfied, so as agreed, he pulled him out of Judgment Island early. This cargo ship belonged to Team Rocket, and it delivered supplies to Judgment Island every month. With Umbra's permission, Cain boarded the ship to return. Although in his previous life he had left Judgment Island once, this time, unlike before, he could clearly see the return route from the cargo ship. Cain realized that the location of Judgment Island was on the maritime border between the Kanto and Johto regions. How does it feel? Even though you've been away for less than a month, doesn't it feel like you've been far from civilization for a long time? Just as Cain and Murkrow looked toward the horizon, a slightly hoarse voice sounded from behind. Umbra emerged from the cargo hold and walked onto the deck, approaching Cain and leaning on the railing alongside him. "Mr. Umbra." Cain greeted him respectfully. Umbra waved his hand, indicating formality wasn't necessary. Though his status in Team Rocket was very high, he was the person least concerned about such formalities. He had always believed in the supremacy of power. Those who possess power possess privilege. Cain didn't yet have power, but his potential had caught Umbra's attention, and for a few other reasons, Umbra wasn't overly authoritative with him. "It doesn't feel much different. I was an orphan before, and surviving in society wasn't much different from surviving on Judgment Island. The weak get beaten, it's a devouring world, and everything we do is only to survive." Cain answered calmly. Although those memories had gradually faded, the feeling deeply etched in his bones remained. Umbra was surprised by Cain's response, then laughed, a laugh that was sincere and genuine. Seems like we've had similar experiences. His eyes began to lose focus, as if sighing or remembering something. The two fell silent, with only the sound of the sea wind and waves crashing against the ship as the background. After a moment, Umbra came back to himself, smiled wryly, and said, "Living so long, you're bound to remember the past." Cain smiled with him, showing no other expression. Though Umbra was extremely powerful and, as a deputy leader of Team Rocket in the most secretive division, he should have been a ruthless figure. However, after several encounters, Cain realized that Umbra wasn't difficult to deal with. As long as he kept his presence in check, he could seem like a friendly neighbor. "This is a League ID card I had prepared for you. All the data has been manipulated, so as long as no one above the Elite Four level investigates thoroughly, there won't be any issues." Umbra took out a League ID card from his pocket with the League insignia and a photo of an unknown person, handing it to Cain. Cain was somewhat surprised to receive it. It was a League ID personally prepared by Umbra. If it was as he said, Cain could have a legitimate identity and openly live under the sun in the future. This is a human skin mask crafted by so-called experts in Team Rocket. They say that as long as it's not torn or burned, no one will be able to tell it apart from a real face. This mask matches the appearance in the photo on your League ID card. Umbra pulled out another mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, and tossed it to Cain. With this ID card and special mask, Cain believed that even people who knew him well wouldn't recognize him in a face-to-face encounter. Of course, as long as his Pokémon didn't reveal his identity. So when Umbra handed him the ID card and mask, Cain had already decided that in the future, his Pokémon would need to correspond to his two different identities. Murkrow would be his Team Rocket Pokémon, while Slowpoke would be his Pokémon within the League. Although this might be a bit complicated if it could guarantee the independence of his two identities. Then, in the future, he might even try infiltrating the League and eventually reach a position like Koga's, rising to the Elite Four. It wouldn't be an unlikely possibility. At the same time, if he advanced in Team Rocket, his power would grow quickly with the resources of both sides. Probably, the purpose behind the ID card and mask Umbra prepared for him had this very goal in mind. Half an hour until we arrive. Our destination is Vermilion City. When we get there, disembark on your own. Umbra continued, with the badge I gave you, go to Team Rocket's base at the Lake of Rage in Mahogany Town, in the Johto region. I need you to bring something to me. Someone will contact you when you get there. After saying this, he took a deep breath and stretched before heading back to the cabin. Vermilion City. Cain looked at the League ID card and the mask in his hand, then watched Umbra walk away after assigning the task, with a glint of intelligence in his eyes. No wonder Team Rocket's Judgment Island had never been discovered by the League. Vermilion City, being the location of Surge Jim, one of Team Rocket's 3 great executives, surely has been secretly covering some of their actions. The 3 great executives of Team Rocket are Surge of Vermilion City, Sabrina of Saffron City, and Koga of Fuchsia City. They are the 3 deepest nails Giovanni has embedded within the League. Among them, Koga is the most formidable. When the Indigo Pokémon League split into the Kanto and Johto regions, Koga rose to the Elite Four Poison-type position in the Johto region, becoming one of Giovanni's greatest internal supports within the League. Though Surge and Sabrina didn't reach the same level as Koga, their skills are not much lesser. Even Sabrina, known as the Psychic Queen, if we talk about a full 6-on-6 battle, Koga might not be able to beat her, as the Psychic type has an advantage over Poison. Furthermore, as a ninja, Koga is skilled in ambushes and assassinations, and in a direct confrontation, he'd struggle to defeat Sabrina, whose psychic ability is comparable to an elite-level Pokémon. As for Surge, unlike Sabrina and Koga, his greatest strength lies in group combat tactics. He's the most skilled in leading large groups of people in mass battles, like a general leading an army. Therefore, the 3 have their own strengths and are considered equals among Team Rocket's 3 great executives. End of chapter. Chapter 79. Vermilion City. If an ordinary person were to arrive in Vermilion City, the first thing they'd notice is that it seems especially peaceful. Vermilion City is an apparently tranquil place that hosts the largest Pokémon association in the Kanto region, so it's hard to imagine that one of the major bases of Kanto's largest criminal organization, Team Rocket, is hidden here. This situation is largely due to Lieutenant Surge's presence, keeping Team Rocket's members in check. Although Team Rocket's influence is strong in this area, the city remains notably calm. In his previous life as a Team Rocket member, Cain had visited Vermilion City on multiple occasions, so he was well acquainted with the surroundings. In this place, as long as one doesn't cause trouble, there won't be any issues. However, the mission Umbra gave Cain in Mahogany Town, located in the Johto region, was much more complicated. The gym leader of Mahogany Town is an elite-level trainer, known as Price, the Winter Ice. His skill with Ice-type Pokémon surpasses that of most elite trainers. If not for his temperament, he would undoubtedly hold a place among the Elite Four of the league and might even have a chance at becoming champion. Although Price wouldn't pay attention to someone like Cain, his presence in Mahogany Town shows how seriously the league takes this place. Thus, this mission is full of uncertainties and potential dangers. Half an hour later, the ship finally arrived at Vermilion City's port. Watching the various vessels in the harbor, the freighter returning from the trial island blended in perfectly, showing no signs of unusual activity. A young man disembarked from the ship, with a common appearance, wearing an ordinary trainer's outfit and accompanied by a pale pink slowpoke. This was Cain, fully disguised. Using a human skin mask and dressed as a league trainer, his cold demeanor from the trial island had completely vanished. Breathing in the salt-laden sea breeze and feeling the firm ground beneath his feet, Cain had finally arrived in Vermilion City in the Kanto region. Vermilion City, located in southern Kanto, is the region's largest port city. The whole city revolves around maritime trade, and it's filled not only with cargo ships. The most famous port in Vermilion City is Vermilion Port, the largest in Kanto, where massive ocean liners like the SS Anne, the SS Aqua, and the Sea Gallop ferry dock regularly. Although it's not the most developed city in Kanto, it's right behind Saffron City. Taxes generated from maritime traffic allow for rapid urban development. Team Rocket, which controls Vermilion City, reaps immense benefits from this situation. Lieutenant Surge is stationed here for a reason. When Cain left the harbor and entered the city, the sun was already beginning to set. The streets were full of busy people, yet despite their haste, their faces showed satisfaction. Clearly, Vermilion City's peaceful environment is appreciated by its residents. Due to it being a port city, the arrival of an unknown person like Cain didn't attract much attention. People like him arrive every day in large numbers. This was exactly what Cain wanted. He didn't want to stand out like an animal in a zoo. Though he had left the trial island, he still carried a trace of its wild atmosphere. However, with his past experience, he concealed this aura well, making people perceive him as a trainer who had spent considerable time in the wilderness. Those who can survive long periods in nature are usually respected. With a pokeball on his waist and a slowpoke at his side, Cain made it clear he was a trainer, so no one tried to provoke him. But now Cain faced a problem. As the saying goes, a hero without a penny can't accomplish much. Cain was completely out of money and was experiencing what it meant to be penniless. The first thing he needed to do was get some money. Following some signs on the street, Cain reached a Pokémon goods store in Vermilion City. Given his situation, he sold a few non-essential items and managed to get some money. Since he couldn't sell the truly valuable items he had, he only managed to get 5,000 Pokédollars. It should be mentioned that the League ID card Umbra provided was very secure. Another function of this card is that it acts as a bank card. Cain immediately deposited the money he had just obtained. Finally, Cain's bank account went from 0 to 5,000 Pokédollars. After exchanging the money, Cain quickly left the Pokémon goods store and followed signs to the Pokémon Center. The Vermilion City Pokémon Center is located in the city center. As a hospital specialized in treating Pokémon, it occupies a huge area, almost the size of 2 football fields, and stands 5 or 6 stories high. Dressed in his league trainer outfit, Cain didn't attract attention from the Pokémon Center guards. After showing his League ID card, he entered without issue. In his previous life, Cain hadn't visited Pokémon centers much. When he was weak and had no legal status, he had no right to enter these league-controlled places. Later, when he grew stronger, he no longer needed them, so his visits were rare. This was Cain's first time entering a Pokémon center since his reincarnation, but he was familiar with the facilities. Inside the Pokémon Center, there was not only a Nurse Joy but also numerous medical assistants and several Chansey. Due to the high number of trainers coming to treat their Pokémon, the staff was very busy. It's no wonder Pokémon Centers are one of the league's most important places. Although busy, everything was well organized, and league trainers maintained a high level of conduct. Except in emergencies, everyone queued up to wait for their turn. Besides being a treatment center, Pokémon Centers also offer lodging. One of Cain's main goals in coming here was to spend the night. Of course, he also had another objective, to perform a complete checkup on his Pokémon to ensure they had no hidden injuries he couldn't detect. With his experience as a breeder, Cain knew how dangerous hidden injuries could be. Although they may not show at first, if they accumulate, they can become serious problems, affecting the Pokémon's performance and even reducing its potential or leading to its death. Although Cain hadn't detected any hidden injuries, and his system hadn't registered anything unusual, his system's database on hidden injuries wasn't very extensive. So, to be completely sure, he preferred to rely on League technology and perform a thorough checkup on his Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Pokémon Center. Team Rocket has many scientists, and in some technological areas, they even surpass the League. However, in the medical field, the League is far ahead. The Pokémon Center, which possesses the world's most advanced medical technology, is one of the League's most important institutions. One could say that, without the support of Pokémon Centers, the overall combat capabilities of League trainers would be significantly reduced. Therefore, the existence of Pokémon Centers further strengthens the Pokémon League's position. There weren't many people conducting medical exams on their Pokémon, so after taking a number, it wasn't long before Cain's turn came up. Listening to the numbers announced over the speakers, Cain went to the corresponding counter, where a health worker greeted him with a professional smile. Each Pokémon Center has only one Nurse Joy, who mainly handles serious injuries. For relatively simple physical exams like this, her personal intervention isn't needed, otherwise, she'd be overwhelmed. Here is my League ID card. Please conduct a full physical checkup on all my Pokémon. Cain handed his ID card and 3 Super Balls to the health worker, smiling slightly. Before entering the Pokémon Center, Cain had stored Slowpoke and Gastly in their Super Balls, so this exam would be for all 3 Pokémon. Although Cain intended to keep Murkrow and Gastly's presence hidden, as he was now an unknown trainer, no one would pay special attention to the Pokémon he used, so he didn't have to worry about revealing his identity. Hello, a full physical exam for 3 Pokémon costs a total of 3,000 Pokédollars. Do you prefer to pay in cash or deduct it directly from the bank account linked to your ID card? The worker maintained her professional smile while inserting the card into the machine. After Cain's details appeared on the computer, she asked with a smile. Please deduct it directly from the bank account. Also, I'd like to know if I can book a night's accommodation here. Cain nodded as he responded, taking the opportunity to inquire about lodging availability. The worker, maintaining her expression, nodded and replied, certainly, a night's stay costs 500 Pokédollars. Would you like to deduct everything at once? Yes, please. I appreciate your care of my Pokémon. Very well, no need to worry, the Pokémon Center exam will be thorough. Here's your room card and your waiting number. The exam will take a bit of time, so feel free to wait in the reception area or go directly to your room. Once we're done, we'll notify you immediately. With a few clicks and pressing the enter key, the worker completed the charge and returned Cain's ID card along with a waiting number and room key. It's worth mentioning that the League is quite reasonable, even a full, complex physical exam for 1 Pokémon only costs 1,000 Pokédollars. Adding the 500 Pokédollars for 1 night of accommodation, Cain was left with 1,500 Pokédollars in his account. However, this is coming from someone like Cain, accustomed to dealing with large sums. For an ordinary person, spending so much at once would be unfeasible, especially for trainers from less fortunate families, as it's a considerable amount. In the Pokémon world, an average worker earns between 10,000 and 20,000 Pokédollars a month. Compared to that, this price isn't low. This is why being a trainer is a costly occupation, and not every family can afford that level of expense. Therefore, the appearance of Team Rocket provided many people from lower classes who wanted to be trainers a huge opportunity. Not everyone joining Team Rocket has to go through trials like Cain's. What he experienced is an exception, a selection process designed to create loyal members. For most, joining Team Rocket is relatively simple. Of course, getting in is easy, getting out, not so much. While waiting, Cain decided not to go directly to his room or the reception area but to wander around the Pokémon Center. After a quick tour, Cain gained a general understanding of Vermilion City Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center has 6 floors. The first floor is for simple treatments and exams, the second is for serious injuries and hospitalization areas, the third is a large dining hall offering food for both humans and Pokémon, the fourth and fifth are lodging areas, and the 6th floor is reserved for important league personnel, to which Cain didn't have access. Behind the Pokémon Center, there's a large open space for training Pokémon, with various well-equipped battlefields for trainers to use. Overall, it's a very reasonable design, and the facilities are quite complete, making the service prices quite fair. After touring the entire Pokémon Center, which took about 30 minutes, Cain waited a bit longer in the reception area before being informed that the exam was finished. Finally, Cain retrieved his 3 Pokémon and was told that all were in perfect condition and showing excellent development, earning him some compliments from the staff. Cain simply smiled, and after releasing Slowpoke from its Super Ball, he headed to the dining hall on the 3rd floor. After all, it was time for dinner. Slowpoke, let's try the league's food. Compared to the roasted meat and fish you usually eat, this will be a different experience. Cain patted Slowpoke's head as he spoke with a smile. Yadin tilde hearing there would be food, Slowpoke, the most food-loving Pokémon on Cain's team, immediately showed an excited expression and let out a joyful sound, clearly thrilled. It was evening, and the dining hall was beginning to fill up. When Cain entered, there were already a few people in line, some with their Pokémon by their side, others chatting and laughing with friends. Slowpoke closely followed Cain. This time it didn't use its psychic powers to levitate, as after some training, it could finally keep up with Cain on foot. However, Cain and Slowpoke's arrival didn't go unnoticed and caused a bit of a stir. Everyone in the dining hall turned their attention to Slowpoke, whispering and discreetly pointing. "Doesn't that Slowpoke look a bit unusual?" "Are you silly? That's a shiny Slowpoke, it just has a lighter color. That trainer's really lucky. That Slowpoke is walking quite fast. Who could that trainer be? He doesn't seem to be from around here." Although their voices weren't loud, the dining hall was fairly quiet, so Cain heard their comments clearly. He frowned, aware that Slowpoke's distinctiveness attracted attention. But no one wants to feel like an animal in a zoo, being observed by everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Despicable Clown. Originally, I intended to enjoy dinner directly in the dining room, but seeing the current situation, I feared that I would indeed be watched as if I were on display. I quickly packed food for the 3 Pokémon, making sure to prepare something Gastly could eat. I let Slowpoke use his psychic powers to carry the boxes of food as I headed back to the room. However, just as I was about to leave the dining room, a weak and pale-looking young man, accompanied by 2 bodyguards dressed in black, stood in my way. The young man, thin-bodied, looked about 20 years old. With a somewhat sinister expression and pale skin, it was clear he had indulged excessively in the pleasures of life. Although he wore branded clothing, his overall appearance betrayed his lack of vitality. Noticing someone blocking the way, Slowpoke instinctively positioned himself in front of me, a blue glint in his eyes, prepared for anything. Having grown up on the trial island, Slowpoke didn't care about the identity of intruders, only sensing latent hostility. The young man's eyes lit up at the sight of Slowpoke, as if he had found a new and fascinating toy. "Hey, I want to discuss something with you," the young man said arrogantly, addressing me directly. Cain's expression turned cold instantly. He looked at the young man and his 2 bodyguards, and without saying a word, walked forward. Since I hadn't given the order to attack, Slowpoke didn't act. Tap! Tap! The young man's 2 bodyguards blocked my path again. Cain's eyes flashed with fury as he looked at the young man. "Move aside." "You?" Accustomed to a life of luxury, the young man had never been treated with such contempt. He wanted to order his bodyguards to act but remembered where he was, and his pale face showed a mix of anger and embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Cain continued walking, completely ignoring the bodyguards blocking him. Slowpoke used his psychic powers to push them aside, allowing us to pass. After all, they were just humans. No matter how strong, they couldn't resist Slowpoke's power. As Cain and Slowpoke headed for the stairs, the young man, his face trembling, shouted, "If you have the guts, don't leave the Pokémon Center." Being a known local playboy, his hobby was collecting special Pokémon. Only such Pokémon could reflect his status. After hearing about Slowpoke, he had rushed over, intending to buy it with money. But without even being able to make his offer, he was met with a cold response. This was the Pokémon Center, so the young man couldn't use force, so he would have to wait for Cain to leave. Cain went up to the 4th floor with Slowpoke, opened the room door with the card, and after making sure the door was securely closed, released Murkrow and Gastly. Caw! Cake! Murkrow and Gastly, who had been confined in their Pokeballs for quite some time, chirped excitedly. On the trial island, they had always lived outdoors, and the small space of the Pokeballs was not to their liking. "Gastly, from now on, you can stay in my shadow. As for Murkrow, I'm sorry, but you'll have to remain in your Pokeball a little longer." Cain apologized to them. However, Slowpoke wasn't entirely happy, remaining lost in thought. Cain crouched, patted Slowpoke on the back, and smiled. "Don't worry, he's just a despicable clown. He's not worth paying attention to." Slowpoke felt guilty because he thought he had caused Cain trouble. Cain took out the food that Slowpoke had carried and placed it in front of each Pokémon. Despite how tempting the food was, none of them started eating immediately. They all waited for Cain to signal them. This was a habit they had developed on the trial island, a form of mutual respect between companions. "It's okay, you can start eating now. This is something you haven't tried before." After distributing the food, Cain sat on the floor with his own meal and joined his Pokémon to enjoy it. For Slowpoke, he had prepared canned food made from various types of fish, its favorite due to the strong fishy smell. For Murkrow, he had prepared chicken and fish meat since, even though it was a bird, it loved meat. Gastly's food was a bit more scarce at the Pokémon Center. It consisted of pellets specially prepared for ghost-type Pokémon, each with a rich essence of death, which Gastly loved. After hearing Cain's words, the 3 Pokémon began eating immediately. What Cain told Slowpoke wasn't just to comfort him, he really didn't take the young man seriously. If Cain wanted, he could take off the mask, put Slowpoke back in its Pokeball, and that young man would never recognize him. Even if the young man managed to find Cain, he would show him that not everyone can be manipulated at will. If pushed to the limit, Cain could eliminate the young man and disappear without a trace, relying on the skills acquired in his past life. In the worst case, he always had Slowpoke's teleport move. No one would be able to find him. However, when not necessary, Cain preferred not to reveal that Slowpoke could teleport, as that would only exponentially increase the number of people interested in it. So Cain didn't let the incident affect him. It was now time to enjoy time with his Pokémon. This time, without the constant threat of an attack in the wild, there was no rush to finish the meal. Murkrow and the other Pokémon ate slowly, savoring every bite. Although the Pokémon Center's food was good, it wasn't exceptional. But for Slowpoke and the others, used to living on Trial Island and eating raw foods, these meals with spices were the best they had ever tasted. Although the roasted meat and fish Cain prepared were also good, these were different types of meals, and it was the first time Cain's Pokémon had tried them. For Cain, seeing his Pokémon enjoy their food made him feel happy. In his past life, Cain used to see Pokémon as mere tools, but in the end, Murkrow made him realize the truth. Now, he valued more than anything the bond with his Pokémon. Over time, he had come to understand that Pokémon are living beings with thoughts of their own. When you're good enough to them, they'll risk their lives to help and protect you. Cain could despise the lives of others, even other Pokémon, but when it came to his own Pokémon, they were his only weakness. End of chapter. Chapter 82. The Pokémon League. The next morning, to avoid trouble, Cain removed the human skin mask from his face, stored Slowpoke, and then left the Pokémon Center. Seeing the two men in black still standing at the entrance made it clear that the young man from yesterday had been waiting for his appearance. Ignoring them, he headed directly to the Vermilion City bus terminal. Walking past them, he didn't draw any attention. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early and there weren't many people around, Cain slipped into a small alley and put back on the human skin mask that represented his league identity. It seems that just one human skin mask isn't enough. Next time I get the chance, I'll get a few more, Cain thought as he put the mask on. Sometimes, to avoid problems, having multiple different faces could be very useful. When he emerged from the alley again, he had already changed his appearance. Based on Cain's knowledge, if he wanted to quickly reach the Johto region, there were two options. One was to take a cruise from Vermilion City directly to Arlavine City in the Johto region and then make his way to Mahogany Town from there. The other option was to first reach Saffron City and then take the magnetic train to Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Originally, taking the cruise was the more convenient option, but after asking at the Pokémon Center, Cain learned that the last cruise to Arlavine City had departed a day ago, and the next one wouldn't leave for another 4 days. So Cain dismissed that option, as taking the cruise would take too much time, which did not meet his expectations. Thus, the only choice left was to reach Saffron City, take the magnetic train from there, cross Mount Silver, reach Goldenrod City, and finally find a way to get to Mahogany Town. Comparatively, taking the magnetic train was much faster, so Cain chose this option without hesitation. Now, the first thing he needed to do was reach the Vermilion City bus terminal and catch the first bus to Saffron City. Additionally, Cain found out that there was only one bus daily to Saffron City, departing at 9 in the morning. If he missed it, he would have to wait until the next day. Dressed as an ordinary league trainer, with a common-looking human skin mask and without Slowpoke by his side, Cain reached the bus station unnoticed. He showed his league ID card and bought a ticket. Sitting in the waiting room, looking at the latest league newspaper in his hands, he waited for the departure time. Initially, he only intended to kill time, but he found a piece of news that caught his attention. The headline read, "Intermediate Level League Investigator wipes out a Team Rocket base and is promoted to Advanced Level Investigator." If it had only been such simple content, it wouldn't have caught Cain's attention. Although an advanced level investigator in the league is already at the highest level within the organization, akin to a senior officer in Team Rocket with great power, there are still many people at that level. However, the name of this investigator was what caught Cain's attention: Lance. The future Dragon-type Elite Four of the Kanto region, who would eventually become the champion of the Johto region when the Indigo League of Kanto split into the Kanto and Johto leagues. The designated successor as the next leader of the Dragon Clan, Lance. Speaking of this, it's necessary to mention the most powerful organization in this world, the Pokémon League, which we will abbreviate as the League. The Pokémon League, after long development, has expanded its influence across various continents, becoming a giant in the Pokémon world. All order and rules in the Pokémon world are established and enforced by the League. It's unknown how many years have passed since the creation of the Pokémon League. As for how it was founded and who its founder was, it is now impossible to determine. However, there is no doubt that thanks to its creation, humans and Pokémon have been able to live in peace, and humanity has finally managed to establish itself firmly in this world. It is said that before the creation of the Pokémon League, the world was plagued by various factions and countries, with endless wars everywhere. Until a group of like-minded people came together and, allying multiple forces, finally established the Pokémon League, the organization that now governs the world. However, the Pokémon world is so vast that, in the end, there are still multiple forces within the Pokémon League. Therefore, the region where the league exercises the most control is Kanto, which would later be divided into the Kanto and Johto regions. The headquarters of the Pokémon League is located at the intersection of these two regions, on Mount Silver. In more distant regions, the League's influence is not as strong, such as in the newly discovered Alola region, which is likely only known to the League's high command. Most people are still unaware of its existence. Of course, although the Pokémon League does not have absolute control in some regions, that does not mean it lacks influence. They have simply made certain necessary concessions to local forces to maintain global harmony. However, in all regions, there are still the Elite Four and the Champion, representing the League's absolute power. However, compared to the Champions and Elite Four of other regions, the Champion and Elite Four of Kanto are the most powerful. As a region heavily invested in by the League, talent abounds, leading to fierce competition for the Elite Four and Champion positions. Thus, the trainers who manage to occupy these positions are of an absolutely superior level. It is precisely due to the abundance of talent that the Indigo League of Kanto eventually split into Kanto and Johto, partly for this reason. After all, there are only a few spots at the top, but there are a multitude of people who want to claim them. To avoid unnecessary internal struggles, the only solution was to increase the number of available positions. However, each region can only have one Champion and Elite Four, as established by the League, so they couldn't contradict their own rules. Additionally, due to other factors, the division of the Kanto region was inevitable. Thanks to this split, Lance, whose power was constantly rising, finally became the champion of the Johto region. As for why he didn't become the champion of Kanto, one has to mention the biggest blemish on Lance's record. After the division of the Kanto region, Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member who held one of the four positions, had a decisive advantage over Lance, the Dragon-type Elite Four member. Since the requirement to become champion is to defeat the Elite Four, and Lorelei was of the Ice type, which naturally counters Dragon-type Pokémon, Lance couldn't overcome that obstacle, even though he had defeated the other three Elite Four members. Moreover, Lorelei was a straightforward person who was not willing to yield at all. For this reason, Lance eventually became the champion of the Johto region. Lance's father was from Kanto, while his mother was from Blackthorn City in the Johto region, so becoming the champion of the Johto region was not considered a change of territory. As for the champion position of the Kanto region, in Cain's memory, it remained vacant until Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak, a prodigy with astounding talent, finally broke this situation, although he only held the champion position for 1 year. All of this will happen later. Now, Lance has become an advanced-level investigator in the League. It won't be long before he reaches the level of Chief Investigator and then challenges the Elite Four. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Saffron City. In his previous life, Cain had also witnessed Lance in direct combat during the confrontation between Team Rocket and the League. At that time, Lance was already a member of the Elite Four in the Kanto region, specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. His power was so overwhelming that it instilled fear in all who faced him, solidifying his reputation as one of the most formidable members of the Elite Four. In recent decades, the League's influence and control over the regions had drastically declined. Therefore, they began to heavily promote select members, such as Lance, who is one of the leaders of this new generation driven by the League. This promotion effort is not just to spotlight Lance but also to pave the way for his future. The decline in the League's control did not go unnoticed by its top officials, who decided to lift restrictions for ordinary trainers. As the League's control weakened, the only way to maintain dominance was to increase the number of loyal trainers. By controlling these trainers, they could retain control over the entire region. In the early days of the League's creation, since it was an alliance formed by various factions, the Pokémon trainer profession was reserved only for the elite, and civilians neither had the right nor the resources to become trainers. However, as peace settled and battles diminished, the factions accumulated more power, which weakened the League's control. With the opening of the trainer profession to everyone, the League established gyms and Pokémon centers everywhere, initially investing necessary resources to assist civilian development. After several generations, the elite members of the League multiplied. At the same time, they managed to curb the growth of independent factions and stabilize society. Of course, for civilians, becoming a successful trainer was much more difficult than for elite members, as they had to strictly follow the rules and regulations set by the league.
But do elite members always remain in a superior position?
Not necessarily. Although trainers are divided into elite members and non-members, this distinction is not immutable. Non-members are those who, upon registering as trainers with the league, manage to obtain their first Pokémon through various means and, by meeting the league's requirements, eventually become legitimate trainers. These trainers are usually of civilian origin. The identity that Umbra granted Cain was precisely that of a non-member trainer. On the other hand, elite members are different. Upon reaching a certain age, they receive a high-quality starter Pokémon, assigned by the league, along with a Pokes that represents their status, as well as benefits such as free treatment at Pokémon centers and complimentary lodging, among others. In general, the distinction between elite and non-elite is determined at birth, but non-members still have the opportunity to become elite members. If a non-member trainer makes significant contributions to the league and passes the specific tests designed by it, they can be promoted to an elite member, and their descendants will also be born with this status. However, meeting these requirements is extremely difficult. Only true geniuses manage to stand out among the multitude of non-members and change their status to become elite. Nevertheless, not only exceptional trainers can achieve this change in status. Anyone who makes enough contributions in any field can do so. For example, those who engage in study and become brilliant Pokémon professors, or those who certify as intermediate level or higher breeders, will automatically receive elite member status within the league. In summary, only a small portion of people manage to change their destiny. The majority are trapped in the difficult path of raising Pokémon and never break free from that cycle. This is precisely why so many choose to join Team Rocket. For many, it is a way to bet everything for a chance at success, even if it means risking everything. Attention, passengers! The bus bound for Saffron City is about to depart. Those who have not boarded yet, please head to Gate A3 for check-in. Cain, who had been reading the newspaper, was interrupted by this announcement. He hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. He put away the newspaper, headed to the boarding gate, scanned his identification, and boarded the bus bound for Saffron City. Since there were not many passengers, there were no seating restrictions, and Cain chose a spot by the window. As the bus began to move, he watched as the urban landscape slowly receded. Pokémon World, I'm back, Cain murmured to himself, resting his head on his hand. Perhaps due to the presence of Pokémon, which makes traveling very easy, the development of transportation in the Pokémon world is not as advanced. After almost 3 hours of travel, Cain finally arrived in Saffron City, the most developed city in the Kanto region. Saffron City is the busiest city in Kanto, located between Cerulean City, Celadon City, Vermilion City, and Lavender Town. It is the largest and most active city in Kanto and is also well known in other regions. The massive Sylph Company headquarters tower stands in the center of the city, while 2 gyms share the northeast corner. Besides being Kanto's commercial hub, Saffron City also hosts the most important infrastructures in the region, including the magnetic levitation train station that connects Kanto with Johto, and the airport offering flights to other regions. Undoubtedly, as Kanto's most central city, the league places great importance on it. But at the same time, due to its abundant resources, not only does the Pokémon League have a strong presence here, but so do several other factions, with Team Rocket being the most notable. After all, Saffron City is the base of the Psychic Queen, Sabrina, one of the 3 chief commanders of Team Rocket, trusted by Giovanni. And due to the city's development, trainers from all regions gather here, along with Pokémon from various parts of the world. Trainers from Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and other regions give this city a vibrant and diverse atmosphere. Where there are trainers, there are battles. Therefore, Saffron City is also the city of the fiercest battles in Kanto. In any designated battle area within the city, it is common to see trainers facing off with their Pokémon in heated fights. The residents of Saffron City are accustomed to witnessing these exciting Pokémon battles daily and are not surprised to see Pokémon species from other regions, something that has become normal for them. However, where there is light, there are also shadows. The underground coliseums and battlefields in Saffron City are also highly developed. Some people fight in these underground arenas to earn money, while others, wealthier ones, simply enjoy watching brutal battles to relieve their own frustrations and desires. Thus, Saffron City is also known as the City of Combat. Although the League has increased the number of security agents in Saffron City, it is still not enough. The large number of grey and dark areas allows Pokémon hunters, mercenaries, assassins, and others to risk their lives in search of resources and money. It is a city full of desires, and Cain prefers to call it the City of Desire. End of chapter. Chapter 84. The Black Market of Saffron City. When Cain got off the bus, it was exactly 12 noon. After 3 hours of travel, his body was a bit stiff. He wore a typical trainer's outfit, and as soon as he stepped off the bus, he blended seamlessly into the city. He immediately released Slowpoke from its Pokeball. Although being a shiny Pokémon drew some attention, Saffron City, as the most prosperous city, was not overly affected. The presence of Slowpoke only slightly increased curious glances, without causing major issues or unnecessary commotion. Saffron City was just a stop on Cain's journey, but since he was in the largest and most prosperous city in Kanto, he decided to take the opportunity to buy some necessary supplies and tools. What he needed was a specialized tool set for making Pokeblocks. So far, he had been using rudimentary tools he made himself, which allowed him to create mid-level Pokeblocks at best. However, with a high-quality toolset, he could make advanced Pokeblocks with much better effects for his Pokémon. Although the difference between mid-level and advanced Pokeblocks is only 1 level, the effects are vastly different. Mid-level Pokeblocks can only improve the growth and recovery rate of Pokémon, but advanced Pokeblocks not only double that speed but can also slightly enhance the quality of Pokémon with regular use. Therefore, advanced Pokeblocks have always been highly valued, and advanced breeders registered with the League are treated almost like rare species, receiving special protection and numerous benefits. The advanced Pokeblocks they produce are coveted by all trainers. To have an advanced breeder create suitable Pokeblocks for their Pokémon, some trainers are even willing to become their bodyguards, even if only temporarily. Even if it's just once, that's already extremely valuable, considering how many powerful trainers need advanced Pokeblocks. This is why being an advanced breeder, whether in the League or a clandestine organization like Team Rocket, guarantees considerable respect, comparable to that of the most renowned Pokémon researchers. However, becoming an advanced breeder is extremely difficult. Being able to make advanced Pokeblocks is just one of the prerequisites. Currently, the League has fewer than 100 registered advanced breeders, and all are treated with the utmost respect. But if you can make advanced Pokeblocks, money will flow to you like a river. Of course, only as long as you have the strength to protect that money or, at the very least, a group to do so. So Cain needed to find a large store to buy a specialized tool set. Saffron City is full of shopping centers and Pokémon stores. Where there is light, there are also shadows, and the city's black market is very prosperous. Cain was quite familiar with Saffron City's black market, not for any reason other than that its biggest controller is Team Rocket. In fact, it can't even be said that they operate in the shadows, as Team Rocket is the main manager of the black market. Saffron City, being the most developed city in Kanto, has the largest underground trading network in the region. This black market generates about 1/5 of Team Rocket's total annual income. So, one can imagine how great the profits and benefits are, and the person who truly controls this black market is Sabrina, the psychic queen of Team Rocket, whose strength and unpredictable temperament have kept everyone under her authority without anyone daring to challenge her. The black market of Saffron City, as the largest underground market in Kanto, has everything: valuable items for Pokémon, rare high-quality Pokémon, and even pseudo-legendary Pokémon from various regions. As long as you have money, you can buy whatever you want. This place is a consumer's paradise, as long as you have the power needed to get out alive, because being just wealthy but not strong could mean you don't make it out. Now Cain was going to head to the black market of Saffron City, that place said to have everything except legendary Pokémon. There, he would surely find the tools he needed to make Pokeblocks. Why not buy directly from a large shopping center? On one hand, items in shopping centers are safe, but the prices are generally high. Also, Cain was practically out of money, with only 1,000 Pokédollars left, after spending $500 on the bus ticket. He was beyond broke, so he needed to sell some things that couldn't be exposed, to get more money. However, the first thing he had to do was take care of lunch. After 3 hours of travel, he was hungry, and his Pokémon surely were too. He found an inn that seemed decent and used his League ID to rent a room for a few hours. He then ordered some food for himself and his Pokémon, spending almost all his money until he was left with only 200 League coins. Being a well-established inn of decent size, the service was excellent, and the food arrived quickly. After Gastly checked the room for surveillance devices, a waiter pushed a cart with the food to the door. After wishing Cain a good meal, the waiter left without looking back. Since he still had important tasks for the afternoon, Cain didn't spend too much time on lunch. His Pokémon also understood the situation, and after enjoying a meal they had never tasted before, they obediently returned to their Pokeballs. Gastly also hid back in Cain's shadow. Cain requested a taxi at the inn's reception, and after a quick ride with an experienced driver, he arrived at the entrance to the black market in half an hour. Of course, that meant his last 200 League coins were also gone. Fortunately, he had already reached the black market entrance, so he wouldn't have to worry about money in the short term. Although Saffron City's black market is well known, not just anyone can enter. Cain found a relatively discreet spot and changed into a Team Rocket uniform. He then put on a black cloak he had prepared in advance and covered his head with a wide hood that concealed his face. He entered a Pokémon store that looked quite ordinary from the outside. Inside, there were only a few people, and the shelves were full of items, though all were of common value. An employee approached Cain with a professional smile and politely asked, "How can I help you, esteemed customer? Everything in our store is of excellent quality and reasonably priced. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for." End of chapter. Chapter 85. Appraisal and Money Exchange. Although Cain wore a wide black cloak, the receptionist showed no unusual reaction. After all, this is Saffron City, where all kinds of people could appear, and Cain's attire was no exception. Without saying a word, Cain pulled out a Team Rocket ID card, assigned at the trial island, from his pocket. Upon leaving the island, Umbra had already changed his status from aspirant to an honorable recruit of Team Rocket. Seeing the ID card with the Team Rocket emblem, the receptionist showed a slight expression of surprise but quickly led Cain to a dark room. Without speaking, he ran Cain's card through a computer reader. Only after verifying the information on the screen did he sigh in relief and return the card to Cain. He then pressed a button under the table, opening a secret door in the floor. "Go ahead, but don't cause trouble or fights inside," the receptionist said with a neutral expression. With that, he turned and left the room. Cain, familiar with this procedure from previous visits, did not hesitate and walked directly towards the hidden stairs, descending step by step. Once he was fully inside, the secret door closed automatically, leaving no trace behind. As he proceeded, small lights flickered on, barely illuminating the staircase. Cain continued descending for almost 5 minutes before finally reaching the bottom, where the narrow hallway opened into a spacious lobby. In the lobby, there were several hallways identical to the one Cain had just exited, each connecting to different areas scattered throughout Saffron City. This is one of the 10 lobbies throughout the black market. Each has 10 hallways connecting to various parts of the city. Saffron City is huge, but thanks to these hallways, almost any place in the city has direct access to the black market. The hallway Cain used was guarded by Team Rocket. Exiting through the only door in the lobby, Cain found himself on a wide street, full of all kinds of people, all with cold, unperturbed expressions. Some, like Cain, were completely cloaked in black robes, and this type of person was not uncommon, so Cain's arrival did not attract much attention. This is the largest underground market in the Kanto region, a massive subterranean city, the black market of Saffron City. Walking down the streets, Cain saw countless large and small pathways distributed everywhere. He noticed several Team Rocket members striding arrogantly down the center of the streets, with no one daring to object, and even the people passing by kept a certain distance. Clearly, as the strongest force in this black market, those with Team Rocket identification held a respected position. However, Cain had no intention of revealing his identity. Although being a member of Team Rocket granted certain privileges, not everyone feared them. If he displayed value that did not match his power, poachers with instincts as sharp as a mighty hyena would not hesitate to attack him. His life would likely end as soon as he left this underground city. Come out, Murkrow! Cain released Murkrow from its Pokeball, letting it perch on his shoulder. Although Murkrow had gained some weight, Cain's developing body had also improved significantly, so bearing Murkrow's weight was not an issue. However, this was a necessary measure. In the black market, if you want to avoid being an easy target, some displays of power are essential. After releasing Murkrow, the gazes that had been directed at him began to fade. Evidently, Murkrow's intimidating presence and the slight scent of blood, a remnant of Trial Island, made even the most seasoned and dangerous criminals feel threatened. Although it was Cain's first time visiting this black market in this life, he knew the place well and was aware of exactly where the items he needed were sold. Without hesitation, Cain headed straight to the Pokémon item sales area. The black market mainly consists of shops, but there are also streets designated for trainers who wish to sell their own items. These places are often the most chaotic, with a mix of extremely valuable items and fakes. It all depends on the buyer's eye. Cain did not head to those places. His priority now was to earn some Pokédollars and purchase tools for making Pokeblocks. These items weren't found at small merchant stands, only the largest stores sold them. Cain entered the largest store in the Pokémon item sales area. This store was owned by Team Rocket, so it had the best resources and was located in the prime area. Unlike the surface store, which served as a front, this store was packed with products and bustling with people, both sellers and buyers. With the skill of someone used to the place, Cain approached a newly vacated counter. This counter had a sign that said Appraisal. There were about 10 appraisal counters in the store, each staffed by an employee with a Team Rocket insignia on their chest. With serious expressions, they mechanically evaluated every item presented to them. After the appraisal, they offered a purchase price, and the seller, regardless of whether they accepted or not, had to pay 500 Pokédollars for the appraisal. Many people brought their items for appraisal, but few actually sold, as Team Rocket's purchase prices were quite low. However, they were very professional and did not try to take advantage of valuable items, which brought many here to have unknown items appraised. For this reason, Team Rocket's reputation in the black market was quite good. Most people, after the appraisal, rented a stall in the vendor streets and displayed their items to sell at a higher price, although this took more time. Cain sat in one of the chairs in front of the counter without saying a word. From his Team Rocket storage belt, he took out a glass jar containing a milky white liquid that emitted a soft glow under the light. This was the item Cain had brought to exchange for Pokédollars, and it was also the most suitable for selling at the moment, geocentric cleansing milk. Before coming to the black market, Cain had poured enough geocentric cleansing milk into a small jar, representing about 1/20th of what he had, half of what he originally possessed. End of chapter. Chapter 86. Team Rocket Officer. After much consideration, Cain decided on the maximum amount he would sell. Geocentric cleansing milk is an extremely valuable and scarce resource. Selling too much at once could attract unnecessary trouble, but selling too little wouldn't get him enough Pokédollars to buy what he needed. So, this amount seemed just right. The stern appraiser showed a slight expression of surprise when he saw what Cain had taken out. Without changing his expression toward Cain, the appraiser focused all his attention on the jar of milky white liquid. Although he had a hunch, he couldn't be completely sure, as it was rare for someone to sell such a thing. Carefully, he removed the cork from the jar, and a soft mist escaped from the neck of the jar, emitting a faint aroma. The appraiser's expression turned to astonishment. He took a silver needle from his toolkit, lightly dipped it in the liquid, and brought it to his nose to smell. Then, carefully, he touched it to his tongue for a slight taste. His eyes lit up immediately. He set the needle aside, closed the jar with the cork, and returned it to Cain. "Excuse me, are you looking to sell this or just have it appraised?" the appraiser asked in a harsh, raspy voice, unaccustomed to speaking much. His job was tedious and dull, most people only came to have their items appraised. So, he would usually give a price and let the customer decide whether to sell or not. However, if the item was valuable, he would turn into an attentive merchant. In addition to the base salary, they received a significant bonus for sales, and the amount depended on the value of the appraised item. When Cain took out the geocentric cleansing milk, he knew it was one of the most valuable items he had appraised. If he managed to buy it, his bonus would be much higher than his salary. Cain, under the black cloak, responded with a dry, raspy voice, evidently modified. Sell. The appraiser was pleased, though he hesitated a bit before saying, "This is geocentric cleansing milk. I assume you know its value. The current market price is 10,000 Pokédollars per drop. Your jar contains approximately 200 drops. We can offer you a market price of 2 million Pokédollars." The price of 10,000 Pokédollars per drop was a scam, used to trick the ignorant. No expert would sell at that price. The appraiser just wanted to test if Cain knew the real value. Although the small jar seemed to hold a lot, geocentric cleansing milk is much denser than water. Cain had already confirmed that the jar contained about 200 drops before bringing it in. "If you're not interested, I can sell it to someone else. I'm sure many would be willing to pay more," Cain responded without flinching. The appraiser immediately understood that Cain was not someone easy to fool, and a fleeting expression of discomfort crossed his face. Having been an appraiser for over a decade, he knew this was just a probing tactic. If the seller didn't know, the shop would make a lot of money, and he would get a nice commission. If the seller knew, the real negotiation would begin. Cough. "Then, how about 15,000 Pokédollars per drop?" "That's the maximum I can offer," the appraiser said, maintaining his composure. Negotiation requires a good dose of boldness. This new price was already more reasonable. 15,000 Pokédollars per drop was fair, although still below the 20,000 he could get with time. But selling at that price would take more time than Cain was willing to spend. 18,000, Cain responded. The appraiser didn't get upset, in fact, he was pleased. It didn't matter that the price was high, what mattered was that Cain was willing to negotiate. If Cain responded, it meant the offer was within an acceptable range. The appraiser hesitated a bit before saying, "Sir, please wait a moment. This exceeds my authority. I need to consult with our manager." "Fine, but make it quick," Cain said, gesturing for him to hurry. The appraiser nodded repeatedly and hurried out of the room. Cain sat in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Murkrow remained quietly on his shoulder. In this black market, keeping a low profile was best. After a while, the appraiser returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a smile on his face. Cain observed him discreetly, pausing on the Team Rocket insignia on his chest. Unlike the others, this man's insignia was more distinctive, with a gold border and 2 slots with the letter R. It was the emblem of a Team Rocket officer. "Sir, this is our manager and Team Rocket officer, Mr. Ishida," the appraiser introduced respectfully. Cain slightly raised an eyebrow at the introduction. A Team Rocket officer? Since leaving Trial Island, it was the first time he had encountered someone of that rank. And being the manager of such a prominent store in the black market, he surely had substantial backing. Ishida, the middle-aged man, maintained a friendly smile, showing none of the typical arrogance of his rank. "So, you're the one who wishes to sell this geocentric cleansing milk? Please, join us in the conference room," Ishida said with a smile, gesturing toward the room. "Let's go," Cain nodded, signaling them to lead the way. With his constant smile, Ishida led the way to the conference room, followed by the appraiser and Cain. The conference room wasn't much different from the rest of the establishment. It was a separate room with a low table and a leather sofa. After everyone entered, a maid brought tea. End of chapter. Chapter 87. Tools for Pokéblock crafting. After sitting down, Ishida said, "Sir, we can accept the price you mentioned." Ishida was quite direct, immediately accepting Cain's offer. As someone familiar with the market, he knew that the price was a bit high, but it still left a considerable margin for profit. After all, they weren't pressed for time. He then instructed the appraiser, who also acted as a seller, to handle the necessary paperwork. Upon hearing Ishida, Cain began to frown.
So willing?
We have no other intentions, we just wanted to ask if you have more of this geocentric cleansing milk. We'd be willing to buy more at a higher price, Ishida asked with a smile. Cain did not relax, on the contrary, he became more cautious. With a slightly sarcastic tone, he replied, "Do you think geocentric cleansing milk is as common as cabbage? That you can have it in whatever quantity you want? This is all I have." Ishida maintained his smile, showing no sign of annoyance at Cain's sarcastic response. It was impossible for someone like Ishida, who had risen to be a Team Rocket officer and managed such a prominent store, to lack cunning. "Ha ha, no problem, no problem. It was just personal curiosity. If you wish to sell anything else in the future, don't hesitate to come to us," he said as he took out a silver card with the Team Rocket logo. "This is a VIP membership card for our store. With it, you can get a 5% discount on any purchase." Upon hearing this, Cain raised an eyebrow. These tangible benefits were what he liked most, empty words held no value. He took the card and put it in his pocket. Although it was only a 5% discount, if the purchases were large enough, it could save a considerable sum. Buying something for $1 million could save $50,000. That was something. Of course, this small discount was nothing compared to Team Rocket's earnings. If it weren't, Ishida wouldn't have given out a VIP membership card so easily. At that moment, the appraiser, who had been handling the paperwork efficiently, returned quickly, carrying a black card that he respectfully handed to Ishida. "Sir, this is an anonymous Alliance Bank card. It contains a total of $3,600,000. It's the full payment for the geocentric cleansing milk," Ishida said with a smile as he handed the card to Cain. Cain took the card and felt a slight sense of relief. The geocentric cleansing milk was truly worth a fortune, and with this money, he could cover all his recent expenses for himself and his Pokémon. "By the way, I want to buy a complete set of tools for Pokéblock crafting. An intermediate setup will suffice." "Deduct the cost from this card," Cain said, suddenly remembering his main purpose for coming here. Upon hearing Cain's request, Ishida showed slight astonishment on his chubby face but quickly recovered. Very well, very well. Prepare an intermediate-level Pokéblock crafting set. Ensure it's of good quality," Ishida ordered the appraiser, emphasizing the importance of quality. Ishida was a bit surprised, realizing that the mysterious man under the black cloak was likely a Pokémon breeder. Looking at the well-cared-for Murkrow perched on Cain's shoulder, it all began to make sense. The appraiser, equally surprised, understood well what being a Pokémon breeder meant. And if Cain planned to use an intermediate-level setup, it at least meant he could make mid-level Pokeblocks, which meant he could earn money at a pace comparable to printing bills. Nodding with a brief response, the appraiser hurried out to prepare the tools Cain had requested. I wonder if those tools are for personal use or a gift," Ishida asked. Cain gave a cold look to the middle-aged man whose outward appearance did not match his real power. After a moment of silence, a raspy voice came from under the black cloak. "What if they're for me? What if they're for someone else? Don't misunderstand me, sir. I was merely suggesting that if you wish to sell Pokeblocks in the future, you can do so through our store. The service fees will be more favorable," Ishida chuckled. "Aha," was Cain's only response, who was clearly not someone who enjoyed talking much. Ishida noticed that Cain wasn't very talkative, whether by nature or strategy, so he stopped talking in time and waited for the tools to arrive. It wasn't long before the appraiser returned, accompanied by a guard carrying a large tray. On the tray were several small, delicate items, which were clearly the Pokéblock crafting tools. Both came running, aware that Cain and Ishida were waiting, and quickened their pace. Ishida signaled for the guard to set down the tray and leave. "Sir, this is the best intermediate-level Pokéblock crafting set we have. Its value is 1,200,000 Pokédollars. With the 5% discount from your VIP card applied, the total is 1,114,000. Here is your card, you now have 2,460,000 left. Please keep it, Ishida said as he pushed the tray and the card toward Cain. Cain, who in his past life had also been involved in Pokéblock crafting, was familiar with the tools. Seeing this set, he knew immediately that Ishida was not lying. The quality was indeed good, and among intermediate-level setups, it was one of the best. Ishida's sincerity in business, even in the black market, was noteworthy, explaining why he had been appointed as the store's manager. With a swift motion, Cain stored the tools in his storage belt without being seen, then stood up and left the VIP room without looking back. Watching Cain's figure disappear, the smile on Ishida's chubby face slowly faded, and his eyebrows furrowed. "Sir, do you want us to send someone to follow him?" The appraiser, who had remained in the room, approached cautiously and asked. Although they appeared to be a legitimate store, they were in the black market, and they were also members of Team Rocket. It wasn't unusual for them to conduct such operations. However, they knew very well not to mess with dangerous individuals or those they couldn't face. Ishida's frown deepened, but after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. "No, we don't know this man's limits. If we send someone to follow him, we could expose ourselves, and then we'd lose a client who is at least an intermediate-level breeder." The appraiser nodded respectfully. "However, keep your eyes open. If geocentric cleansing milk appears again on the black market," Ishida's gaze turned cold and sharp, "no matter who it is, capture them." "Yes." 200 drops of geocentric cleansing milk weren't enough to risk angering an intermediate-level Pokémon breeder, but if there were more, the situation would be different. Cain had calculated perfectly the amount that would make Ishida hesitate. Ishida, as the store manager, had his own sense of balance. If he was sure he could do it, he wouldn't hesitate to commit an act of theft. But if he wasn't sure if the risk outweighed the reward, he preferred not to act. After leaving the largest tool store in the black market, Cain did not show his money, but many had seen him being taken to the VIP room, so when he left, several people followed him. However, Cain was already prepared for this. In the complex maze of the black market, he turned through several alleys and soon lost all those following him. End of chapter. Chapter 88. What Scorpion? After shaking off everyone who was following him, Cain entered a small, shabby shop, completely different from the other stores around it. Inside, he saw some worn-out shelves with food on the verge of molding and many cobwebs covering them. As he moved deeper into the shop, a strong stench of decay engulfed him. Cain frowned but did not back out. This shop was a place he frequented in his past life. It was a store that sold human skin masks. Although in ruins, it was actually somewhat famous in the black market. If not for how run down it appeared, it would have surely been a busy place given the owner's talent. The shop owner was also an odd character. Despite his great skill, he wasn't interested in making money. He had an air of take it or leave it, and never advertised his business. For this reason, his reputation spread only among regular clients. Thanks to those few regulars, his shop managed to stay open. Cain brushed aside a cobweb that was about to fall on his head. Even Murkrow, resting on his shoulder, couldn't help but use his tailwind move to avoid the omnipresent cobwebs. When he reached the back of the shop, an old man with glasses and a disheveled appearance sat behind the counter, focused on an unfinished human skin mask, not even glancing at who had entered. Cain didn't mind his indifference, the owner was always like that, as if that mask were an unparalleled treasure. Strangely, every time he finished a mask, he would throw it on the floor like trash and start working on the next one. The cycle repeated endlessly, and except for eating or basic needs, the old man never left that corner, which served as both his counter and workshop. "Boss, I want to buy 5 masks, Cain said, covering his mouth with his hand and frowning. The smell was simply unbearable, and Cain couldn't help but wonder how many days the old man had gone without bathing, with such a strong stench that it almost made him nauseous. The old man didn't lift his head, and without pausing his work, said, "The masks are on the floor, pick whichever you want. The card reader is on the counter. Each mask costs 20,000 Pokédollars. If you want them, pay with the card, if not, get out, I don't have time to deal with you." Cain was already familiar with the owner's habits, so he didn't say anything else. He picked up a few ordinary-looking masks from the floor, paid 100,000 Pokédollars on the card reader, and quickly left the shop. Why did Cain insist on buying human skin masks from this particular shop? Was it only because of the owner's skill? No, there was another reason. No other shop could match a unique quality of this place. Every mask made here was one of a kind. None were repeated, each had its own distinct style and appearance. Finally, after leaving that smelly shop, Murkrow on Cain's shoulder took a deep breath, clearly relieved after enduring such an unpleasant environment. Cain smiled and patted Murkrow's head, saying, "All right, stop panting. We also need to get used to environments like that. Sometimes, your opponent might have an even worse smell. For example, a gloom, a grimer, or a muck. The stench they emitted was far worse than that shop." "Caw, caw." Murkrow gave a look of disbelief, unable to imagine how he would face such an enemy. Cain laughed. "You might come across one someday. Once you experience it, you'll understand." Saying this, Cain took a secluded path and, after making sure no one was around, slipped into an alley. The next thing he planned to do was buy other items, so it was best to put on a new mask to avoid being recognized when leaving the black market. He took a new human skin mask from his Team Rocket belt. Although the shop owner was very unkempt, his masks were impeccably clean, crystal clear, and as thin as cicada wings, not much different from the masks that could be exchanged within Team Rocket. When he put on the mask, the cold sensation on his face surprised him. He only needed to adjust it slightly for it to fit perfectly to his skin. After pressing the edges for a moment, the mask blended with his skin, becoming indistinguishable. Just as Cain was putting on the mask, he heard two hurried footsteps break the silence of the alley. Cain quickly hid in a narrow gap, hand on his belt, ready to release Slowpoke at any moment to escape if needed. "Didn't I get rid of all the followers?" Cain thought, frowning as the footsteps got closer. He assumed he had shaken off all those trailing him, so he had chosen this dead-end alley to change masks and prepare for shopping, but now two people had entered this remote place. It was hard not to think they were following him. However, when the two started talking, Cain let out a sigh of relief. The footsteps stopped nearby, and just as Cain was about to release Slowpoke, one of them spoke in a shrill voice, "Brother, why didn't we just leave the black market and instead come here?" A loud smack sounded, followed by a deeper voice, "Are you stupid? If we leave now, they'll catch us. We hide for a while, and then we'll leave unnoticed. We might even sell this thing today." "Hee, you're right, brother. But is this worth it? We went through a lot to steal this Pokémon egg, but I don't even recognize the species." The shrill voice spoke again. "You're an idiot, of course it's worth it. Do you think I would have stolen it if it wasn't? I heard it's an egg from a Sinnoh Pokémon with great potential. No wonder they traveled from Sinnoh to Saffron City to sell it." Hearing their conversation, Cain felt slightly intrigued. A Pokémon from the Sinnoh region sold here? Pokémon hunters or ordinary trainers? I didn't expect them to steal it. "Brother, how much do you think it's worth?" "At least several tens of thousands. I heard them mention something about a scorpion. Seems like it's a Pokémon with great potential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come all the way to Saffron City to sell the egg." "Wow, that's a fortune." Hearing the tens of thousands, the shrill voice became even more excited. "Shut up. Do you want us to be found out?" End of chapter. Chapter 89. Double Murder. What kind of scorpion? Sinnoh region? In the Sinnoh region, the only Pokémon with scorpion in their name are Skorupi and Gliska, right? While listening to their conversation, Cain reflected silently. However, Gliska isn't exclusive to Sinnoh, it can also be found in the Johto region, so it was most likely a Skorupi. When Cain guessed that the stolen Pokémon egg might be a Skorupi, he felt a spark of interest, as he was very familiar with that Pokémon. In his past life, he had one, but due to its low quality, he abandoned it. But Skorupi is an exceptional Pokémon. Its poison and bug typing evolves into poison and dark types when it becomes Drapion. This type combination is truly perfect. Why? Because the dark type covers the weaknesses of the poison type, and vice versa. With this combination, Drapion is only vulnerable to ground-type moves, taking double damage, while moves of all other types inflict only normal damage. Moreover, it is resistant to poison, ghost, grass, and dark-type moves and is immune to psychic-type moves. In other words, Drapion can face any type of Pokémon in direct combat. Additionally, its base stats are impressive, excelling in speed, defense, and attack, making it the perfect tank and attacker. And due to its speed, it isn't easy to evade in battle. But it's not just its types and stats that make it stand out, its abilities are also very valuable. If it has the battle armor ability, it's perfect as a standing tank. If it has the sniper ability, it can be a high damage fighter in close combat, and if it has the hidden ability Keen Eye, it becomes a continuous damage attacker for the team. In short, Drapion can perfectly play the role of a tank, warrior, or continuous attacker in a team, depending on its ability. Drapion is truly an all-rounder. From the thieves' conversation, Cain deduced that the Skorupi egg they had was stolen, though he didn't know how they managed it. Also, it seemed that the Pokémon's quality had to be exceptional, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought it from Sinnoh to Saffron City's black market to sell it. So, there are two possibilities. 1. The original owner doesn't know their egg was stolen, so the thieves are waiting to sell it without issue, or 2. The egg already had a dubious origin, and even though the owner knows it was stolen, they can't report it, swallowing their suffering in silence. Cain leaned more toward the second possibility. If the egg were legitimate, it would be more profitable to sell it in Sinnoh, where people are more familiar with this Pokémon, rather than in Kanto, where many might not even recognize it. If it really was the second option, then the egg's quality had to be exceptional, which would explain why its original owner guarded it so carefully and decided to sell it in a distant region like Kanto. The true owner probably had considerable power in Sinnoh, forcing these thieves to sell it far from their reach. To be honest, Cain was tempted. Not just because of Drapion's excellent characteristics but also because of the quality of this egg that had unexpectedly appeared before him. The two thieves continued chatting, but now the topic had shifted from Pokémon to women, and the talk grew more and more trivial. Cain peeked slightly and saw that the two had their backs to him, watching the entrance to the alley. It made sense, they had chosen a dead-end alley to ensure their rear was secure. In such circumstances, who would worry about what might be behind them? What they didn't expect was that the alley had a gap large enough to hide a person, and that Cain was concealed there. Perhaps to be more discreet, the two hadn't released their Pokémon, or maybe they didn't even have any Pokémon, being just some thugs from the black market. Cain placed his hand back on Slowpoke's Pokeball at his waist and signaled Murkrow with a look to prepare for attack. Gastly, hidden in the shadows, also floated out from the ground at the right moment. Although the black market had rules against fighting, those who died there each year were countless. As long as you weren't caught, nothing would happen. This place was full of criminals, expecting them to be model citizens would be absurd. Team Rocket only took care of security on the surface. What happened behind the scenes depended on each individual's strength. While the two thieves chatted about how to spend the money they were going to get, laughing carefree and vulgar, their guard was at its lowest. Gastly, get close and use hypnosis. Slowpoke, control their movements with confusion, don't let them take out their Pokeballs or make noise. Murkrow, use wing attack and kill them. Seizing that fleeting moment, Cain released Slowpoke from his Pokeball and issued a series of attack orders. Yadin Tilda Slowpoke, already prepared, unleashed all its psychic power as soon as it appeared, focusing on controlling their mouths and hands. You! The deep-voiced thief, a burly man, tried to scream upon noticing, but found he couldn't move his mouth. Instinctively, he reached for his Pokeball, but was frightened when Gastly suddenly appeared, using hypnosis to put them to sleep. Then, Murkrow, like a lightning bolt, swept over them, its wings glowing with a white sheen, striking them and slamming them against the wall with a dull thud. Human bodies, fragile compared to Pokémon, couldn't withstand the attack, and due to the intense pain, both thieves were knocked unconscious. At the moment the thieves were struck, the incubator holding the Pokémon egg flew out of their hands, but Slowpoke held it in the air with its confusion move. Cain looked at the two men unconscious on the ground, showing no emotion. He drew a knife from his waist, the same one he had used on the trial island. As the saying goes, the centipede catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind. These thieves never would have imagined that, instead of being caught by the egg's owner, they would be preyed on by a sparrow from the shadows. Wiping the blood from the knife on their clothes, Cain sent them to the afterlife. Both had 2 Pokeballs on their waists, but before they could release their Pokémon, Cain had already taken them out. This was why Cain always kept Gastly hidden in the shadows, ready to react to any threat. And with the move Protect, Gastly could block most attacks as long as they weren't too powerful. When facing Pokémon, human bodies are indeed fragile. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Skorupi. He took their Pokeballs and locked them to prevent the Pokémon inside from escaping by themselves. Through the scanning system, Cain learned that the bulky man's Pokémon were a level 25 Arbok with an orange aptitude and a level 24 Fearow with the same aptitude. The young man with the high-pitched voice had a level 22 Raticate with an orange aptitude and a level 18 Zubat with a yellow aptitude. Cain was surprised to find a Pokémon with a yellow aptitude. Although its level was only 18, the value of that Zubat exceeded the combined value of the other 3 Pokémon. The strength of both men's Pokémon was not to be underestimated. Although they couldn't compare to Murkrow or Slowpoke, facing all 4 at once would have been complicated. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but the battle would have generated too much noise, making it difficult to retreat smoothly. After all, this is a black market. Even though Cain is a member of Team Rocket, escaping wouldn't be so easy. He shrank the 4 Pokeballs and stored them in his pocket. Although these Pokémon had average aptitude and strength, they were still worth some money. In his previous life as a Pokémon hunter, these Pokémon would have been his usual prey. Then he gathered all the money and valuable items from the 2 men. Although they seemed quite poor, they ended up providing Cain with an income of 100,000 Pokédollars. There's no denying that theft is a very lucrative profession. Finally, his attention turned to the floating Pokémon egg. Cain held it in his hand, and the egg's data appeared simultaneously. Pokémon. Skorupi, light blue. Sex. Male. Level. 1. Type. Poison plus bug. Ability. Unknown. Held item. None. Egg moves. Screech, agility, poison tail, pursuit. Basic moves. Bite, poison sting, leer. Learned moves. None. TM moves. None. Just as Cain had suspected, it was a Skorupi. However, the quality of this Pokémon exceeded his expectations, reaching a blue quality level, albeit a light blue one. This is worlds apart from a Pokémon with green quality, and it has 4 egg moves. Cain, who was already interested in Skorupi, was even more pleased with this Pokémon egg. If he manages to raise it and evolve it into Drapion, it will become one of his strong cards. Although he still didn't know Skorupi's ability, all of its possible abilities were excellent, and each had a clear development path. Cain firmly decided to raise it. Additionally, being a Pokémon that hasn't been born yet, raising it from hatching would ensure that it becomes very attached to its trainer. After all, the first being a Pokémon sees upon hatching considers it as its parent. He hadn't expected that such a casually chosen place to change his mask would result in obtaining such a valuable Pokémon. This is the 3rd Pokémon egg that Cain has obtained. Previously, he got a Weedle egg that he sold to Umbra, then a Larvitar egg, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon that cannot hatch, and now a light blue Skorupi egg. It seems that every Pokémon egg Cain finds has superior aptitude. Although the Larvitar egg is the most precious, as it cannot hatch, this Skorupi egg will become the first Pokémon Cain raises from its hatching in this life. He looked at the data in the incubator, and all the indices of Skorupi were normal. The hatching time indicated a number, 3. That means in 3 days, Skorupi should hatch without any issues. By then, Cain would need to prepare suitable food for a newborn Pokémon. With the help of the system, he wouldn't have to worry about the right Pokeblocks for Skorupi during its upbringing. However, newborn Pokémon cannot consume Pokeblocks immediately. Even in their infancy, supplementary foods are more appropriate. Therefore, another plan must be advanced. Cain decided to go to the black market section for Pokémon sales and buy a Miltank, a Pokémon that produces milk rich in nutritious elements. Miltank's milk is the perfect food for Pokémon in their infant stage, and the higher the level and quality of the Miltank, the more nutritious the milk will be. Although Miltank milk can be purchased directly, that milk stored for a long time has been treated with preservatives and does not reach its maximum nutritional value. So, if possible, buying a Miltank would be a long-term solution. Cain originally planned to buy a Miltank after finding a way to hatch the Larvitar Egg, to feed the pseudo-legendary Pokémon with high-quality milk, ensuring it has a significant advantage from the beginning. But now it seems that the plan to buy a Miltank must be advanced. In 3 days, Skorupi will be born, and with its high quality, raising it with Miltank's milk will ensure it grows strong and healthy. Determined, Cain wasted no more time. He had Gastly hide the incubator in the shadows, which had almost become a storage area, containing both the Skorupi egg and the Larvitar egg. Then, Cain stored Slowpoke in its Pokeball while Murkrow remained on his shoulder. Although Murkrow is not common, being a dark and flying type Pokémon, many in the black market have one, so Cain wouldn't stand out with it. With a newly acquired skin mask and his black robe taken from his space belt, Cain stealthily left the dark alley. Cain now possessed 6 detailed skin masks. If used well, he could create 6 different identities. Each of those identities would play a different role in his plans. The mask that Umbra gave him is for his identity in the League, the most important of all and the one that must never be exposed. The mask he recently used is planned for his other profession, Pokémon Hunter. In his previous life, as a Pokémon Hunter, Cain earned his first million, providing him with the resources necessary to train his Pokémon. Although luck played a role, in this life, with a much better start, being a Pokémon Hunter will allow him to obtain more resources to train his Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Hunter. Cain was quite familiar with the main products in the various areas of the black market. After leaving the alley, he headed directly towards the Pokémon sales area. In his previous life as a Pokémon Hunter, he frequented this place often and had some reputation in the field. Unlike the items area, the Pokémon sales zone was extremely bustling, with people of all kinds mingling in the crowd. In front of each shop were iron cages, each containing rare Pokémon. Here, you could see species that were hard to find across different regions. Although the Pokémon inside the cages appeared listless and sluggish, many people gathered around, pointing and discussing the advantages and disadvantages of each one. At the entrances of some shops, you could see starter Pokémon from various regions, equally apathetic but still attracting curious onlookers. These larger stores, offering a wide variety of Pokémon, were among the most visited. At some entrances, provocatively dressed women tried to lure customers inside. If someone wasn't familiar with this, they might think it was another type of business, but in reality, it was just a strategy to draw in buyers. Several people tried to stop Cain to get him into their shops, but he ignored them. It's not that the Pokémon in these stores weren't rare, often, the stores offered extremely rare Pokémon and even some pseudo-legendary ones. However, those Pokémon had been specially trained, losing their wild nature. Buying them would be pointless. Although Cain was looking for a Miltank to obtain milk rich in elements, he didn't intend to buy one at random. If he found a suitable Miltank, he would train it thoroughly. But if he couldn't find one, he would consider buying it from one of these stores, simply as a tool for milk production. He walked straight to a store located deep in the street. At the entrance, there were also cages, but these were much thicker, and the Pokémon inside had expressions full of hatred as they watched passers-by. Anyone who tried to get close was scared away by their ferocity. This was the only shop in Saffron City's black market that didn't tame its Pokémon before selling them. It was also the favorite for those looking to develop their Pokémon's power to the fullest. For those who saw Pokémon as mere toys or ornaments, this shop was not suitable. There were no shopping guides or attractive women at the entrance, just a black iron door. Without hesitation, Cain pushed the door, which creaked open, and entered. Inside, there was no luxurious decor or bright lights, only a few candles emitting a dim light. On both sides of the hallway, the cages were filled with wild, untamed Pokémon. Ignoring the Pokémon sounds, Cain walked firmly toward the back of the shop. Finally, after 2 minutes, he reached the counter. A woman in a black leather dress sat there, holding a mirror and a lipstick, calmly touching up her makeup, indifferent to the growls and cries of the wild Pokémon. Noticing someone had entered, she put away the lipstick and, with a small finger, wiped away the excess color from the corner of her lips, then stored the mirror. She observed Cain and gave him a seductive smile. Her voice, full of allure, softly echoed, "Oh tilde tilde, it looks like we have a new customer." Raising an eyebrow shaped like a willow leaf, with her rosy, radiant face under the candlelight, she gave a slight smile and leaned lazily on the counter, resting her head on a slender, long hand. "Did you come by chance, or were you recommended?" Before Cain could answer, as he approached the counter, the woman wrinkled her nose, detecting a faint smell of blood. She looked at him in surprise and said, "The smell of blood? It seems you didn't enter by chance. So, do you know the store's rules?" "Yes," Cain replied in a rough voice, making it impossible to tell if he was a man or woman or guess his age. Perhaps others didn't know the owner of this store, but Cain was well aware of who it was. The owner of this Pokémon shop was actually the largest Pokémon hunter organization in the Kanto region, the Hunters Guild. All the Pokémon sold in the shop had been captured by guild members. They didn't tame them because they believed that only Pokémon with wild instincts were the most valuable. This woman, who looked fragile, was the store manager, but you shouldn't be fooled by her appearance. She was a registered Pokémon hunter in the Hunters Guild, with a power level equivalent to a quasi-elite trainer. Cain also knew the rule she was referring to. Once a Pokémon was purchased, there were no returns. Moreover, regardless of what Pokémon were seen inside the shop, they couldn't be discussed outside. If someone was found breaking this rule, all guild stores in any region would deny them service. In serious cases, the Hunters Guild might even pursue them. Many of the Pokémon in the shop had been obtained by guild members through various means, including capturing them in protected areas designated by the League or stealing from other dark organizations. The rarest Pokémon were not put on sale in the shop but were auctioned off at the guild's regular sales. All guild shop customers received invitations, as did some important figures from dark organizations. The Hunters Guild was one of the most powerful organizations in Kanto, only surpassed by the Pokémon League and Team Rocket. Their regular auction was one of the most significant events for underground organizations. Moreover, Team Rocket, the largest organization in Kanto's underworld, had a close relationship with the Hunters Guild. For example, the Pokémon given to recruits in each trial cycle were provided free of charge by the Hunters Guild, so all the Pokémon that the aspirants trained had not been tamed. If you knew this detail, you could understand the close connection between the Hunters Guild and Team Rocket, though the precise details of this relationship were unknown. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Miltank. Upon hearing Cain say he knew the rules, the woman in the leather jacket didn't say anything else. She pulled a bottle of nail polish from under the counter, calmly opened it in front of Cain, and began to paint her nails with complete tranquility. After drying the freshly applied polish, she looked at Cain, who remained unresponsive, and felt a bit bored. She pursed her lips and said, "How dull. Tell me, what type of Pokémon are you looking for? And don't ask for a pseudo-legendary, we don't have any here, and even if we did, you couldn't afford them." Saying Cain couldn't afford it wasn't an exaggeration. To be a competent Pokémon hunter, one must have a keen eye, otherwise, how could they assess if a Pokémon was worth capturing? Seeing the Murkrow on Cain's shoulder, the woman could roughly gauge his overall level. The Murkrow had decent potential, and although its training seemed adequate, its power wasn't very high, indicating it wasn't at an advanced level. That's why she assumed that Cain's strength wasn't too impressive. Even if he were concealing some of his power, it wasn't enough to acquire a pseudo-legendary. Of course, Cain wasn't there to buy one of those. Although pseudo-legendaries are strong, their development cycle is too long. By the time they're fully developed, the Pokémon Cain trains carefully might already be on par in battle. I want to buy a Miltank. Without further ado, Cain stated his goal.
Oh?
Miltank is not a common wild Pokémon, most of them are monopolized by that family in Goldenrod City. Also, does it really matter if a Miltank is wild or not? The woman in the leather jacket looked at Cain in surprise. Is there one? Cain asked again. The woman shot Cain a seductive look and replied disdainfully, HMPH, how ungentlemanly. Follow me. With that, she took a set of keys from the drawer under the counter and began to walk leisurely toward the back of the store. Cain observed her pronounced curves with some resignation. He didn't dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts, as she was known as a thorny rose, and also a powerful quasi-elite level Pokémon hunter. Following obediently behind her, Cain kept his gaze down, focusing on his own feet without looking around. Although she walked in front, the woman in the leather jacket remained attentive to Cain. After noticing his brief glance, she no longer felt his attention on her. She smiled to herself. Usually, anyone who looked at her did so with a certain desire, but the person behind her turned out to be interesting. After a short walk, they stopped in front of a thick grey iron door. The woman took a large key from her keyring and inserted it into the door's single lock. After turning the key twice, the heavy iron door slowly opened. There you go, these are the Miltank you wanted. See if there's one you like. There are price tags on the cages. When you choose, just let me know. She finished speaking and turned around, humming as she walked away. Her slender fingers played with the keyring, spinning the heavy keys as if the weight wouldn't break her fingers. Cain watched her until she disappeared around the corner before he let out a slight sigh of relief. In his current state, facing such a powerful person kept him on edge. He focused his attention on the cages in front of him, or rather, on the Pokémon inside them. In the small room, there were 5 cages, all containing Miltank, Cain's target. Activating the system to scan, Cain gathered information on those 5 Miltank. In an instant, the Pokémon's data appeared. Cain observed the 5 profiles and began to think. According to the data, these 5 Miltank were quite good, and their levels were within Cain's acceptable range. Visually, except for one that looked older, the other 4 Miltank appeared energetic. Although they looked at Cain with some hostility and fear, they showed no signs of rage or attempts to attack the cages, which was typical of Miltank due to their peaceful nature. However, after being captured by hunters and confined for a while, these Miltank showed some hostility and fear toward humans. Cain ruled out the older Miltank and the one with the highest level, leaving him with 3 Miltank at approximately level 20. The highest level Miltank had reached level 30 and was the most hostile toward Cain, glaring at him with obvious hatred. Cain wasn't interested in trying to capture and train a Pokémon with such a strong aversion to humans. Clearly, this Miltank had suffered significant trauma during capture, making it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to tame. Thus, Cain ruled it out despite its high level. Additionally, high-level Pokémon often have already formed battle patterns, making it challenging to change their style. The remaining 3 Miltank were light green quality and close to level 20, making them decent options. One of them had the Scrappy ability, allowing normal and fighting moves to hit Ghost-type Pokémon. Cain also ruled out this Miltank, as its Scrappy's ability helped avoid major weaknesses, but Cain already had enough offensive power on his team with Murkrow and the future Skorupi, both good attackers. He didn't need Miltank to specialize in attack. Since he planned to train Miltank as a support Pokémon, Cain preferred it to have high survivability and be able to help his team recover during battles. So, between the 2 Miltank with the Thick Fat ability, Cain had to choose one. This ability halves the damage from fire and ice-type moves, significantly increasing a Pokémon's survivability. The stats of the remaining 2 Miltank were: Pokémon Miltank, light green. Gender: female. Level: 21. Type: normal. Ability: thick fat. Held item: none. Egg moves: Curse, Helping Hand. Basic moves: Tackle, Growl, Defense Curl, Stomp, Milk Drink, Bide, Rollout. Learned moves. Shock Wave, Thunder Punch. TM moves. None. Pokémon. Miltank, light green. Gender? Female. Level. 20. Type. Normal. Ability. Thick fat. Held item. None. Egg moves. Present, endure. Basic moves. Tackle, growl, defense curl, stomp, milk drink, bide, roll out. Learned moves. Helping hand, heal bell, block. TM moves. None. These two Miltank have a notable difference. The first one has learned moves that are all electric type and focused on combat, while the second clearly has moves oriented toward support. Given the role Miltank will play in Cain's team, the choice was obvious. The second Miltank was the best option, and one Cain felt quite satisfied with. End of chapter. Chapter 93. Hunter's Guild. This will be it, Cain thought silently. Initially, his plan was to simply acquire a yellow-quality Miltank, just to provide nutritious milk for his entire team, and to prepare for the imminent birth of Skorupi. Ignoring the varied looks of the 5 Miltank, Cain focused his attention on the tag of the Pokémon he had selected. Number 85,679. Pokémon species. Miltank. Quality. High. Training value. Medium. Price. 500,000 Pokédollars. 500,000. Seeing the price of this Miltank, Cain noticed that, aside from the highest level Miltank that cost 600,000, this was the most expensive. However, considering the quality and the moves, the price seemed reasonable, slightly high, but within the acceptable range for Cain. He remembered that on Judgment Island, the Weedle egg he had was sold for 20,000 Team Rocket points to Umbra. Of course, the value of a Miltank couldn't be compared to an ordinary Beedrill, and the ratio between Pokédollars and points was not fixed. Having made his decision, Cain pressed a red button at the entrance and crossed his arms as he waited. It didn't take long before the woman in the black leather jacket walked in, swaying her hips. "Have you decided?" "Which one do you want?" the woman asked with a smile. "That one," Cain said, pointing at the Miltank he had chosen and handing over the black bank card he had just received. The woman looked at him with surprise, took the nameless card, and commented, "You have a good eye." She pulled out a card reader from a piece of space equipment, entered the purchase amount into the device, and after swiping the card, 500,000 Pokédollars were deducted with a beep sound. Then, she took the simplest Pokeball, and with a red flash, captured the Miltank that Cain had chosen. She handed the Pokeball and the bank card to Cain, and with a voice laden with sensuality and mystery, whispered into Cain's ear, "Here are your things. I hope to see you again tilde. My name is Rosa, don't forget it tilde. As she said forget, she deliberately elongated the word. Cain couldn't help but feel his jaw tense, a slight headache forming. For an ordinary customer, Rosa's seductive appearance and voice could influence them, leading them to act recklessly. But Cain, knowing her true identity, didn't even think of touching her. The name Rosa suited her perfectly. She was a woman full of thorns, and anyone who got too close would suffer more than just a prick. A quasi-elite level expert, she could teach any man swayed by his desires why roses are so red. Everything about her exterior was just a facade. Without responding to her insinuations, Cain took the bank card and the Pokeball. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I want to register as a member of the Hunters Guild and accept some missions." Rosa paused for a moment, the movement of her lips halting upon hearing this, and the seductive smile disappeared from her face. As if seeing Cain for the first time, she scrutinized him from head to toe before coldly saying, "Hunter." The Hunters Guild was an underground organization, but it didn't have a very rigid structure. Apart from some internal members raised from childhood, most simply registered their identity with the guild and completed a few missions, without having many obligations. Therefore, guild members were scattered across all regions, and in each one, there were designated contact points. This shop, besides selling wild Pokémon, also served as a contact point for hunters issuing capture missions. The first time Cain, in his past life, had contact with the Pokémon hunter profession was in this shop in Saffron City. Although back then, the shopkeeper wasn't Rosa. Registering as a guild hunter wasn't essential, as even without registration, captured Pokémon could be sold directly to the guild. However, registering allowed access to specific missions issued by the guild. In his past life, Cain earned his first substantial capital as a Pokémon hunter, and in this life, he had no intention of passing up that opportunity. As long as one had enough strength and the ability to assess a Pokémon's quality, being a Pokémon hunter was a profession that allowed for quick money making. Although Cain didn't lack money at the moment, he knew that as his Pokémon leveled up, the resources needed would increase, and spending would become greater. This was just preparation. Cain nodded silently without saying more. Rosa looked at him with disdain and continued applying her lipstick. After finishing, she muttered with displeasure, "I thought you were a rookie, but it turns out you're already a hunter. How boring." She led Cain out of the room, walking deeper into the shop. After nearly 5 minutes of silent walking, they finally reached a massive iron door. Opening it, a wide hall appeared before Cain. Unlike the dark shop, this hall was luxuriously decorated, and many people wandered around. Each of them wore a badge on their chest. Some had 3 stars, others 1 star, and some even had a sun on their chest. The fearful glances from others toward the latter clearly indicated that this person was one of the most powerful in the hall. Around the hall, there were several teleportation points. Almost every minute, someone would emerge from one, while others left quickly, disappearing from the room. This was the true means of transport for registered members of the Hunters Guild, using teleportation points created with the Move Teleport. These teleportation points were only accessible to registered hunters who had completed a certain number of missions. For example, a newly registered hunter would learn the location of 3 of these points in the hall, which were the most basic and no more than 3,000 meters apart from each other. The badges on each person's chest indicated their rank within the guild, 1 star for 1-star hunters, 2 for 2-star hunters, and so on up to 7 stars, the highest rank in the guild. The person with the sun on their chest was an internal member of the Hunters Guild. They enjoyed different privileges from star-ranked hunters and could accept missions of any level. Their status was only surpassed by that of the local branch leader, being an honorary guild member. End of chapter. Chapter 94. The Sun Dog. Unlike star hunters, those bearing the Sun badge not only have to complete their missions and sell Pokémon but must also take on certain obligations. The Hunters Guild has the right to summon them to fight for the guild's cause, which is why these individuals are often considered direct members of the guild. Star hunters secretly refer to them as Sun Dogs. The nickname Sun Dogs refers to the henchmen with the Sun badge from the Hunters Guild. However, all of them are incredibly powerful, and the minimum requirement to bear the Sun badge is the level of a quasi-elite trainer. When Cain entered the hall accompanied by Rose, his presence drew some attention, but soon everyone returned to their own business. A man wearing the Sun badge, who had been sitting on a sofa with a cold demeanor, perked up upon seeing Rose enter. With a smile that tried to appear friendly, he quickly stood up and approached, saying, "Rose, what are you doing here?" When she saw this man, named Logan, approaching, Rose frowned, dropping her seductive demeanor and showing an air of coldness. "What does it matter to you what I'm doing here?" "Logan, why are you always wherever I am?" Logan, with his Sun badge, ignored Rose's biting words and replied with a smile, "Well, when I heard you were transferred here as the shop manager, I asked the guild to transfer me too." Rose was used to Logan following her everywhere, knowing that he came from an influential family and had been pursuing her for a long time. To avoid him, she had even accepted the position as manager of a small shop in Saffron City's black market, but even so, he had followed her there. Deciding not to continue the conversation, Rose ignored Logan and headed to the counter, with Cain silently following behind her. Logan, noticing Cain's presence, stopped smiling and frowned, asking, "And who's this?" While looking at herself in a mirror and applying a bit more lipstick, Rose replied without looking at Logan, "Just a rookie, I brought him to register." With Rose's position, she didn't need to personally accompany anyone to register as a hunter. However, at that moment, she was the only one in the shop, and Cain had somehow made a good impression on her. Sometimes, luck just strikes. Cain did not intervene in the conversation between the two and approached the counter to speak to the attendant. Please register me as a hunter. Logan, seeing that Cain was just a rookie, understood that it was simply one of Rose's daily duties. However, like any suitor, he felt a natural aversion to any other man near the woman he desired, so he decided to show his authority. If you're new, be careful out there. The outside world can be very dangerous, Logan commented, seemingly offering helpful advice but with a tone that hinted at a threat. Despite Logan's words, Cain remained silent, not letting himself be provoked. When one lacks sufficient strength, it's better to keep a low profile. Rose, noticing that everyone's attention in the room was beginning to focus on them, decided to intervene to prevent Logan from causing further trouble. Logan, that's enough. Remember, you have work to do. Logan, somewhat annoyed by the interruption, shouted to those present, "What are you looking at? Get back to your business." Hearing Logan's command, the people stopped paying attention to them, and he, after observing Cain for a moment, returned to his seat and sat down, drumming his fingers on the table as if pondering something. Finally, the counter attendant, feeling more at ease now that Logan had stepped away, asked in a low voice, "Do you wish to register as a Pokémon hunter?" Cain nodded. With Cain's confirmation, the attendant, relieved that there had been no issues with someone who could ignore Logan, adopted a more professional attitude. Registering as a hunter in the Hunters Guild didn't hold much value at the lower levels, but as one advanced in rank, the advantages became more apparent. Only those with a sufficient rank could accept high-level missions, which offered substantial rewards. Additionally, high-ranking hunters received discounts when purchasing Pokémon, which was also a useful benefit. "All right, what will your hunter name be?" the attendant asked, following protocol. Most hunters don't use their real name, as being a Pokémon hunter is not a profession accepted by the Alliance, and many of them lead a double life. After thinking for a moment, Cain replied, "Joker." That had been his hunter name in his previous life, and he saw no need to change it in this new opportunity. The attendant didn't seem surprised by the name. He registered the name in the system, clicked a few buttons, and an emerald green card emerged from the machine. "This is your hunter card. It will record your completed missions and success rate. It also serves to store guild points. Whenever you accept a mission, you will need this card," the attendant explained, handing the card to Cain. Cain took it, noting that it was still a bit warm. He was now officially a registered hunter in the Hunters Guild, albeit with a 0-star rank. "All right, your registration is complete." "I must go as well," Rose said without looking up as she painted her nails, then left without further farewells. Cain simply nodded silently, watching Rose walk away. End of chapter. Chapter 95. I have you in my sights. Cain headed to a row of computers in the guild's lobby. This is where the Hunters Guild posts its missions. Each hunter can accept missions corresponding to their level using their ID card. In front of each computer, a person was seated. Cain was lucky that, just as he approached, someone finished using one of the computers and left with their card without looking back. Cain sat in the chair in front of the computer, slid his new ID card through the reader, and the screen began to display his information. Hunter. Joker. Points. 0. Star ranking. 0 stars. Mission completion rate. None. Comment. You're a rookie, what are you waiting for? Go hunt Pokémon already. Cain couldn't help but feel speechless upon seeing that final comment. The Hunters Guild always had a habit of adding strange things. Handling the mouse, he opened the mission list, and an avalanche of more than 10,000 0-star missions appeared on the screen. In the guild, only missions matching the hunter's star level can be accepted. Cain had just registered and was only a 0-star hunter, so he could only accept missions of that level. 0-star missions are typically simple and offer limited rewards. If Cain wanted to accept higher-ranked missions, he would have to level up as a hunter. The guild controls hunters' star rankings through hunter points, which are based on the value of the Pokémon captured. For example, if he captured a Pokémon worth 100,000 Pokédollars, Cain would earn 100,000 hunter points, allowing him to reach a 1-star rating. From there, the sky was the limit. 2 stars required 500,000 points, 3 stars 1,500,000 points, and 4 stars a staggering 5 million points. As one advances, it becomes increasingly difficult to raise star levels, but the rewards for higher-ranking missions are also greater. Hunter points in the guild function like Pokédollars, meaning that by completing missions, one not only earns Pokédollars but also points that can be used to exchange for Pokémon or items in the guild. This was the main reason Cain registered as a hunter with the guild. However, this doesn't mean the guild loses money. The massive profits generated annually from capturing Pokémon far exceed what is invested. In fact, aside from the Pokémon League and Team Rocket, the Hunters Guild is one of the most profitable organizations. The hunter ranking structure implies that a hunter's level is not entirely related to their strength. With some luck, one could level up quickly. Cain carefully reviewed the mission list. There were many 0-star missions, but he hadn't forgotten that he still had the mission from Umbra, so he chose a mission that could be completed along the way. Finally, Cain selected a 0-star mission that, while simple, presented a greater challenge. 0-star mission. Capture a medium quality or higher Nidoran. The higher the quality, the greater the reward. If Cain remembered correctly, there were several groups of Nidoran in the outskirts of Goldenrod City. If he searched carefully, he might find a good quality Nidoran. This way, while completing the mission from Umbra, he could also earn some extra money. After all, as Pokémon level up, the resources they need increase as well. Although Cain had over 1 million Pokédollars, that money was a drop in the ocean for training his Pokémon. He accepted the mission, and the mission list updated, removing the chosen task. Under his profile information, a new entry appeared. Mission: Capture Nidoran, in progress. Cain left the computer smoothly and retrieved his card. Right after Cain walked away from the computer, the person waiting behind him quickly sat down and started searching for the missions they needed. Cain adjusted his hood and straightened his clothes before heading to the teleportation circle in the lobby. As Cain walked away, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Logan, who had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, opened them when he saw Cain preparing to leave. He glanced sideways to see which teleportation circle Cain was heading toward. Cain approached one of the 3 circles that 0-star hunters could use. With a slight smile, he slid his card into the reader next to the circle, and with a soft glow, the teleporter activated. Just as Cain activated the teleporter, Logan stood up. After confirming the circle Cain had chosen, a cold smile appeared on his face. Cain was not Logan's initial target, but lately, there had been too many flies buzzing around Rose. As her protector, Logan decided it was time to send a message, and Cain had the misfortune of becoming his target. The veteran hunters in the guild, familiar with Logan's character, looked at Cain with sympathetic eyes. Even though Cain hadn't revealed his identity or power level, seeing his Murkrow on his shoulder made it clear he had no chance against someone like Logan, a quasi-elite level trainer. Furthermore, hunters have their own tracking methods, so Cain's black cloak meant little to Logan. He didn't need Cain's appearance to track him. After a flash of white light, Cain disappeared from the guild lobby. Logan smiled and slowly walked to the same teleportation circle, then slid his golden card into the reader. Cain appeared inside a hollow tree, the guild's teleporter destination. Typically, guild teleporters are scattered across various forests. The higher the hunter's level, the greater the distance they can teleport. As a 0-star hunter, Cain had been transported to a small forest on the outskirts of Saffron City. The guild periodically changes teleporter locations to prevent the League from tracking them. In such a short period, those who teleport usually appear in the same spot, so Logan had waited for Cain to leave before using the same circle. "Come out, Slowpoke," Cain said as he stepped out of the hollow tree, releasing Slowpoke. At that moment, once again, a white light shone inside the tree, and a tall figure slowly emerged. "Hey, I told you that as a hunter, the outside can be very dangerous," Logan said with a smile when he saw Cain hadn't left. "Slowpoke, use teleport," Cain said with a smile. Slowpoke immediately activated its psychic power, and a distorted aura began to surround Cain. "Come out, Houndoom, use flamethrower," Logan shouted as he threw a Pokeball. "Logan?" Cain's raspy voice held a tone of coldness. It seemed that the target hadn't been sacrificed, Logan thought, but he didn't pay much attention. To him, Cain was just a rookie, and if this target didn't work, he would simply find another. "I have you in my sights." Those words were etched in Cain's mind. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Sabrina. Logan is not without reason a powerful quasi-elite level trainer. Houndoom's strength was also outstanding. Just as Slowpoke was about to teleport, a surge of fiery flames erupted from Houndoom's mouth, targeting Cain and Slowpoke. "Murkrow, Gastly, use Protect." All of this was within Cain's expectations. Murkrow and Gastly, already prepared, appeared instantly in front of him. The greenish energy shield created by the Protect move stood in the path of the flames. Houndoom's strength was clearly immense. The Protect move, which normally lasted 2 seconds, only held up for half a second under its attack. But that was enough. Slowpoke's teleport had already activated, and Cain and his Pokémon vanished directly from the forest. With no obstacles, Houndoom's flames struck the trees with a boom, causing a massive explosion. In an instant, the trees were engulfed in flames. "Damn it!" Logan cursed loudly when he saw that Cain had managed to escape Houndoom's attack. Like a duck about to be cooked that managed to slip away, his anger only grew stronger. Unfortunately, the innocent wild Pokémon in the forest paid the price, becoming victims under Houndoom's fiery wrath. After venting for a while, Logan left the forest with Houndoom, filled with a sense of frustration. Before long, sirens were heard in the distance, and some police officers from Saffron City arrived at the scene, led by the famous Officer Jenny. In a large room in Saffron City, a woman with long dark green hair, dressed in a red robe, sat cross-legged. What was surprising was that this woman was floating in the air, and the room was filled with dolls of all kinds, giving it a youthful appearance. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes sharply. A flash of green light crossed them, and with a hint of doubt, she murmured, What is this sensation?" Those who knew her would immediately call out her name, Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City and one of the 3 executives of Team Rocket. Elsewhere, after using the teleport move, Cain, Murkrow, and the others reappeared in the black market, albeit in a secluded corner. This was a spot Cain had marked in advance for unexpected situations. Although it was just a precaution, it ended up proving useful. "Well done, Slowpoke. You're becoming more skilled at using the teleport move," Cain said with a smile, patting Slowpoke's back. Yadden tilde Slowpoke squinted and made a sound. Since the teleport distance wasn't very long, it wasn't too tired. With Cain's current strength, he stood no chance against an opponent like Logan. Fortunately, thanks to Slowpoke's teleport move, they would be able to resume this fight when they were stronger. "Yadden!" Suddenly, Slowpoke, who had been enjoying the petting, jumped to its feet. Its body, previously relaxed, tensed up instantly and started to tremble. Cain noticed the change in Slowpoke and sharpened his gaze. He had never seen Slowpoke like this before. What surprised him was that Slowpoke seemed to be showing fear, as if it had encountered its worst enemy. "What's wrong, Slowpoke?" Cain asked gravely. Slowpoke couldn't answer Cain's question, its body shaking uncontrollably. Murkrow also seemed to sense something and tried to take flight, but its body wouldn't respond. Gastly was in the worst condition. The purple gas surrounding it was rapidly dissipating, and although it tried to retreat into Cain's shadow, it couldn't manage it. "So, this is the Slowpoke? Interesting." A sharp voice echoed in the air, but its source was indiscernible. "Who's there?" Cain jumped up, looking around, but found no one. Gradually, a figure began to materialize in the air. It was a young woman floating, with a smile on her lips and eyes that looked at Slowpoke as if it were a fun toy. Upon seeing the figure, Cain's pupils contracted suddenly. A terrifying name surfaced in his mind, Sabrina. It was Sabrina, the psychic-type gym leader of Saffron City, who had sensed the psychic wave from Slowpoke's teleport move and followed it here. That explained why Slowpoke had tensed up and was trembling, why Murkrow had lost its ability to fly, and why Gastly had almost completely vanished. The Psychic Queen Sabrina. Her talent in psychic powers was extraordinary, and her strength was comparable to that of an elite-level psychic Pokémon. Sabrina ignored Cain's question and slowly floated towards Slowpoke, looking down at it with a playful smile. "What do you say, little one? Want a new trainer?" Although her tone was playful, to Cain, her words buzzed ominously in his ears. "Yadin." Slowpoke's body was still stiff. The immense psychic energy emanating from Sabrina made it feel deep fear, but the determination in its eyes and the two syllables it uttered indicated its refusal. Upon hearing Slowpoke's response, the smile on Sabrina's face gradually disappeared as a green light gathered in her hands and eyes. Sabrina, floating in the air, let her red robe billow without wind. Always self-assured, it was the first time Sabrina felt such strong resistance. "Yadin." Slowpoke's cry grew louder, and having adapted to Sabrina's presence, it could now make a clear sound. Slowpoke's cry finally made Sabrina direct her gaze to Cain, and she coldly asked, "Are you its trainer?" Feeling Sabrina's icy gaze, Cain felt as though a sharp dagger was pressed against his skin, making his hair stand on end. "Miss Sabrina, Slowpoke is my companion," Cain said after a moment of hesitation. "Do you know who I am?" Although Sabrina was well known in Saffron City, not many recognized her, as she spent most of her time training in the gym. Cain removed his black cloak, revealing the Team Rocket uniform underneath, then took out a black cloud-shaped badge from his Team Rocket belt. When Cain showed his Team Rocket uniform, Sabrina barely reacted. But when he produced the badge representing a reserve member of the Shadow Unit, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. "What's your relationship with the Shadow Unit?" Sabrina asked, her icy tone softening slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Awakening. "I am carrying out a mission for Mr. Umbra," Cain said carefully. Facing someone as powerful as Sabrina, even in his past life, his ability to resist would not have been significant, let alone now. Moreover, when facing someone strong, it is necessary to show due respect. This is not weakness but reverence for power. Upon hearing Cain's response, Sabrina remained silent, but the green light emanating from her hands and eyes gradually faded, indicating that her desire to play was disappearing. "Umbra, that guy, it seems he really suffered a major power loss in his last failed mission, if he now resorts to such a weak boy like you to do his work. He's becoming more and more useless." After a moment, Sabrina said this indifferently, as her body descended from the air. She glanced at Cain with a hint of disdain and let out a scornful bah. "So boring, I finally found an interesting toy." Sabrina murmured with a childish air, revealing a more youthful side. Sabrina was extremely powerful, but her volatile character and childlike behavior were quite well known among the high ranks of Team Rocket. With playful steps, Sabrina approached Cain, tilted her head, and examined him from head to toe before laughing and saying, "Here's what I'll do. For Umbra's sake, I'll give you one more chance. I'll ask your Pokémon once again if it wants to come with me, and I'll offer you compensation. What do you say?" Before Cain could respond, Sabrina continued, "It's settled." Then she crouched down and, smiling, said to Slowpoke, "Little one, I'll give you another chance to choose. Do you want to come with me? Your potential isn't limited to what it is now. Your weak trainer can't unleash all your power. I'll make your strength grow rapidly. What do you say?" Sabrina seemed like a strange older sister trying to lure a child with candy. Her words about Slowpoke's potential made Cain wonder. Slowpoke's potential? However, for Slowpoke, Sabrina's words held no appeal. It slowly shook its head, and then a blue light appeared in its eyes. At the same time, a green light appeared in Sabrina's eyes. Clearly, the two psychic users had begun communicating telepathically. Cain couldn't understand what they were saying, but he saw that after a short time, Sabrina stood up with a look of disgust, glancing at Cain with a hint of envy, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. Seeing Sabrina's expression, Cain decided not to comment and remained silent. However, based on her expression, it seemed that Slowpoke had rejected her. Well, you're lucky. This Slowpoke has considerable potential. Now I understand why Umbra chose you. Sabrina started reverting to her usual demeanor, and her more childish side was fading away. After saying that, Sabrina turned to leave, muttering, "How annoying, I'd better go look for more dolls to play with." Just as Cain was beginning to relax seeing Sabrina leave, she suddenly turned around with a mischievous smile, saying, "HM. It's not that simple." Suddenly, Sabrina concentrated a large amount of psychic energy in her hand, and before Cain, Slowpoke, or Murkrow could react, Sabrina struck Cain in the chest. In an instant, Cain felt a searing energy pierce into his body. Although the strike didn't seem very forceful, it felt like a powerful impact, sending him flying backward and falling to the ground. Slowpoke and Murkrow tried to move, but their bodies wouldn't respond. Although Murkrow, being a Dark-type Pokémon, is immune to psychic abilities, Sabrina, as the Psychic Queen, had ways of dealing with Dark-type Pokémon, so Murkrow couldn't resist her power. As for Gastly, who was already weak, it couldn't do anything. Satisfied, Sabrina dusted off her hands. She hadn't used much psychic energy on Cain, just enough so that his body wouldn't move for half a day, helping her vent some of her frustration. But what Sabrina didn't expect was that as Cain lay on the ground, a faint blue energy began emanating from his body. This energy was very familiar to Sabrina. It was a sign of awakening psychic abilities. With an astonished expression, Sabrina flew to where Cain was, rubbing her eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion, and murmured, "Is this an awakening?" As someone with exceptional psychic talent, Sabrina instantly recognized what was happening. The bluish waves emanating from Cain's body were a sign that he was awakening psychic abilities. She closed her eyes, fully activating her psychic perception, and after a moment, reopened them. What a lucky boy! His mental strength is 5 times greater than that of an ordinary person, just on the edge needed to become a psychic. It only needed a push, and my strike awakened it. Sabrina couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Her intention was to punish him a little, but unwittingly, she had helped him awaken his psychic abilities. Although Cain's talent wasn't exceptional, and his growth was likely limited, he had still awakened psychic abilities. With training, this could give him some defensive capacity against Pokémon. Psychic abilities are one of the 3 major known capabilities in the Pokémon world, and only one in tens of thousands can awaken them. It requires mental strength 5 times greater than that of an average person for someone to awaken these abilities. Cain, with his 3 lives of experience, had likely developed greater mental strength, giving him a slight advantage. Although it was unlikely that he would awaken naturally, Sabrina's psychic attack stimulated his body, triggering the awakening of his psychic abilities. From that moment on, Cain joined that small group of people in the Pokémon world who possess special abilities. Since psychics are a minority in this world, there is an unspoken rule among them: whenever possible, they should support each other to survive in the Pokémon world. In the early days of the Pokémon world, before the League existed, there was a nation of psychics where most citizens possessed psychic abilities, regardless of their talent. But that power, which should have been their strength, also became their downfall. Their arrogance and unchecked pride, driven by their superior power, led to a devastating war that spanned the entire world. In the end, that nation of psychics vanished into history. That is why today's psychics have become more discreet, and their elders instruct younger generations to support each other whenever possible. Despite her peculiar character, Sabrina, as a psychic, followed this tradition. So, when she saw that Cain had awakened his psychic abilities, even if his talent wasn't high, she left a simple training manual. Still annoyed, Sabrina tossed the manual and teleported away. Probably that night, her collection of dolls increased in number. End of chapter. Chapter 98. The weakest psychic. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When Cain woke up, he felt as if his head was going to explode from the pain. Clenching his teeth, with the help of Slowpoke and Murkrow, he managed to slowly sit up. He placed his hands on his temples, which alleviated the pain slightly. His furrowed brow relaxed a bit, and with effort, he managed to open his eyes. Looking at Slowpoke and Murkrow, who showed an expression of concern, he softly opened his mouth, his voice sounding dry and hoarse. "Slowpoke, Murkrow, are you okay? Where is Gastly?" Gastly's voice also sounded weak as it appeared behind Cain. The purple gas surrounding Gastly, usually dense, was now much thinner, floating unsteadily in the air, almost fading away. Among Cain's Pokémon, Gastly was the most affected. Although Sabrina did not attack it directly, her powerful psychic energy had nearly dissolved its body, as Gastly's level was still quite low. Seeing that Gastly was weak but fine, Cain let out a sigh of relief. However, as he relaxed, the intense pain in his head returned. Noticing Cain's pained expression, Slowpoke hesitated for a moment, then extended a paw and gently placed it on Cain's temples. With a slight wave of blue psychic energy, it began transferring its psychic power to Cain's mind. Instantly, a cool, soothing sensation arose in his temples, greatly relieving Cain's pain. The feeling was so pleasant that he almost let out a moan, but he managed to hold back. Surprised, Cain glanced at Slowpoke. Since when did Slowpoke have the ability to relieve pain with its psychic powers? After a while, the pain in his head diminished significantly. Although he still felt a slight ache from time to time, it no longer affected his ability to move. Cain slowly stood up, shook his head, and couldn't help but say, "Sabrina is so unpredictable." Initially, he had wanted to say something harsher, but remembering Sabrina, who had appeared suddenly, his words turned into a resigned complaint about her unpredictable nature. Slowpoke showed an expression of doubt, as if it was pondering something. Cain noticed Slowpoke's unease and asked, "What is it, Slowpoke?" Hearing Cain's question, Slowpoke used telepathy to communicate. A soft voice resonated in Cain's mind, "Master, it seems that you have awakened." Awakened? What does that mean? Slowpoke's words left Cain stunned. Awakened? Awakened what? At that moment, Murkrow, with a manual in its beak, flew toward Cain. Cain took the manual that Murkrow brought and saw that on the thin cover it read, "Psychic Training Manual, Volume 1. Psychic Training Manual? Awakened? Awakened as a psychic. Cain was confused. Could it be that Sabrina's blow had awakened him as a psychic? Hearing Cain's monologue, Slowpoke, Murkrow, and Gastly nodded simultaneously. Although they couldn't move when Cain awakened, as Pokémon sensitive to psychic power, they perceived a faint psychic energy emanating from Cain. Although that psychic energy was extremely weak, there was no doubt that he had awakened. But why can't I feel anything? Cain was surprised to see his Pokémon confirming his awakening, but he couldn't perceive it himself. Slowpoke was also puzzled. Murkrow and Gastly weren't psychics, so they couldn't provide insight. Although Slowpoke had innate psychic abilities, it didn't know much about the psychic awakening of others. At that moment, Cain remembered the manual in his hands. This manual must have been left by Sabrina, and it probably contained the answers he needed. Fortunately, although the manual was thin, it didn't have any unnecessary words. The first page described how to use psychic abilities in their initial stage. The simplest way to use psychic abilities is to focus psychic energy on an object, move it, or change its shape. For someone who has just become a psychic, the best way to test it is to try moving an object. After reading the first page, Cain couldn't contain himself and closed the book immediately, focusing his gaze on a small, fist-sized rock on the ground. He concentrated his thoughts on moving the rock. He focused so hard that his eyes began to redden and nearly crossed, but the rock didn't move an inch. Maybe the rock is too big. In disbelief, Cain switched to a smaller stone, about the size of a thumb, and focused again. Finally, a faint wave of blue psychic energy appeared on the stone, and under Cain's influence, it began to float slowly. A satisfied smile appeared on Cain's face, but as his concentration waned, the stone fell to the ground with a slight thud. It seems I really have awakened psychic abilities, but they're so weak they don't seem very useful. Although the awakening of his psychic abilities excited him a bit, the weakness of these abilities left him feeling slightly discouraged. Well, just having awakened is already a stroke of luck. Maybe with training, I can improve. Psychics are extremely rare, and their abilities can be very useful both in daily life and in battles, as long as Cain can strengthen his psychic abilities. Cain didn't know that, originally, he didn't have the potential to awaken psychic abilities. However, after living 3 lives, his mental strength exceeded that of an ordinary person, giving him the possibility of awakening. Even so, without Sabrina's psychic strike, it would have been almost impossible for him to awaken. Sabrina only wanted to temporarily punish Cain, leaving him immobile for a few hours, so she focused her psychic energy on his brain, unintentionally unlocking the barriers that prevented his awakening. Awakening psychic abilities was a pleasant surprise, but the frustration of being so weak in front of Sabrina left Cain feeling powerless once again. He stored the manual in his belt. This wasn't the time to keep exploring his psychic abilities. Although he hadn't made much commotion, a lot of time had passed, so it was best to leave. He recalled Slowpoke into its Pokeball, let the weakened Gastly hide in the shadows, and with a concerned look from Murkrow, he covered himself with his black cloak and let Murkrow rest on his shoulder as they left the area. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Buying materials. Once again, Cain returned to the black market. He first went to a Pokémon shop and, without much thought, sold the 4 Pokémon he had forgotten to sell earlier. He earned a total of 50,000 Pokédollars, although it wasn't much, something is better than nothing. Then, he headed to the largest general store in the black market to purchase a ring with a storage capacity of 5 cubic meters, which he placed on the index finger of his right hand. This ring, which looked quite ordinary, cost him the 50,000 Pokédollars he had just earned. Previously, the belt provided by Team Rocket on Trial Island only had a storage space of 1 cubic meter, which was now too small for Cain. Additionally, the belt was covered in Team Rocket emblems, which would be very noticeable if he operated later under the identity of an Alliance member. Therefore, buying a new storage device was a necessity. There is no denying that the Pokémon world has highly advanced research in spatial storage devices. This ring with a 5 cubic meter capacity only cost 50,000 Pokédollars. But when you think about it, it makes sense, as Pokeballs are also a type of spatial device. A regular Pokeball only costs 200 Pokédollars. Cain transferred all the items from his Team Rocket belt to the new ring. Unless an unexpected situation arises, this ring would be his primary storage tool from now on. Afterward, he quickly went to a Pokémon food shop, not to buy Pokeblocks, but because making advanced Pokeblocks requires more than just simple berries and ordinary herbs. Furthermore, Cain wanted to create Pokeblocks tailored to each of his Pokémon, which required buying rare items. He completely ignored the variety of Pokeblocks in the store, even the advanced Pokeblocks, which did not interest him at all. However, seeing the prices of those advanced Pokeblocks, he couldn't help but exclaim again, they really are a goldmine. A common universal Pokeblock, usable by any Pokémon, is priced at 500 Pokédollars per unit. That's just the price of a single unit, and considering that a normal-sized Pokémon could consume several dozen in one meal, and that the higher the level of the Pokémon, the greater its appetite, the cost of a meal could reach several thousand or even tens of thousands of Pokédollars. Every time Cain saw these prices, he felt tempted. However, with his current skills, he was not yet in a position to sell advanced Pokeblocks. If others knew that someone with his skills was already capable of making advanced Pokeblocks, it wouldn't bring him wealth, but rather disaster. This particular shop was owned by several Pokémon breeders residing in Saffron City. One of them was an advanced breeder, so even in the black market, no one dared to cause trouble in this shop. Under the puzzled gaze of the shop attendant, Cain spent a total of 1 million Pokédollars. Generally, most people go to Pokémon food shops to buy Pokeblocks, but Cain ignored those popular Pokeblocks and instead focused on strange and expensive items. This is why the attendant looked at him strangely. However, those who truly understood Pokémon breeding might have guessed that Cain was a high-level breeder just by the items he was purchasing. Among other things, Cain bought powdered horn from a quasi-elite level Houndoom, which contained the highest amount of Dark-type energy, and powdered feather from a quasi-elite level Pidgeot. These 2 ingredients were essential for making Pokeblocks for Murkrow. For Slowpoke, he purchased low-quality psychic stone powder and a shed scale from a quasi-elite level Gyarados to enhance its water and psychic-type moves. The material for Gastly was quite special and also the most expensive, a small piece of low-quality black sludge of the poison type, along with a ghostly band that had been in contact with ghost-type Pokémon for a long time. As for Skorupi, although it hadn't hatched yet, Cain also prepared materials for its Pokeblocks in advance, purchasing a Heracross exoskeleton and the same poison-type materials he had bought for Gastly. Due to these strange and costly materials, Cain spent a total of 1 million Pokédollars. However, if these materials were combined with the right berries and herbs to make advanced Pokeblocks, their value could multiply tenfold. After purchasing these materials, he also spent 100,000 Pokédollars on special berries and herbs. Upon leaving the store, Cain had only 700,000 Pokédollars left, so he asked the clerk to transfer all his money to his bank account linked to his Alliance ID card and then discarded the nameless black bank card he had been using. Although the card had no name, Cain didn't know if Team Rocket had done something suspicious with it, so he decided to get rid of it to be safe. Of the 3,600,000 Pokédollars he had recently earned, in less than a day, only 700,000 Pokédollars remained. This shows how expensive it is to raise Pokémon, even when one can make their own Pokeblocks. For an ordinary person, raising a Pokémon properly is a gigantic investment. And these expenses would only cover his Pokémon's needs for a while. When the Pokeblocks ran out, he would need to buy more, and as his Pokémon's levels increased, the materials he would need would become even more expensive. With his body a bit tired, Cain left through one of the exits of the black market without attracting attention. As for Slowpoke's teleport move, Cain no longer dared to use it casually in Saffron City. Sabrina had left a deep impression on him, and although thanks to her he had awakened his psychic power, no one wants to face an opponent they have no chance against. Once outside the black market, he hid in a corner and changed into the Alliance uniform he had worn earlier. Then, he took a taxi and headed straight for the Pokémon Center in the city center. When he arrived at the Pokémon Center, it was already completely dark. Although he initially had plenty of time, his unexpected encounter with Sabrina had left him unconscious for 3 or 4 hours. After showing his Alliance ID card, Cain rented a room at the Pokémon Center and then spent a few more Pokédollars to have the staff bring food for him and his Pokémon directly to his room. After enjoying a hearty meal, he collapsed heavily onto the bed. The day's experiences had been intense and chaotic, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. Moreover, the headache he had felt since awakening his psychic power hadn't completely disappeared. Fatigue spread through his body as he relaxed on the bed, and finally, he fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping at the Pokémon Center, although the rooms are not luxurious, is almost absolutely safe. Unless there is a war or a terrorist attack, the Pokémon Center, as a symbol of the Alliance, represents safety. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Crafting Advanced Pokeblocks. When he woke up again, it was already morning. Cain, who had developed an internal clock during his time on the trial island, opened his eyes just as dawn broke. The headache caused by the awakening of his psychic powers had finally disappeared completely after a night of restful sleep. As he got up, Cain's movements also woke Slowpoke and Murkrow. After ordering a hearty breakfast from the Pokémon Center staff, Cain and his 3 Pokémon quickly finished their meal. Cain conducted some indoor training exercises with his Pokémon. Since they were in the Pokémon Center and Cain held the identity of a league trainer, it was better to avoid exposing Murkrow and Gastly unnecessarily. Cain still wanted to keep his connection to Team Rocket hidden. While the Pokémon engaged in simple indoor exercises, Cain outlined his plan for the day. Crafting Pokeblocks was a priority, especially since Murkrow and Slowpoke were nearly out of their intermediate-level Pokeblocks. Additionally, Gastly, who had joined the team some time ago, still hadn't received appropriate Pokeblocks due to the lack of materials. With Skorupi's arrival in just 2 days, Cain also needed to prepare Pokeblocks. Although they wouldn't be necessary for Skorupi initially, its rapid growth as a bug-type Pokémon made it essential to have them ready in advance. Moreover, Cain had purchased a Miltank in the black market the previous day, which he hadn't yet captured or released from its Pokeball, and it had likely gone some time without food. Therefore, subduing Miltank was another task Cain needed to complete today. Finally, Cain decided to spend the morning crafting some Pokeblocks and then subdue Miltank before lunch. In the afternoon, he would conduct some important indoor training and finish crafting the remaining Pokeblocks. He took out several berries, herbs, and the special materials he had bought the previous day from his ring, laying them one by one on the table in front of him. Then, he retrieved the mid-range Pokeblock making equipment, which had cost 1,200,000 Pokédollars. This equipment consisted of 5 parts, each serving a specific function. Lastly, Cain brought out several molds of the same size to hold the formed Pokeblocks. These molds were a quick purchase he had made at the black market the previous day and were quite inexpensive. With everything set up, Cain began crafting the Pokeblocks. Grinding, separating, mixing, fusing, and condensing, the steps flowed smoothly. Cain had left behind the rudimentary tools from the trial island, accelerating the manufacturing process at least tenfold. The Pokémon watched the process intently, occasionally swallowing with anticipation, which made Cain smile. The scent of advanced Pokeblocks was much stronger than that of intermediate ones. Moreover, as each Pokeblock was specifically designed to match the characteristics and growth direction of each Pokémon, their allure was even greater. These advanced Pokeblocks weren't made using a fixed recipe, instead, they were customized for Cain's Pokémon using the system's extensive database. This ensured that his Pokémon would reap maximum benefits. Name: unknown Pokeblock. Ingredients: powder containing Dark-type energy, powder containing Flying-type energy, Qui berry, Orange berry. Effect: accelerates the Pokémon's growth. The lower the Pokémon's level, the greater the effect. Note: suitable for Murkrow. Essentially, all the Pokeblocks Cain made today had similar descriptions in the system. The Pokeblocks for Murkrow were black and white, Slowpokes were light blue with a shiny outer layer, and Gastlys had a matte grey texture. Although crafting advanced Pokeblocks was complicated, the new equipment allowed Cain to work faster than when making intermediate Pokeblocks. In just 3 hours, Cain had produced nearly 1,000 Pokeblocks of each type, enough to feed Murkrow and the others for over half a month, using up nearly half of the materials he had purchased. During a short break, Cain also searched the system for an intermediate-level Pokeblock recipe suitable for Miltank. Since Miltank's role in the team was to provide full support, it didn't need significant combat capabilities. These Pokeblocks were designed to boost milk production and improve its quality, with more mineral elements, as well as enhance Miltank's overall physical condition. Cain didn't make advanced Pokeblocks for Miltank because he hadn't found suitable ingredients the previous day. If he found them in the future, he would also prepare customized Pokeblocks for her. Cain aimed to provide the best care possible for all Pokémon that joined his team, as long as they were committed to the team 100%. After preparing the Pokeblocks, Cain set out to subdue Miltank. He rented a training field in a corner of the Pokémon Center and brought Slowpoke along. The shiny Slowpoke drew some attention, but nothing more. Saffron City, as the largest metropolis in Kanto, was used to seeing rare Pokémon. Although shiny Pokémon were unusual, they didn't cause much of a stir here. Cain was pleased with this situation, as it avoided many unnecessary issues. He took out Miltank's Pokeball, unlocked the safety switch, and threw it. After a red flash, Miltank appeared on the field. Despite not having eaten in 1 or 2 days, Miltank, a robust Pokémon, still showed a lot of energy. Miltank stared at Cain with her big cow eyes, saying nothing, but her rejection of him was clear in her gaze. However, Cain noticed that Miltank seemed to reject humans but didn't hate them, which was a good sign, likely because she hadn't been captured for long. "Miltank, I know you don't like humans, but right now, you're no match for me," Cain said, looking Miltank in the eyes without hiding his intentions. Miltank had likely lived in the wild, possibly in a small group or maybe alone, but like any wild Pokémon, she respected strength. Wild Pokémon tended to be more independent than those raised by trainers and knew that respecting the powerful was essential for survival. Upon hearing Cain, Miltank looked puzzled and then glanced at Slowpoke, who was brimming with determination. Since leaving the trial island, Slowpoke hadn't had a good battle and was eager for one. After a moment of silence, Miltank slowly shook her head. Miltank knew she wasn't built for direct combat, and her movements reflected her lack of interest in fighting. End of chapter.